Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Kelra and K1ngkong dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 41!
Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RZ right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita akan ada satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Mega tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang. Legendary.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But, let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Cause we can.
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh wow, those are a lot of apps.
That's fine. When you got Powerall, you can do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool. Dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi.
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, Powerall, Magic Data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
Decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus Santos, Kelra and K1ngkong dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin ang 4v1!
In the back line already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. It's just
Kita ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Mega tuh lama benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa BNNE Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend Open fire, reunite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reseta. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko nag-jab like beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
MPL na 4PM 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 MPL na.
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na
4 p.m. MPL na 4 p.m. MPL na 4 p.m. MPL na. Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galeria.
And this is MPL Philippines Season 13. Tuloy-tuloy ang paglaban para sa tagumpay ng ating mga koponan ngayong ikalawang araw ng regular season.
Kahapon, nakita na natin ang pakikipagbakbakan ng 4 na koponan. Ngayon naman, MLBB action, siksik ang naghihintay sa atin because a triple header is upon us today.
That's right, back-to-back games coming your way. Para sa ating first series, it'll be RSG versus Omega. Demonkite, who used to play for Malaysia, and Kusey from Cambodia, balik na dito sa Pilipinas para makipaglaro with RSG Philippines.
Meanwhile, new faces, the newest residents ng pinakabagong barangay. With all of the changes that have happened, is this a new Omega time?
At para natin sa ating second game, it will be Echo versus ONIC. Ang pinakahinihintay nating lahat, ang sabi nga nila ONIC, with a new super team. Starred by 2 players na dating superstars sa kanilang dating koponan, Kelra and K1ngkong.
Meanwhile, Echo still having the same lineup from last season and they had a beautiful regular season start. Can they replicate that para ngayon and have a little something different pagdating ng playoff rounds?
And for our last series, Blacklights International versus MNNE Evos. Both teams returning today after their matches yesterday.
Will MNNE continue winning or will Blacklist International bounce back from their recent loss?
At yan ang ating malalaman ngayon. Maraming bago this season, kaya siguradong mas exciting ang ating bawat laban.
Let's get the show on the road then. It's RSG Philippines kontra sa Smart Omega para umpisahan ang ating unang laban.
Casters,
Paso!
The return of the King Slayers and the strength of Barangay is what we're about to witness for the first match of the day. This is the battle of RSG Philippines and Smart Omega. At your service, I am OSX. I'm with Leo and Renmar for the match of this afternoon. How are you boys doing?
First off, that's my line, and it's great to have you back on desk, Francis. Reptar, yesterday's matches were a hoot. Even if they both ended in a sweep, I walked away with a smile on my face.
I still haven't fully moved on. I woke up, got here, and am still here with a smile on my face because of what we saw yesterday.
I am feeling the same thing. I watched day 1, and from the match of day number 2, man, the action just keeps on going. How Mara and Hans is hinting about the new teams who's going to battle today, Smart Omega and RSG Philippines. There's a lot of things happening because now the homecoming Kings, the return of the Kings, they're back in the land of champions.
For the first time in the history of our young esport, there is an exodus, or rather a homecoming of imports that once played for other leagues all around Southeast Asia, all around the world at this point, and here we're seeing them in action. Demonkite, Kusey for RSG, and of course for OMG, that's Extort. I'm excited to see what they picked up from overseas and then now coming back home.
Yeah, and as great as it is to hear that our Filipino players are excelling abroad, it feels even better to see them come back in the land of champions and of course show us what made them such important pieces to teams abroad in the first place.
A homecoming it is. Once played abroad, now they are back. Kusey, Demonkite, Extort. I remember the days when I started my casting career in MPL Philippines. Was this Season 9, Season 10 RSG Philippines?
Right. Something to note. The 3 gentlemen that was on your screens just now won a championship in Season 9 all together. And here today, they're opening up their Season 13 campaign, going up against each other after going all around the world. See how perfect that is? See how the story just keeps on going?
It continues, Renmar.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to see a little bit of a reunion. I'm not sure who exactly we're going to be seeing play just yet. I have a feeling, though, based on the rosters we've seen, especially like for RSG, the announcements, I'm feeling the Demon King's coming back in the first game. I'm feeling Kusey is going to be there in the first game. My question, though, I wonder if Extort will be there because Barangay, pretty huge.
They are a new barangay that's rocking 2 roamers, 2 gold laners, 2 mid laners. The question is, who are we going to see? Again, they have Rookie of the Season, Matt. They have XP Lane Extraordinaire in Ryota, but also Lewis, very promising. We've seen him do some work. Again, it's like a box of chocolates. As Forrest Gump's mama said, you never know what you're going to get.
Who are you going to pick
line, right?
then? Because, yeah, you got it completely right. Because if we're going to pick the right chocolate for this match, this happened, well, the same thing with TNT last time. They had this 10-man roster, and now filling up and just watching it from their own roster reveal, we have new faces. from MDL Philippines. Now they're in MPL Philippines. Now, how this matters, because a lot of players are going back here in the Philippines again.
Yeah, along with the comeback, I do want to put a little bit more importance for the MDL players going up here to the MPL as the daddy of the MDL talents. They told me that. I'm not the one proclaiming myself that. They call me dad. It's proud to see that the players that I've seen played in MDL playing here in MPL, and I'm so excited to see them show off their abilities.
Thanks for that, and I'm excited because right now the match is about to start. Let's welcome our marshals. Coming up on our stage, we have Jeff, Wilbert, Chico, and Patrick.
Gentlemen, did you know that Patrick has always wanted to become a teacher?
That's really nice.
Cool.
Teachers deserve more love.
Oh, yeah. They are our educators.
Thankless job, but they keep doing it.
But now they're here with us. There you have it. RSG.
Once they were the raiders that ruled the sea. Though that era has passed, who's to say they can't run it back? With Nibor making his debut and the return of Demonkite! Rise! Slay! RSG Philippines! This is no longer the barangay we have come to know, but with a roster of decorated veterans and young talent, the fire to prove that they can still stand with the strongest teams in the world remains. Don't forget, they hail from the barangay. They are Smart Omega! MPL Arena, make some noise for our first match of day number 2.
And we have our first view of Barangay Omega and RSG Philippines. Now let's break down what's in the roster for the the Knights of RSG Philippines.
That's right. Call them Kingslayers, call them Raiders, because again, they're throwing back to so many different eras in their very illustrious career. Consistently a podium finish squad, RSG is introducing a new XP laner. Excited to see what Nibor brings to the table.
For Smart Omega, West, Matt, Ryle, Luis, and Mark, I'm looking at that MDL trio of Ryle, West, and Luis was also able to play there, or rather, marked. They are going to be running the tempo here for this new look Omega. They impressed me in their run as Smart Omega Neos in the MDL. I really want to see what they bring to the MDL. Are they going to bring that aggressive playstyle they showed off in that league?
Well, speaking of playstyle, I'm thinking about identity for the barangay, for Smart Omega, because right now we're seeing new 5 players in Barangay. For my way of looking back on my history when I started MPL Philippines, this is the first time we see Smart Omega with such new faces on their first day.
That's true.
Yeah, and I remembered something. I don't think you got to cast a Sir Matt game last season.
No.
So that's why he's really shocked about this layout.
Yeah. That's why he thinks it's all 5, but no. In the twilight of Season 12, they replaced the jungler and let Matt do the rest of the work, and that's how we won Rookie of the Season. All right, well, welcome to the Matt Show. I'm a big fan of Matt. That's no secret.
Count me in too. I'm about to witness that maybe a few minutes from now.
May have had a mini heart attack every time he played a baksha.
Yeah.
Would have stole a couple of lures that had definitely no business going over to Barangay. But yeah, no, definitely. I throw back to a season 9 Blacklist and season 12 Blacklist, wherein it's a total facelift. You're looking at a roster that you could have sworn is brand new. And that's what the Barangay brings. I'm liking it. Very familiar faces for RSG. And when you're looking at OMG, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah. And that's something definitely RSG has to watch out for. You again, fresh season, that's usually one of the biggest things is what do we expect from this team. Now that you're going up against players that you've rarely seen in an MPL level, you get a little bit of scouting report from the MDL performances, the performances of Matt from last season, but it's not enough compared to RSG. We've seen RSG excel and become champions of the past.
Yep, past, even the Kings of Sea, we call them that, and how they went through all the challenges, going back and forth, now back in the Philippines again. But now for this type of roster, how are they going to go up against with RSG? Now, if we're talking about Smart Omega's new players, I've seen 4 from MDL Philippines. How will they perform on day number 1? Like, will it be the same going from coming from the development league to the professional? Will they have jitters? Will they have that same hunger? Well, it's present, but how will they perform today?
Well, I don't think it's undeniable. The jitters will always be there. You're going from an online, from the bootcamp setup, to playing on the big stage, the stage that you want to be at. So, as we're talking about that, let's talk about our infinite keys to victory. For RSG, you have to watch out for the new Barangay's new identity. Since, again, you don't have a lot of scouting report on these players and how they want to perform or how they play in an MPL level, you still have to respect that. They deserve to make it to the highest peak of MLBB esports here in the Philippines, so you have to be careful around what they can potentially bring to the table. For Smart Omega, prove yourselves on the MPL stage. Easier said than done. Again, I pointed out the 3 players that came from the MDL Smart Omega Neo system loves to play aggressive. I want to see them bring that here. Don't be cautious going up against the Raiders or they will raid your jungle. And of course, for last key to victory, just show the chemistry that you have. We know RSG, the history they have playing together. The chemistry is going to be there. A few questions on Nibor though, their new EXP laner, we'll see. But for Smart Omega, they really have to show that they're ready for the big stage on their first day.
All right. In hindsight, I'd like to think maybe RSG is also starting close to ground zero. Because again, it has been a while since all 5 of these members have shared a desk, have shared a boot camp. Kusey coming in from Cambodia, spent the last 6 to 9 months of his career there. Demonkite spent the past 6 months in Malaysia. So it's been so long, plus Nibor, that's more than half of your team that's trying to reconnect. It's as good as fresh, I'd say. So on the scale of synergy, I'd say it's 50-50.
I agree, because this lineup could actually go with a mix and match. Either you go with a mint chocolate or a milk chocolate, because right now they need to actually make it work, you know? Because
like
if to think about the side of Smart Omega,
You got a little bit of drool there.
man,
Oh, sorry.
they have like 10 players. We've seen the people from the Barangay now up against RSG. We know how they actually work with the hero pool, but now with this 10-man roster, this is the advantage of having that huge hero pool with them.
A hero pool, maybe we'll see. I get your point here, and hopefully we get to see Omega flex. What I want to see here is that they aren't afraid
There you go.
to just experiment or show their hidden cards right away, to really understand what this new look Omega will be like. TNC did it yesterday. They to near succession with a mid lane Gushan in the very first game of MPL Philippines. So if I'm Omega, if you have things like that prepared, show it now, test it out, and show the rest of MPL why they should fear you.
All right, is it just me, or it's likely that it could be Ryle or West who does something crazy like that?
Oh yeah, man. There's a reason why we call West the West Side Killer in MDL.
Yep, there's a reason for that. Because big shout out to our team in MDL Philippines there, that they're rocking the global ban system. Now we're seeing the graduates of MDL Philippines from last season.
Yep.
Now they're here with Smart Omega.
Yeah, Smart Omega Neo, second placers in MDL Philippines Season 2, dropping to Echo Proud, 3-1 in the grand finals.
I swear that was such a jump. That was such a ride.
Yeah.
Again, the season prior, it was Echo, Proud, and Game Lab, and Neo just stepped up to the plate. At the leadership of Coach Dapp, we were like, you know what? No, it's us now.
Yeah.
All right, we are they.
Yeah.
We are they.
And now they are here because from the points of what we're talking about, how will they actually start their identity on the first day? Now, as we talk about Smart Omega, going back to RSG Philippines. Well, the returning players of RSG, it's been quite a while.
Yeah.
Like, how will the synergy would actually blend perfectly this time around as we go to the draft?
Yeah, and now as we enter the draft, since you did mention their RSG Philippines, I do have one very important point to make, and I think we have to discuss here. RSG has always been EXP lane centered. Their gameplay, their drafting, their rotations, the presence of Nats in the draft and in the game greatly affected how RSG plays. So it's not crazy to say there's a lot of pressure on the hands of Nibor and the EXP lane, because if you're RSG, you're not going to completely change the system because one of your players is new. You're going to adapt it a bit, but you're going to stick to what you're true to.
Again, I'm just going to put myself in the shoes of this young XP laner making his debut today. He's going to remember this day, much like the day he first learned how to ride a bike, the day he's going to get married, the day that his son is going to get born, his daughter, the day he debuts. And if he wins here tonight, oh, it's going to be a statement for the rest of the world because the world is watching. This is the home of champions. And if RSG win against the new barangay here with a new XP laner, oh, quaking in their boots, everybody.
Yep, a living testament that could be framed in a wall if that happens.
That's very true. I mean, that's what we usually do with memories. You want to put them up in the wall. And as we look at the wall of the bans we have right now, Arlot, Navaria, and Joy get taken out by Coach Panda. So knowing Aqua, they're going to be going for a backline-focused type of lineup with the range and poke that Aqua likes to deliver usually. For Amos, Gwyn, and Matilda gone. So this first pick?
The lawn's open. The lawn's open!
Sorry, the what?
Nolan!
Nolan, oh yeah, Nolan.
Oh, that's how you guys do it. Nolan.
Nolan.
Did they first pick Nolan? Because again...
Yeah, completely. They really can because without the presence of
There we go.
without the presence of the Arlot and the Navaria, this is a Nolan free reign early game.
Yeah,
Changrock M doing work.
I'm thinking the instant response would be, I wish I said it right away. I wish I just blurted out Harith. Just pick up the Harith there, and they are going to pick up the Ruby, of course, because when you're up against a Nolan and you're on the red side, one of the automatic first two picks on the red side is to go for the Ruby. Quick stats though, Demonkite is the MPL PH Season 8 Rookie of the Season, while Matt is the PH Season 12 Rookie of the Season.
These two young athletes are no stranger to pressure. In the very season that they made a debut on the big stage with the eyes of the world on their screens, watching and scrutinizing the performance, they said, you know what, I'm new here, but I'm at home. This is how we do it. And again, it's just a matter of time before Matt becomes a champion.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say it now.
That's not a hot take. That's not a hot take. That's realistic.
That is possibility.
That's realistic.
Sir Matt, do it from me.
Yep. From rookies to seasoned players, this is what MPL Philippines is honing these players to be. So the Harith and the Ruby, the first two picks, also the response with the Minotaur. This has been going from day number one, and from MDL, we have the Vexana and we have the Minotaur. The return of this hero is a threat to everybody right now.
Yeah, and the fact that you pick up the Minotaur up against heroes such as the Ruby and the Harith, it's simple really. You want them to try and force out their dashes, just trying to avoid using, trying to avoid them getting caught within the ultimate of the Minotaur. And of course, the Vexana is, again, one of the best mid laners right now, and you do not want to go up against a lineup that has a Vex, Ruby, and Harith. So it's a prio and at the same time a steal.
I can imagine exactly how RSG is looking to do this and how OMG might be responding. I like this pickup. Again, can't confirm this is going to be a Lilia with a Purify because you're staring down a big Eternal Guard, you're staring down a Minoan Fury, and from here on, the remaining picks for RSG are going to be little, how do I say, little garnishes, just ways to keep the opponents where you need them to be to get these big ticket ults so that Demonkite can do some cleanup.
Yeah, that's one thing that we need also to focus on. Yeah, the Lilia, I was thinking kind of like a Faramis as well. But I think there's one thing to hold where the middle lane could actually not be in both sides to get busy. Yeah.
Where they cannot be.
Yeah.
I guess it's important also to note where they won't be, which means both teams have to invest in vision. I'm wondering where else vision can come from. Again, we already see the roamers, essentially. How do you like XP lane Ruby these days?
It's okay for me. Rome still seems to be the best place to put it in.
It's not so fetch for me, man.
Really? You're more for XP lane Ruby?
No. Rome. I'm saying
Rome,
I
yeah,
don't like
same.
XP Ruby.
Really? I'm with
okay.
XP Ruby nowadays.
I'm okay with it. I'm not completely against it. You just need to build around it really well because it takes a while for her to join in the fights. Her wave clear is like okay, but compared to the wave clear speed of other EXP laners, you won't feel her as much in certain portions of the game. Now, looking at the lineup, and I'm really glad that RSG actually took out the Martis here because the point I wanted to make was that Omega's lineup, if you have on Harith and then it's paired up with the Ruby and Lilia, they want to pick up a jungler that can go invade, play aggressive. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sir Matt and Omega are thinking about maybe picking up the Barretts, if not that, the Fredrin, so that they can have someone fronting, get vision, maybe invade if they can, because they're up against an assassin
So,
jungler.
more on the utility. How about taking
Exactly.
about an assassin pick?
There's
How about
no,
Elancy
There's no
here?
assassins left.
You
There's
okay.
the only valid assassin here is Nolan or or Fanny.
Or Fanny for Sir Matt.
Give some space for
Could be.
the assassin.
But I like the box better. I like.
Yeah,
you
box.
mentioned the Barats. You mentioned the Fred. I like the box.
Yeah. Someone who can go like that. And the fact that they're taking away a carry and a
Uh-huh.
Nathan, that means that's where they're leaning to.
It's the Fred or the box.
Yeah, Fred or the backs. Well, one of those two. Someone tanky and they're going to be invading because that's how you like to play. If you have a Harith gold lane, you want your middle three to be able to invade and be aggressive so that your Harith is just free reign.
Yeah. The gold lane right now of Omega is just really shining, and to focus on the bans here of RSG Philippines with the Martis here, they're just trying to trim down the choices of jungler heroes of Smart Omega. They have taken on the Martis, could be still the Box or even the Fredrin.
Yeah,
they're
it's
gonna
one or the
choose-
other. The box, the Fred, or the Barats.
Yeah.
And then they kind of allow the rest.
Yeah. It's just them, I feel like, also trying to decide what they're going to go for here. They take out the Grok instead. I think they were... They were probably thinking the Ruby was going to go XP and then the Grok would go Roam, or vice versa. We have seen that in other tournaments recently. So if I'm Omega, go ahead and pick up your jungler now. You can save your EXP potential Roam. Again, that could still be a flex Ruby for later.
That could still be a good hold. That could be a good option for Smart Omega. Good thing they pointed that out, because right now they need to have this balance on how to even protect this Harith for having a good amount of dance in team fights.
That's what you call information economy.
Yeah.
You allow for your opponent to keep guessing, even if it's
Yeah.
safe to pick up the jungler anyways. That's exactly what you do, because you keep them on their toes up to the very last pick. One of the few strengths Red Side has.
Yeah.
Info Eco.
And the fact that you have they're going to go to Tigreal, so it's going to be an
Exactly.
XP lane Ruby.
Oh.
The thing here, though, is RSG would be more inclined to pick up something like Brody Bruno, someone with those chunky but not too fast attack speed type of gold laners, because they don't really have the backline access for Omega for them. So then it's going to be a lot of room. They just need a much tankier EXP laner as well. But catch on the Harith is quite lacking. I'd want to see them with an EXP laner with a bit more control. They can go Petrify Yu Zhong if they feel like it.
Or how about a Lapu?
Lapu, quite difficult to land the Land Shaker.
He'll be
with
chasing.
it. He'll be chasing, yeah.
It'll be a very reactive play style. So I'm wondering what Nibor brings to the table, because again, it's a relatively blank slate for me. Tabula Rasa. I have very mid expectations. I don't want to put too much on the young man's shoulders. There it is. The glue.
Yeah,
A better
the Bruno
option.
Too, but then the glue is, I wish I mentioned it, because we saw it in other tournaments as well, where up against a Harith and you don't really want to go for a diving EXP laner. You need a little bit more control. You pick up the glue to help control all the zones that the Harith can dash through.
Whoa,
But Omega with a high loss.
Hold up.
Okay.
Jungle Hylos?
It looks like it, yeah.
That is a quick way to clear a jungle if they're going to go with that route.
They are playing with a box, man. This is the biggest box I've seen in a while. Since the days of M4, with Echo rocking the Eve, rocking the... come on, man. You got the Glorious Pathway, you got the Zaman Force,
Yeah.
you got the Implosion. This is where we fight.
Yeah, this is where you fight, and really Omega is gonna try to invade. It looks like if Omega gets their way, RSG won't even be able to properly farm or rotate until maybe like 3 or 4 jungle spawns later.
Okay, so there's a lot of difficulty in that kind of like growing lineup what we see with a Hylos. A debut pick again for this season and as well as a great way to answer for this kind of lineup that Omega wants to do with RSG. This is their first match. We're about to see how their strength, how their identity would plant on their first day in MPL Season 13. Let's see how this goes. I want to know where this Hylos is going, and he's going to the jungle.
Yep, definitely going to be there. Let's see what happens. You see there the Tigreal already getting information for Omega, and now it's going to be slow. No clear invades just yet. The first invade might actually happen around the first turtle.
Good control as well. So this is probably just the vision game that Light has an advantage against this Tigreal. This is the one thing that you need to do as a Tigreal. How will you actually have that perfect check push or give vision? Because that was the thing that they wanted to answer. Light has more advantage in getting vision in early game.
Yep, also has solid re-engage. Again, the motivation roar helps keep them going. Minotaur doesn't need mana.
Yeah, and now as we look at our emblems, I really want to see what the Hylos is on. Toughness, of course. Electro Flash, interesting, but then a bit more movement speed there as well. The Glue going for the basic common emblems and just going for the 2 feet. So he wants to be able to rotate quickly as well, which is why I feel like RSG are already expecting a lot of invades and a lot of aggression in the jungle coming in from Omega.
I think this is the advantage also about how Leo pointed out that the Ruby could actually be viable as a roam pick, and you're up against a Glue.
Whoa.
This is what you struggle with.
DK and Kusey pushing back west, putting him at half health. You're seeing now in play the new adjustment in the patch. 35% now, the damage reduction underneath Tier 1 Gold.
Yeah. So RSG will have to be more calculated if they want to go for those ganks there. What we have to really watch out for here is what happens after this first turtle. Because I feel like whoever gets it, if RSG gets it, they'll back off. If Omega gets it, they're invading.
All right, here we go. The first turtle of the game. Matt out of mana. Turtle at a 10th of its health. Demonkite coming for the steal. Matt secures.
Okay.
Completely, Omega takes the first objective.
Yeah.
That was a quick one, I say.
Yeah, and Omega made the right call there. The timers on the purple buff wasn't quite close enough to go for an invade. If they forced an invade, it would have been quite costly there for Omega, so they backed off and just go for slow rotation. So slow and steady is what's happening here so far, but we also have to watch out potentially if Light and Marked, along with their mid laners, will try to pull the trigger on a surprise play and pick off.
Well, speaking of surprise play and pickoffs, this is the advantage maybe of having the Hylos in team fights. Combine the power of movement speeds a lot for Smart Omega right now. Is an advantage such as this. Another visit though.
Here we go. Matt gets caught in that little corridor, dropping the ult already. Demonkite backing out, knocking Nibor up. Split away. No dice.
Marked used that flicker. Was trying to get something now, but kind of missed the chance.
Yeah, Demonkite was able to dash away just in time. Out of trouble.
One more time. Minnow and Fury knocking up Matt. And that last jump in, the desperation stomp, securing that kill.
Aqua for the first blood. RSG now just with in-time responses against Omega's early game visits.
That's what to expect when it's a slow start. It's going to be up to the roamers and with their mid laners to find an opportunity. Light and Aqua, that big Minnow and Fury coming in from Light, starting things off here for RSG. So now let's see who will be going into the first major rotation in the gold lane to disrupt. It's RSG to try and disrupt West. Yes, you need to stop the Harith, or at least make it uncomfortable for him to farm up.
Yep, pressure on the gold lane. Probably putting more weight on West here.
Yeah.
Didn't get any kills yet, but this is just completely RSG doing their work.
Yeah, Aqua's first item, actually the glowing wand. He needed to build that considering that he's up against really tanky presences there, tanky front line. And that's a trend that we've been seeing lately. Glowing wand, sort of like the magic demon hunter sword to pick up.
Well, speaking of which, second objective is up. Matt on low mana. Nibor in the position. But I love where Kusei's Demonkite is heading right now. Look
and
like it's about to
here's the
start.
collapse. The Glorious Pathway keeping him
Whoa.
up. The EG dropping him. One more on Fury. It's like a jumpy house up in here. 2 down for Omega. And RSG go for the turn. Taking down Ryle. Lewis walking away. Ryle survives via the black shoes. Run, Ryle, run. Another jump in by Light. Down goes Ryle. Demonkite finds one in the back. Kusei secures underneath Tier 2. Just like that. The Raiders find more.
the main difference between the two mid laners, Aqua has a great control ability in that knockup. The Lilia, not so much. And you saw there how the Eternal Guard entry messed up the team fighting of Omega and helped set up all the burst coming out of Demonkite. Aqua himself, the Minoan Fury, and even Nabor with a really great gank as the glue.
My goodness, crowd control. This is RSG Task Force Overload Barangay Omega. How will you use it at the right moments on those kinds of team fights?
OMG right now are super Purify reliant. Like, they super need the Purify to get out of anything. And now I think they have to accept the fact that they're going to play on the defense until they're ready, until there's farm on West.
Let's see if Omega, they don't really have the best poke from their main damage dealer in the Harith. So a lot of the pressure for the clear and the management will come from the hands of Ryle. Omega need to find a way to slow things down so that they can get a bit of farm. But Demonkite aggressive!
Whoa! My goodness!
Oh, I didn't expect Demonkite would get the kill there. Black Shoes popped off, but Fracture just in time.
Well, look at the damage, and then he just got the Blade of Heptasis. That moment he got that kill.
Yep. And now RSG gonna force the issue, take down Gold Lane Tier 1, and close the gap. They're gonna starve Omega starting now.
And no turrets, not even the damage from all lanes from RSG.
It's going to be really tough for Omega here. This might even triggering a surprise play, might come in costly. They don't have like the burst damage just yet. The burst is on the side of RSG. If Omega picks someone off, it's going to be a 50-50. They're not even going to be sure if they're going to be able to land a kill.
And another objective for RSG, as quick as it is, another turtle for this one. The lanes right now is just the problem of Omega.
West Salmon Force. West obliges.
Wow.
Picks a fight. Nibor holding out for his ult. And just like that, OMG are cordoned off. They can't even cross Tier 2 threshold, man. Even Mark is struggling to fight against Nibor here. And there's a bush held by Omega. They're all thinking about it, and they all say, no, we can't take this fight. Not 7 minutes in, not 5K down.
Yeah, the front line of RSG right now is tanky, and it just sucks a lot of damage being pulled in the turret.
I'm offended, says Lewis, feeding a kill over the West. They're not going to be able to defend Tier 2 up top. But just like that, a little bit of breathing room. They get a shutdown, they get a kill. But what does Omega do with that?
Well, let's see if they can get some room now that the glue isn't there, but it'll be back really quickly. Again, they'll just be stuck in their side of the river. The funny thing about the Omega lineup, it's countered by one item on the hands of Nibor, and that is the Radiant Armor. The point I made earlier about Omega lacking burst damage, well, they made a smart play. They saw the glue and they brought him under the turret, who deals sort of burst damage, I guess, after like 2 more hits.
It's true damage at
It's
that
true
point.
damage at that point. So Omega made a good play, but if they do that in the middle of the jungle or anywhere else, it's not going to work out that well for them.
Well, speaking of not working out, Omega needs more of the objectives rather than team fights. Answering all RSG's breadcrumbs is just a big of a problem. Even just take on the damage of West, still a trouble part of the marksman of Omega.
Yeah, with 8.5 minutes in, 10 seconds until the next Lord. Even Matt's struggling to keep his orange, right?
Yeah.
An EG dropped here. Nibor down to a third of his health force now to a split. RSG making a beeline for the Lord. Gentlemen, I'm getting flashbacks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the opening weeks of MPL Philippines Season 7, Smart Omega also rocked a lineup very similar. It was very, very magic heavy, and it only worked up to a certain point. And now, as we take a trip back memory lane, forcing out a glorious pathway to stop the forward surge of RSG.
And just as that, another objective taken by RSG. Ultimates being used as a resource for fallbacks and retreat for Omega. Not looking good for the Barangay's first match against RSG.
Yeah, we have to check the items, and the Lilia still not going to be enough here. They need more damage output from the Lilia especially, because alongside the Harith, up until the Harith gets the third item, is going to be the Lilia helping ease things up. But as the game goes on, RSG will start to feel the damage of Omega, even though they'll have Radiant Armors, maybe even BFBs, and other magic damage reduction items. Yeah, it's still going to be felt, but the question is, can Omega drag it on for that long?
Oh no, down bottom. Demonkite's in trouble. Lewis and Mark couldn't finish the job.
See, he will still get away.
Yeah, still, ultimate's used though. That's just how quick Demonkite can escape though. Tower up top action!
Here's the ult from Matt. Glorious pathway set in the knock-up. Nibor looking for one.
Oh!
Eternal Guard taking down the big Centaur. And they're down a man. Zaman Force dropped in by West. And they're trying to keep this turret. Not gonna do. Aqua takes it down. And just like that, RSG like sharks in the water. Swirling around the barangay. Moves on to their next target. Mid lane inhibitor. Bottom lane, tier 2 taken down by DK. RSG, slowly but surely, taking a throwback. This is Death Ball at its finest.
They can't go out even. Omega's looking for it to hold even in their own base. Turret being taken down as well. Last one standing down bottom.
Yeah, textbook and fundamental RSG is just what we're seeing right now. Everyone knows exactly what they need to do. I really want to commend Nibor here. The biggest question mark heading into this game for RSG PH, but he's doing his job really well. He's helping Light get vision. He's staying aggressive. He knows sometime in some positionings, he's the primary roamer and vision getter, and that's exactly what he's been doing. As members of Omega try to take him down, they're just getting information, then Light will come in with a good Minoan Fury. Comparing, look at that, 5,000 gold deficit, close to it, between the two junglers, just to prove how hungry RSG has been.
Oh, Nibor forced out the glorious pathway out of Matt. He got him!
Grab! Where's he taking him? How far? Not enough damage. Matt able to retreat into his base. No inhibitors withstanding though, so not as well of a punish potential. Look at how deep West is. What's he doing down there?
He's trying to clear out some waves.
Oh no! He spots Demonkite. Can he play this fight? There's a Zaman Force. DK trying to time it out. Mark taking this bush, trying to protect him.
Calvary's
West
here.
Gets spotted by Light and Kusey. Down West goes. The demon strikes.
Looked like a bit of a miscalculation there by West. I feel like he could have gotten that recall off. He decided to cancel it, wait, see what he could get, and then RSG just quickly responded. Omega, at this point, can just stare and watch. No contest for this Lord. Again, the comeback's just going to come from making the most out of an RSG error, or somehow Lewis and Mark chaining the members of RSG under the base, getting help from the damage of the base, and hoping that West and Ryle have the items to burst down the members of RSG.
Items and another objective for RSG, quickly melting it like butter on a corn sundae.
Oh no.
RSG.
What? What?
Yeah, this is what I do on the afternoons.
What's a corn sundae?
You have the char-broiled corn and butter.
Oh, okay, that's what you meant.
Yep, and this is just the damage of RSG showing up to the barangay. A difficult situation here, Leo.
But the worst is yet to come. There's still a massive enhanced Lord marching down through mid. And the best that Omega can do is hope that they keep all of their base. That's it. I'm sure they're going to lose this inhibitor down bottom. And then this fight may be the last. Here we go. Lord marching in. Omega dropping the damage, pulling it over to the side. Glorious pathway from Matt. They come in crashing. They come in jumping. The Minoan Fury. Spent up already. Cancelled. Matt very low. Nibor gets the grab, pulling him over. Ryle goes down. The base in jeopardy. Nibor goes down. And just like that, the Raiders take game 1.
Starting the day strong with a clean game. RSG Philippines. Wow, that's just showing a lot of potential. Dana, we were talking about chemistry check on how these players would actually work. That Demonkite and Aqua giving a high five with just one another like, hey man, we still got this.
Gentlemen, is this the fastest game so far?
So far this season, yes.
Yes.
Sub 11 minutes, around 10:30, 10:40.
It wasn't enhanced Lord, so I'd say it was sub 15.
Sub 15, okay.
Very fast though still.
And the score with 8-1. A clearly clean dominating game for RSG Philippines.
Yeah, but one kill, and it was a Nibor through the I'm offended up top.
Yep. And one turret down bottom.
Yeah.
That's just it.
It just goes to show that the kill that they got, they needed the help of the turret to actually get that kill.
Yeah.
Needs to be a big meeting on the back end there for Omega in terms of what they need to do to adjust to game number 2. There's a lot I want to say about that.
Yeah, very scattered draft, I gotta say again.
Yeah.
Now, in hindsight, again, we do admit it's 2020 and it's a much clearer picture once they've started to execute, but I struggled to see what this lineup wanted to do when it got past mid-game and it didn't get the snowball it was looking for.
Yeah, the snowball would, for me, I was trying to expect actually if the Hylos either was in Rome or even it was a viable way to catch a bit of amount of 4 members from RSG to get that Harith go with another ultimate showdown dance. That could be a great factor to just give out damage, but they were struggling to get that perfect set.
What it wanted to do was just to stun the Nolan and then go from there.
And there you have it. Let's break things down a bit.
All right, so here's what I want to say about what we saw. Demonkite, welcome back to the Philippines, by the way. Your first game MVP. Fun fact about Demonkite was the regular season MVP in Malaysia. 5-0-3, and he played this really well. Now, the biggest question I had was I really thought that Omega would be the aggressors here because their lineup looked like it was built for it. They are assassin junglers, or there's an assassin jungler on the side of RSG from Demonkite. But what happened was we saw Omega played like they had the assassin jungler on their side a bit more reserved. The times we saw the clashes or those little engagements happened because it was Demonkite pressing forward and actually getting the information in the opposing jungle, trying to steal resources away from Omega and Matt. Demonkite here really just impressive in terms of his rotation, and really seems like it seems like he didn't go to Malaysia for a season. The chemistry that he has with Light and even Aqua just played really well here. It seems like they understood where the other always wanted to be. They always made sure that, sort of like similar to the AP Brand buddy system, there always had to be a play available for someone when they were getting to those crucial areas of the game. And of course, because you have a lot of abilities on the side of RSG to help gather everyone, considering that the Omega lineup is full collapse, then Demonkite just really needs to make the most out of his fractures and his full combos with the Nolan. So congratulations, Demonkite, as the MVP. You have to discuss here the draft of Omega that was quite everywhere. Again, I understood what they wanted to do. They're up against a assassin jungler. So what RSG did to sort of offset what Omega had, even though they didn't know what the last pick jungler would be, most likely it was going to be tanky, they went ahead and picked up the glue, which can be quite disruptive if the glue isn't kept in check in the EXP lane. Nibor was able to freely rotate in key portions of the game, especially by the second or third turtle, if I'm not mistaken, by the next Lords, and he was really present helping Light get info. Because of Omega, again, my question is, how come they didn't play a little bit more aggressive? I thought that that's what they wanted to go for with this kind of lineup. They didn't. And it goes back to, again, I feel like Omega just still trying to find the sort of flow of the game with this kind of lineup, considering that after the first turtle, usually the tendency is when you have an assassin jungler, you want to invade that. So I thought they timed the take of the turtle a little bit closer to maybe 3 or 2 seconds. So when the purple buff of Demonkite spawns, Omega with the turtle buff, with the tanky lineup, will be able to press forward, invade into the jungle of Demonkite and RSG, and that's how they're going to start with their own snowball by disrupting the rotation of Demonkite. But we didn't get to see that. But again, hindsight, perfect vision. Don't know what happened in the comms there of Omega. What really looked like, from an outsider perspective, is that they didn't make the most of what could have been with their lineup to help the Harith snowball and stuff.
Speaking of what could have been,
stuff.
And I love the end stuff. Well, speaking of stuff, that what could have been, I was kind of thinking, like, with the presence of the Vexana there, I was thinking of what if they got the Valentina from there? Because that was the biggest problem of Omega, that the backline and of how they even need to hold that burst. Because right now, speaking of burst damage, I'm going to talk about your chance of getting the aspirant skin of Leslie or even or Chang'e on your first draw with just 50% off. The skins are now available, and the first draw could be your lucky chance in getting these heroes. Who knows? So the event is just during all of the times it's present, but it's now available. Go ahead and get it.
That's right. And again, it's not just the first that matters. If you go ahead and do a 10 draw, there is an unowned epic skin guaranteed for you. So again, just check which ones are in the pool, and then you can grab that.
Yep, I was kind of thinking I want to get that Franco, well, the Thor Franco. I hope.
Wait, So you want to join the Aspirant draw to get the Thor Franco? All right.
I don't know my odds, but right now, Infinix GT Series outplays the rest. Brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 13. Looking sleek in black, and you have that gaming lines on the back. I love
Be Unstoppable now play the rest with the Infinix GT series.
I love it. Thank you for catching that. There you go.
Oh, sorry, I kind of lost. It's staring at me. I kind of understand.
You're staring at you?
No, it's staring at me.
Oh.
I understand what Gollum feels now with the one ring.
Oh yeah, speaking of...
You mean Dobby?
Yes, I love Star.
Francis, continue.
Now let's go ahead and get our attention on the screen in a few moments from now, because if we're talking about Gollum and the rings, well, we're looking at the players who were named King Slayers for a reason. The Knights, the Kings, now they're back. And one ode Omega.
Yeah, new look Omega at that. And I mean, if you have a reputation as the former MSC champions, the former Kings of MPL Philippines.
Very first Filipino MPLI champions.
The very first Filipino MPLI champions, that too. This is how you play the game. You show the young bloods, the kids who finally achieved their dream of making it to the MPL, it's not going to be that fun just yet. You're going to have to go through a lot of rings before you make it to the top.
I think that's the greatest experience they could ever bring in from the pro scene. Now let's check on Demonkite on how he went through with his journey. Demonkite on RSG on screen.
Ibang timpla ng playstyle kasi may mga bago kaming players and mas in-improve namin yung decision making namin ngayon. Siguro yung bago, siguro yung attitude sa laro kasi nung past seasons medyo nawala ako sa track sa paglalaro ng ML. Kumbaga nawala yung passion ko sa laro and I think this time nagbalik ulit. Marami natutunan especially sa sarili ko na mas marami pa pala akong pwedeng may improve tsaka marami pa akong pwedeng magawa sa laro.
That's the journey of Demonkite going back in the pro scene in MPL Philippines Season 13. I think in the world of MLBB and MPL, there's a lot of ways to actually grow. In-game, outside of the game, even just learning from your teammates who's been grinding their way outside and even inside of the Philippines.
Yeah, of course. Where else? Where else, tell me, pray tell, is the best place to grow if you want to achieve your MLBB dreams? Become a mid-season cup champion, become an M5 or M-Series world champion. You do it here, in the home of champions. There's a reason why we're getting exported all over the world.
Yeah, but now it's good to see that these original players are also back. Like, regaining back their because Demonkite has been busy all around some in a region that they could actually have a dominance with. But now, back in the Philippines, how is this looking, Leo?
I'd like to think it's the first of its kind and we're going to experience or see something we've never seen before. I can't recall who I had a conversation with, and I'd say it was over the past couple of years, and it stuck with me because this gentleman asked me, Leo, has there ever been an import that played and succeeded elsewhere and then came back and made a big impact locally? And I couldn't say anything to this gentleman. I can remember it's a dude, but I don't know who it was. And then now I can go, hey, watch MPL Season 13. We got a handful of players who won big elsewhere, came back, and are still doing well in MPL PH. That's what this chapter, or at least for their parts of their careers and this season, is all about.
Yeah, and just to add to that little story of Demonkite, add to his legacy, you know, officially, he didn't win the MPLI 2023 as an RSG Philippines player because officially he was an RSG Malaysia loan to RSG PH for MPLI 2023.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
He was
a
an
loan?
Yeah, it's listed there. Loan from RSG Malaysia to RSG PH for MPLI. And then after that, that's when the update of Demonkite leaves RSG MY for RSG PH.
Oh,
it's just a little technicality thing.
So he's supposed to be black and orange.
Yeah. I just saw that
you for
earlier.
bringing that
I
up.
went through Wikipedia and I was like, wait, seriously? I really thought that he was like full RSG. Nope, he was alone at that time.
Demonkite things.
Demonkite things.
Well, that is just purely experience talking through game number 1. How about we go to game number 2? Let's head on to the draft. How will Omega manage to actually have the right mix this time with this second game?
And can I say, this time, game 2, I'm pretty sure Coach Lembot's going to keep it low to the ground, close to the chest. We got to go to the fundamentals first, and then try to, again, Reptar, you agree with me, have good damage coverage, not all magic.
Yep, not all magic damage. You got to get some physical in there. And then, okay, I know I got my wish of surprise picks right away to show what you're made of.
Hello, cray.
But a little bit too crazy for my taste. The cushion from TNC yesterday made sense for the scenario, although they lacked wave clear, but it made sense. Here it was sadly countered also by a glue. A last pick blue side glue with a radiant armor. So Omega now will start taking away Harith, Faramis, and then the Guinevere, while RSG will take away Matilda and then the Nolan.
Nolan now this time, again, very much respected by Coach Panda and Coach Daliot. They played it last game. You know what else is open though? The Joy.
Joy?
Will Matt pick it up though? Will Coach Lembot snap that up?
Yeah, it's not really a first pick right away by most teams. It usually goes into the second picks for everyone else. We might see something off kilter here. A lot, too much. Let's see if West gets one of his signature heroes in the Claude. Claude is very first pickable right now. We do see it happen, but they need to make sure that they have the right heroes paired up with it to help dive with the Claude, because if they go Claude here for Omega, RSU will just pick up the Ruby.
Well, dive with the Claude. How about a Yuzong?
Yuzong, maybe a little bit later on once we see the other pieces.
Yuzong's a last phase or a red side thing?
Yeah, Yuzong or Ruby could actually be a good pair with the Claude.
A lot of solid first picks though, gentlemen. Again, the aforementioned Joy, Vex is out there.
Sana, exactly.
Oh, there you go.
There she is.
Yeah, that's the usual first pick that you
one
want to
thing
go for.
Yeah, so Vexana, good priority though on Omega. One thing also is open is the Barretts.
Yep.
Barretts.
Minotaur.
Yep. Same as...
I don't know why I just keep thinking I want to see Claude right now.
Yeah.
And then just make sure you get some really good poke here.
Hold up. Because Claude wasn't picked last game. Wasn't banned either.
Yeah.
Let me...
That's why you want Claude.
Yeah. I just
it
want to see
works.
him. It works out. Again, this is going to be backline. We don't know what the gold laner will be. If it's going to be a Brody or Bruno yet again, that kind of type. But... Oh, wait, no. That's for the side of Omega. But RSG can just run the same thing again.
Well, speaking of running things again, now they're really taking time with their first pick here. Yes!
Oh, one of your favorite heroes.
I am so happy right now. In this game, they pick it. You don't want to pair it up with the Claude, Vex, and a Barretts, because that is just completely backline domination and just penetration.
Yep.
Even knock up.
Then now Omega are going to be thinking, since, okay, carries on the other side, RSG is sort of telling Omega, we know you want to pick tanky as well. When you're up against a Barretts, you want to match it with the same tankiness. There it is, the Bruno, as mentioned, but this time for the side of Omega. So I wonder if they're just going to run a slightly tweaked variation of the RSG lineup from game number 1. Could work out. Arlott, priority EXP laner, and someone that when you're up against a Barretts, and again, still just a really good pick that you can flex from XP to roam.
That's right. Yep. Lewis played a mean Arlott when he debuted, when he first played for Smart Omega.
Yeah, season 11.
In this very same building.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bring back the best things. Speaking of, could be the best here also for if RSG would consider their mid lane, I think Valentina is really showing really good right now if they want to do it.
2 big ults, the Eternal Guard and the Final Slash.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's a signature there for Aqua. But right now, if they're going to pick up the Valentina, I understand why they want to pick it third, but I also kind of want to see its 4th pick. Because right now, if they pick up a Valentina here and then the draft is adjusted later on, then it's going to be hard. It's going to be Joy.
So this could possibly be
I'm not turning
I'm
not turning off the idea of a mid lane Joy. RSG have done that before. We know it's either XP, we know it's either jungle.
Yeah.
That Barretts might also even go into the EXP lane.
That's right.
Yeah. Good flex as well.
Those are the only options.
Yeah. So a lot of flexibility here for RSG. It's going to be hard to read. I think we can read it better once we see the bans. Yeah, based on the bans
Or
here.
fourth pick. I'd like to think fourth pick will make more sense. Like after the bans,
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to try to attack Omega and not really give us. Again, the strength of Red Side is the information economy.
Yeah.
So it'll be more for them.
Yeah. So if it's gonna be fourth pick, oh wait, no, yeah, whatever you pick at the fourth pick, we'll just show it.
I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm still just reading through. So since
Okay, they're the one
Carrie,
pick off.
well, since Carrie's present here, what could be the? Oh, okay.
You know, I have this weird
So
feeling.
they're pushing it to the XPR. They're on the
Yeah.
mid.
I have this kind of weird feeling that maybe RSG on the back of their head is thinking, hey, what if Omega goes jungle Hanzo? And then
Really?
they're just
Like
covering
that?
their bases.
Really?
Like that.
Yeah.
Oh, check it out. Again, for those of y'all who did not catch MPL S13, this is one of the reasons why Demonkite won regular season MVP. Went 7-2, played 29 games with Lancelot so far in his career.
Wow. 7-2. So that's the reason why he's just completely on the focus, even for the assassin heroes that could actually show up. Because in the game number 1, Omega is also focused on the assassin heroes that could actually be picked up by Demonkite. So Fredrin and Kaja probably just they're trying to push things with this first pick of the Arlet, because
Yeah.
could this be just even a Roam or an EXP Arlet?
Again, it's still difficult to tell where it's going to be. They can still flex it. And RSG taking away those two heroes, I feel like they're just trying to take away the capability of Omega to take control of the center of the map. When you have Kaja, you have fast wave clear, you have the Divine Judgment to worry about. If you have a Fredrin, of course, we all know how Fredrin likes to play the jungle. So it's like RSG want Omega to play reserved again. Like super cautious, hard to control the middle of the map.
Corner them.
Corner them,
Even
exactly.
worse. There's the Valentina.
Oh yeah.
So,
okay. Just oh yeah. I think I remember you place it perfectly that they might be expecting to do that on the second phase.
Oh, that was Leo who mentioned that.
Yeah,
Of course,
Leo.
Valentina.
Correction. Yep.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just trying to just trim down the choice of what's going to be paired up with this Valentine, because Fredrin could actually be a good sense of a partner.
I said that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did. Definitely did.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We can put it back on recall.
I think a lot of what's going on is Coach Lembot stepping up, saying, you know what, Coach Panda, we're still in control. We can also play the flex game. Because they also have a set of chips on their own. Again, the Arlot is very questionable. Like, where is it going?
Yeah. Let's see if RSG will pick up a Nano or even a Lilia here. One of those two. But not just yet. It's a Ruby. Still a lot of flex, honestly. But I'm inclined to think it's going to be a... No, not even. Still a lot of flex.
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
They're not giving us anything right now.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Yeah, but this 4 picks of
House of
RSG,
Dragons.
yeah, really makes sense.
Love
Because
Game of Dragons.
yeah,
Continue, Francis.
yeah, you're getting my hopes up and just watching the trailer for the House of Dragons.
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
excited.
We're talking about the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the dragons. Don't leave me here.
This last pick from Omega will definitely quell all. You know what? I'm not even going to say that. I can't say that for sure. Because they might, again, go pick crazy heroes that we still don't know where they went. Because, again, they picked Hylos last game.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a roamer. Definitely a roamer now.
Definitely Rome.
Rome.
Definitely EXP. And yeah, it's a Martis.
All right, so as predicted, kept it closer to the chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Martis will go into the jungle, and the Arlot will go in the XP.
We could have just waited maybe on the last 2 picks, but there's a lot of crowd control from Smart Omega right now. So completely, this is just Aquas here that you were probably waiting. Still not gonna cross out the potential of the Joy being in the mid. What could be still the options here? Because even the Valentina, they banned it out. Omega saw it coming. Could be still used.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be a mid laner that they're looking for, then it's either just going to be Lilia or the... Nana.
I like the Nana.
Yeah, I prefer the Nana here better. When you're up against like a Martis, Minnow, Arlot, a lot of dive. Yeah.
Yes!
There she is.
Yeah, finally. I mean, we did see her yesterday, but there we go.
Oh, okay. So this is a side lane. Barrett's.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you have a Ruby there.
Yeah.
I would prefer this configuration.
Yeah, the Roam.
And it makes sense. Both lineups have good skirmish.
Yeah.
I'd say RSG has a solid box. Or rather, sorry, Omega. I'm used to RSG being on blue. Omega has a solid box, but RSG can definitely penetrate. They can skirmish. They can move around.
Yeah, great skirmishing. And then to add to that, in terms of moving around, we really have to look at the EXP lane again, because in terms of the matchup of that lane, Barretts is one of the best lane duelists in the EXP lane. Not a lot can go up against him.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to see how specifically the Arlot on the side of Mega will handle going up against the Barretts. Which one of them will be more present around the map in the first 5 minutes of the game is one of the bigger questions.
It's game number 2. It's match point for RSG Philippines. Will the Barangay or Smart Omega push it to a game number 3? Let's see where this game will go.
All right, first early rotations. Slow start here. They just want to get around the mid for a clear. No tell. It seems like they're both going to be exiting up top or around the center of the map for their first exit, though.
Okay. Something to note, very little leashing from the mid laners. They understood that it was going to be a 2v2 early on, jockeying for position. Anything out of the ordinary for the emblems?
Nope. Rupture still there.
I like common emblem Barats.
Yeah, he does need it because of the mana. It does help out.
And with that, quick rotations from Demonkite helping secure the Little Wanderer.
Yep. One thing also I noticed, there's no Purify present for RSG, regardless of how crowd control is so present, or it's just Omega has a great amount of crowd control right now. Completed, they just need a flicker to get in and go in and out, and Matt is on level 4, by the way. In just 1 minute 20 seconds.
Alright, so no one's seeing each other just yet, but Omega priming for an aggressive position around the mid. 30 seconds before the turtle spawns. I think RSG want to build an advantage there. They're just hovering around Louis, so they have a little bit more control from the bottom side because they have the explainer going around first. Omega, though, they're going to be looking to go up top.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, they got bad intentions for Kusey.
He feels it.
I'm not so sure if RSG is ready for this kind of gank.
Oh,
all right,
no, they back away. They back away.
5 seconds off the turtle. I think they want to jockey for that.
I think Lewis could be their prime target because he's not getting level 4 yet, so you don't want to see this if you're an EXP laner, so this is just the advantage of RSG. Clearly having a good start.
Yep. As expected here, Omega, they're still hovering around. This is actually quite contestable. They can try to go for this. It still looks good.
The turtle goes in, half health. There's
the
final slash and the collapse. DK though still threads the needle, finds the steal. Nibor with a deadness welcome, throwing him over to the wall, but Matt survives, but only for a second more. There's a trade. Aqua takes 1. Nibor for Matt. Turtle goes to the Raiders. What an opening bout.
Yeah, that was great for RSG. Omega, we have to give it to them. That was the perfect start to what they wanted to do. Lewis with a surprise play with a final slash, getting the members of RSG they needed to get, but Demonkite coming out of nowhere to secure the retribution. Omega committed everything that they had for that initial setup, but they didn't wait for Demonkite. Demonkite took it without a problem.
Yeah, precise retribution steal against the Barangay. Clearly having the right time to have that final slash. We've been talking about how he could actually be in trouble of just being delayed, but it wasn't just a problem even for Lewis. Even for the item build, he's just completely slowing through, starting with his own momentum EXP.
All right, so now we're seeing maybe glimpses of what the mid-game or power spike-based team fights might look like.
Yeah.
RSG's collapse is much better. I think Omega needs more items marked. Finds a big Minoan Fury, and the EG dropping light. Like he's hot, and now Demonkite looking for retribution, looking for a trade, fails to take it on mark. Nibor though gobbles up Matt, spits him out just like that, and RSG can't trade. Small win for Omega.
And if you are a Martis, this is the starting momentum that you want to go with RSG.
Yeah, and Ryle is happy because the two members on the side of RSG, Light and Nibor, the frontliners, prioritize their Dreadnought armors, meaning that Ryle, if he can get the setups for him, or if he wants to set it up himself, will be dealing a lot of damage early on against RSG. And I think that will just scale slowly as the game will go on. So that's the trade-off there that RSG needs to face. West!
Oh no!
Oh, gold lane, gold lane!
Light fails to get the pull, and they move on. They are late to the party, though, because there's more of a barangay presence here in the Turtle. Approaching half health. Big skirmish up top. West caught underneath his turret as the Turtle take continues. Matt and Lewis, Lewis and Matt, Nibor the nearest member, and the Omega squad score 1. Turtle 2 for the barangay.
They completely split RSG in half. The focus was on the gold lane. Why?
Well, I feel like in terms of the positioning, RSG just felt that Omega was already there first, and it looked like they had a good setup there. At the same time, that is a typical thing to do. Second turtle, sometimes you can trade it for a gank into the gold lane. They weren't able to get the kill into the west, but they might be able to try and get a gank onto him, knowing that the Purify won't be back for another 40 seconds. That's why maybe you see Light hovering around the gold lane now. RSG are respecting the potential scaling that a Bruno can have.
Oh, yeah.
And now they catch Light. Can they get him? And they can! Matt gets one with a decimation.
Oh, Matt. Completely waken up from the nightmare of game number 1. This is just completely a great start. They're trying to just poke and harass Aqua out. They just want to take this turret up top.
And they've set up West for success amazingly. West in the west able to push faster, further than Kusey.
Now with a quick look at the items, 2 Genius Swans already built up for the main magic damage dealers.
G-dubs.
Slight advantage here for the Bruno because of the sequence up top just now for Omega. Ryle still happy, not a lot of magic defense yet on the side of RSG. This is the time for Omega, now that their Bruno is out of lane, to find fights wherein they can just be together, maximize the damage that the Vexana and even the Bruno can dish out.
Something else to note. Gentlemen, you notice that there's 4 flickers from RSG, not a single Purify.
Yeah,
it's so difficult once Mark and Ryle get the wombo combo of the Minoan Fury and the EG. Once it's in, there's very little out for you.
Yeah, that was the first thing that I actually trying to point out. Like, how will they escape on the first thing that they kind of miscalculated from the first turtle of the game?
Yeah, sometimes they're just going to have to take it.
Or trust in your mechanics, that might be it.
Yeah.
Like, we'll just play better.
Play better, watch your positioning, all that.
Uh-oh. The conceal coming in. Light makes the call. Nibor first to the front lines. Lewis and Mark, a close unit, waiting for Matt to get the purple. Ryle blasts him. Sees that there's 1, maybe 2 in that river bush as RSG goes for the turtle.
Well, look at that. Check bush. Nibor's trying to check.
And there's the pull, the flicker from Light. He's offended. Mark finding an angle. Turtle at a 5th of its health. Demonkite with the retribution. Smooth walking away.
Omega kind of knew they would actually lose that chance from Demonkite, but they got a turret down bottom. They got pulled in.
Final slash on the big bad dino. Not enough damage. Check it out though. Very quiet. West just working. Pushing that bottom lane. Tier 2.
I think for trades and objectives, West is still on par on what they want to do in this game. They lost the Dragon Turtle, but they still wanting to have the success for this Bruno in this game.
Yeah, there might be some viewers there wondering, how come Omega didn't fight there? It looked like they were primed to fight. The Minotaur was in a good position, but again, it was 5v4. Kusey was closer to that turtle, while West was just in the, well, technically the east or south. It's the bottom. Directions,
Yes.
I'm not so good at it. That's why I need maps.
I'll give you a compass.
Thank you.
He was working.
Yeah.
He could have actually pushed if it wasn't for those meddling minions. He needed a little bit more time, and RSG got their candy and walked away with it. Again, say what you will about the 2K gold lead that Omega has, the 2 kills that they have ahead, but I'd say right now, mid-game, 8 minutes in, it's 50-50. We're back at equilibrium.
Yeah, speaking of equilibrium, if we do have an item check from a few seconds from now, we might see how the defense items are showing from RSG. Because if there's no Purify, they would actually capitalize on that kind of defense. Because if we could check on how they will actually be in par with the backline of Omega, they need to reach that Vexana or even Bruno. Yeah. But the front line is just too strong for the Barangay right now.
Yeah, so RSG, since it's still very close right now, Demonkite, I think, is going to be a lot of pressure coming from him. Or just Light and Nibor talking to each other, saying, hey man, commit the ult for the entry, and then I'm just going to try to reach a Vexana afterwards, or back and forth. So there has to be communication between the Roman EXP here of RSG if they want to reach the Vexana, but then at the same time, peel because you're up against an Arlot, and then you have to watch out for the Minotaur. A lot of things for RSG to consider.
Okay. Just RSG. Speaking of considering this another objective, 9 minutes in the game. Lord is up. Now who's going to be in the front lines of RSG right now? There's so much crowd control that they need to check. Because vision, Omega clearly has amount of it right now.
Well, the answer is right in your face. It's Nibor. It's the Barats. Again, I mentioned how there's very little purifier cleanses. Once you hit the ult on the Barats, he kind of has CC immunity before he jumps in. So he definitely can at least confirm one CC. And now the dance begins. Matt and Mark up front. Ryle cocking it. Lewis coming in, flicker, misses it. The pull from Light, the counter engage. Down goes Mark. Demonkite coming in from the flank. Lewis already down. Nibor gets another. It's a disaster for the barangay as RSG gets a push off cam and a Lord.
Instead of stating the most obvious reason as to why RSG want that, I would rather focus on, well, one thing that RSG has been doing now for 2 games, wherein Nibor is actually their roamer in a sense. Light is just sort of the follow-up pick-off guy. Nibor gets the information, Light goes in or commits the I'm offended as a counter engage to whatever Omega wants to try and do. So this formation that RSG is doing, it's a slight variation of what Naths would usually do in the EXP lane. He's usually playing more of like an assassin type or fronting alongside Light. Now they've changed it up a bit. Hey rookie, can you front for us? And then we'll have your back. But the thing is, they gave the right heroes for him so far. Game 1 Glue, Game 2, as you mentioned, Leo, Barats is perfect right now.
Yeah, it's just Lightning McQueen and Dynaco.
Huh?
Right now. We have Lightning McQueen and we have the guy from Dynaco.
I love Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, you have the legend and you have the rookie.
Family.
A complete great combo with the Barats and the Ruby. How will Omega use that wombo combo again with this Arl? Because the flicker is down and Matt is holding on to this turret though.
Oh wow, Matt throwing his body at 4 members of RSG, saying you shall not pass, like Dumbledore in Star Wars, keeping their tier 2 in mid. Bottom lane barely standing as well for Omega. The map is so red, gentlemen. RSG taking it slowly.
The itemization choices right now of this Vexana has to rush a Divine Glaive after this Winter Truncheon because at this point RSG has magic damage defense.
Okay, speaking of damage though, they're really holding on to this turret. Right now they can even go out. Just having the presence of Light in the positions that you don't want to be in, even just in the brushes. Look at how the damage is just rising up with Ryle. This is the only player in Smart Omega right now that has an advantage.
Yeah, and that's why I keep putting focus onto this Vexana for now, or for majority of it, considering the type of your lineup that you're up against on RSG, where they also like to dive. The Vexana will naturally deal the most damage there. West will eventually catch up. He's just a chunker for everyone. Ryle, in a way, is sort of like the main damage dealer in most sequences.
Yep, in the business, what you call the core.
The core.
The true core of Smart Omega's lineup. And again, I think West has to work closely with Matt. They have to communicate more because it's those two that will do the finisher. It's those two that will clean up.
Yeah, they're the cleanup crew.
Well, speaking of cleanup, is the damage now enough? Because we've been looking on the avenues of Smart Omega on how to bounce back. They're looking for a way to clear up some lanes, but how is the late game? How could be this window of Omega could actually work? Because we've seen from few minutes from now that if they miss the chance from the Arlet, things just go wrong in the wrong places.
Yeah, well, West already has the items that he needs to deal serviceable damage. Again, just waiting for that Divine Glaive on the side of Ryle. And then that's when RSG will start getting punished for their dives or for any mistakes that they might commit.
Here we go, another chance for Omega to maybe find the comeback. Looking for that Lord take. Looking for a big team fight so that Ryle can get his big ult. Lewis gets pulled in. Very good positioning. Eternal Guard crashing down on a Light. Look at the back line. Look at Demonkite.
They're holding.
Pushing them back. They indeed are holding. A big knock-up on the one. Down goes Nibor. Matt finds a Decimate. Matt might go down here. But no! It's Light who goes down. West Side Killer in the building. And now Aqua with his passive gets popped by Lewis. Quick 3 kills for Barangay Omega as the song goes. Late game long, we're never gonna stop. They take a Lord. 14 minutes in, RSG can't contest.
Wow, at the right moment you said it. You guys perfectly said it. Omega completely bounced back.
They found the shot and took it, and they did not fail. Omega, I really thought there that it was a little bit off the mark. Ryle couldn't maximize the Eternal Guard, but then it was marked who was able to counter back with a good Minoan's Fury to send the members of RSG back and get a key knock-up there. Now it's RSG reeling. Again, Omega have the items, Omega have the Lord. It's an even ball game.
Oh. I guess that's one little finesse point of that team fight that we did not notice. It was the EG that kept everyone in, and then the Minoan Fury follow up. It's usually the other way around.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that off timing that threw RSG off. Amazing back and forth here. And now it's OMG pushing in.
That is just completely the right mix of layer of skills. Omega, now they're marching into the base. A siege and a lord.
We go.
Turret
They're
down.
inside. They're inside. Could be the last team fight here, gentlemen.
Oh,
EG plus the MF coming in. The base up next. West taking down the base. We're going to game 3.
They are completely saying no for a sweep. The new faces of the barangay completely living up to the identity. Is this the new Omega Timers, gentlemen?
It's faster. It's not like the old Omega Timers. This one, they found the moment, they went for it, ended it at 15, roughly around 15.
Man, they just snapped. That's the name of their analyst, but also they just snapped. It's like, all right, maps red. Oh, never mind. We can take it again in one team fight.
Wow. So that was the perfect way to have a complete retribution of that failed combo of that final slash into flicker just at the right moment. Even the front line of Omega there, even when Bears committed all of the ultimates, they completely sustained that. No one was even on half HP when they started that first team fight.
All right, is it just me, or does Omega not have a true front line? Again, where they're strong, they play with a very fluid lineup. It's not all front. It's more like, all right, Lewis or Mark first. All right, Ryle come. You know, it's
kind of like a window.
Yeah.
Like dancing.
Similar
right?
to how RSG plays, with Nibor and Light sort of like exchanging that that responsibility. Except for Omega this time, yeah, they have more options because 2 games now, it's more assassin type of junglers that we've seen on Demonkite, while Omega have the tankier junglers.
Yeah, I know, Ray, we have a lot to share here. Now, break things down a bit on how Omega took this game away from RSG.
Sure thing. I'll try my best to not break down, but break this down for you. Lewis is going to be the MVP of this game on the side of Smart Omega. Sometimes you need that one final slash to make sure that you get a good setup for your team or help get a good follow-up. This is a good or perfect opportunity to discuss the, again, exchanging of responsibilities between the 2 EXP laners, Lewis and Nibor, and how both of these teams juggle around the responsibility of, yo, which one of our frontliners is going to be getting the information. Omega has more options there. They have their roamer, they have their jungler, the Martis, and even this Arlott. This is why Arlott is one of the best picks right now in the meta, and why he's one of the go-to in the first phase if you need someone with good flex. Because of the surprise factor that an Arlott can dish out with that final slash. It's a massive ult. Combine that with the flicker if you have the right lineup for it, and especially a hero like Vexana paired up with it, you get to maximize the surprise that Omega can dish out. And again, to go back to the point that Leo pointed out earlier, not a lot of purifies, barely any cleanses on the side of RSG to survive getting set up over and over again by multiple crowd controls. That's the play that we were talking about there. It was light. I feel you, OSX. Ooh, indeed.
I know.
And the juggling of the ultimates. Even the Lord got a little bit of his hand into that fight, knocking up some key members of both teams. Lewis committing that chase onto the Nana was the right call because that meant that RSG needed a little bit more time to set things up, but then they couldn't. West decided to just focus on the tower. The main point here is Omega overloaded with crowd control, overloaded with front line. They stuck with a more back-to-basics type of lineup, reflective of the strongest heroes in our current metagame. They have a Minotaur in the roam. They have it paired up with a Vexana with great crowd control and damage. Yes, she was nerfed, but that doesn't mean she's not effective. She's still a great hero to use in this current metagame that we have because of the annoying presence of an Eternal Guard, which eventually turns it into a 6v5 for a time instead of it just being a 5v5. All of this, again, sets up for the backline alongside West with that Bruno. you gotta appreciate here what Omega did. They were patient with this game, even in the certain moments where it looked like Omega would just continue rolling with it and going with it. RSG, on the other hand, what we saw there was the hesitation by the last major team fight on that Lord. They knew that they didn't have that much crowd control escape. They knew that there is like an 80% chance all of them at some point in the fight will get caught, if not at the same time. At the end of a team fight, all 5 of them would have been crowd controlled one way or another. That's why you saw that bit of hesitation. They had to respect what the Martas brought to the table. And because Omega just said, guys, this looks like a good fight, we're going to go ahead and take it. And they did. See here, the most damage taken, the sandbag for Omega, is actually the Martas. I feel like that that value is actually a little bit closer between him and Lewis and Mark. I wouldn't be surprised because, again, of how they juggled the role of hook front lines and how they juggled their crowd control abilities.
Well, you heard me there, how he actually reacted to that final Lord fight. That was the first thing that went into my head. Like, how will you even counter that kind of great amount of crowd control, and then you have the Eternal Guard is right back and you're in your back line, and you have the Valentina being banned out. Man, this is the question of the day. If you want someone or something to return, who or what is it?
Everyone in the chat is just messaging their ex.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
And don't do that.
Don't. They're your ex for a reason.
No, but to answer the question,
she's just so specific.
I'm okay. What are you talking about? Why did you ask me if I was okay just now? Yeah, okay.
Back to the topic at hand. I'd like to see, again, I know he's very happy with the Burmese ghouls in Myanmar.
Oh, yeah.
But I'd like to see the general back in play. Again, now, currently, the metagame prefers a playstyle that's very similar to, again, what Lewis showed us yesterday, what Kirk showed us, that kind of Arnold. But I kind of miss these, dead lane XP laners who just really cut straight in, take 2 or 3 waves worth of minions, and say, you know what? I'm in your base now. What you gonna do about it? I miss that kind of XP laner.
Yeah.
I miss the general.
Yeah, where's the Uranus? Yeah? And also, to think that if that thing kind of went back, since there's a lot of throwbacks, even Vixana showed up. So what if that kind of dead XP lane kind of movement actually will happen? Because this time around, Omega just woken up from that Nightmare game #1. And I love how they completely adjusted this part. Because if that Martis did have the great amount of snowball, I think that would kind of like slow down the gears of Omega and heading to 14 minutes.
And just to add to one more thing, I want to come back. Bane, please. Just put Bane back in the game. Make him meta. I don't know where. Mid. Is it just me? I think it's just me. You can play him anywhere.
Bane.
Roam Bane. Make it happen.
I have encountered that. Yeah, I think I agree with you.
You know how supportive I am of you, Leo, so I'm not going to knock it. Sure.
Roam Bane.
Go ahead, because right now... Okay, I'm curious. How was the journey of Matt and how it went through? Let's watch this.
Mag-iiba yung identity nila. May chance na magiging mas aggressive kami early. Hindi na yung late game kami na kakambak na lang. May chance na early pa lang lamang na kami ganun. Ang dapat asahan namin sa Omega ngayon ay mas lalo kaming desidido na mag-champion, pati mas lalo kaming nagpalakas para makamit yung kampiyonato.
That is just determination from Matt. Like, just how that he went through that race from game #1. He completely showed potential. And day #1, guys, I think I need to kind of like step up on how to make this game work in the best of 3.
Again, this is the first 3-game series in all of Season 13. That's one thing. And another is 3 points still up for grabs. Can you imagine that? 3 points?
Even in game 3. Wow.
Whoever wins this will get 3.
I'm liking it. I'm liking the economy of opportunity here for all of the teams. Because again, you can take it all the way, still score 1, make it towards the climb, and still walk away with 3 and be on the same level as the 2-0s.
Because that was the problem. Because in the previous season, I think we only have 6 weeks, right? It's number 12 now.
Weeks.
Even on
maybe even 7.
In 7 in the last 2 weeks, even from the bottom 8 teams.
Yes.
They could actually bounce back.
You can go 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and still get the 3 points.
Yeah. So for this season, really, I think we're going to feel it in the tail end of the season. Actually, not even the tail end. Maybe even by the 3rd to the last week, we'll already start seeing the playoffs picture.
Yeah.
If that's the case. Especially if there are teams that are consistently winning. Let's say they go on an Echo and Blacklist-esque type of run. I think by middle of the season, they already are into the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, or very close to it.
We want to see the picture. We want to see how these teams actually form up their personality in the first day of the job. We're looking at Smart Omega. We're looking at their Turn of the Kings. What is the strength that they want to show? Because this time around, we're back to with just one game. Game 1 in this best of 3. So we're going to flatten it out because this time around, who could be prepared on the draft? Because who's going to go on blue this time? Who will have that priority? Because the Vixana right now just complements a lot. Look at this, the draft recap in game number 2. I feel bad for my Barretts, but it could actually be
your Barretts.
Your Barretts?
Yeah, my Barretts.
Is there a problem with your Barretts? You got to get that checked.
My Barretts in my MLBB RG games, but I think it just works for me, even just in the jungler, but it depends on how the draft will go. Will this be the change? Like, will the Vixana be the target here?
Okay, so far, what's happened is the team that strayed too far from the meta is the one that got punished harder.
Yeah.
Because look, game 2, again, RSG flexed it all the way up until 5th pick.
Yeah.
Right? Even after that pick, we weren't sure. Game 1, Omega had to go ahead and say, you know what, let's debut the jungle Island.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not knocking it. I'm not saying that it can't work, but it was a little too difficult to make work at the moment. So now, I'd say whichever team gets the better draft already, like fundamentally speaking, is more likely to get the 3. That's it. I'm gonna keep it at that. Don't go too crazy just yet, because it's sure that both teams are mechanically sound.
Yeah.
And both have solid synergy.
We've seen that, and I think I would need to cross out the "Are they prepared?" question that I did from the beginning of this match. Will they have jitters? I think it's all gone now.
They don't.
So you even sang your line in rap battle. So this is just completely the identity of the
Did I?
barangay. Yeah, you did.
No, that was Reptar singing.
Everyone knows I do not sing.
Yeah, he dances.
That's right, you dance.
He dances.
Y'all caught me. I did sing.
Yeah.
See,
beautiful pipes on you.
Yeah, it's since we're talking about identity, I think this is what Smart Omega wants to do on day number 1. They're not gonna stop until they had it, just because you've mentioned that specific item was the only thing that was needed, the Divine Glaive, and it just.
Honestly, that's what it felt like. I think that's one of the reasons why Omega or RSG was also surprised. It was like, hey, where'd that damage come from? Oh, dang, he already has a Divine Glaive. Because it really looked like that's what Omega was waiting for too.
Yeah.
Once they had that item, they looked more confident to push forward. They were looking for plays, and they were the one who took initiative at that moment to start off that sequence in that Lord.
And that's the reason why they were holding for the turrets, even for the last hit.
Yeah, I appreciate now that both teams are playing very fast. Yesterday, all 4 teams in action were very deliberate.
Yeah.
Today, we can say for sure, RSG and OMG, the Raiders and the Barangay, they're scrappy. We will finish when we can. And again, that's why that Divine Glaive felt like it was a late game decision. No, it actually also ended very quickly.
Yeah, escalated. Now we're looking at game number 3. On the blue side, we see RSG again. They have priority on what they want to do here in game number 3. And also, back on the rest, we have Omega also blends with the hair of Madden West.
Huh?
Who has color red in their hair.
They all have. I just realized that. So
Oh.
busy trying to think of the game. Everyone in Omega just has colorful hair. Got red, silver, orange, green, and then Lewis there right at the end.
Lewis is just beautiful.
Yes.
Lewis is just, this is a handsome young man.
Yes, it is. Yes. Yes. Navaria is the ban here for RSG. And they really just want to make sure that Omega doesn't get a lot of vision until they're getting taken out. Now we know that they're going to be fighting for Vexanas, Nolans. Are any of them going to get banned out? Still banning out the Faramis.
I can confirm the Joy or the Nolan, at least one of them, if they don't get banned here. Again, they can play to that Gambit. I think Panda's going to try to play that Gambit. He's going to try to walk away with the Nolan this time again.
Fair enough. Yeah. Either those two.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then they're already expecting what Omega might be doing, which is
ban the Joy here.
Yeah, ban the Joy, and then they're just gonna be balancing also their jungler pickups. Joy makes a lot of sense. Joy not first pickable right now. It's usually just Vexana, Nolan, sometimes the weird Ruby first pick, Claude first pick also.
Yeah, Ruby's mostly shows. You know, let's see how this goes. What's the gambit? So that's the joy. So let's see if Coach Lamont responds with the Nolan, and it opens up a lot of ways again for RSG to just take what their draft went from game number 1. And they did.
Nolan.
Read it carefully.
Yeah,
not gonna happen.
So it feels like Omega saying, go ahead, pick up the Vexana. Then we'll be a little bit more ready for it. If it's gonna be the Vexana, are we gonna see another game where blue side picks up Vexana Bruno in their first 3 picks?
I want to hear you again from what you... Vexana. I want to see the Claude this time around.
Please, anyone? But I get it. If Vexana up against Claude, Claude isn't that happy, so Ruby's Matic. They're rushing the Martis this time, though.
Not changing a thing.
That's the adjustment for Omega.
That's the Mattis right there.
Yeah.
The Mattis. I love the confidence. So XP, probably still XP or Rome, Ruby, and Martis. We see Matt how he went from game number 2. So this time around, will they consider the marksman from RSG this early or the mid? Oh, no.
Yeah, just paired up with a Bruno again.
Do the same thing.
Yeah.
Do the same thing. Except if there's anything I learned about Kusey now in Season 13, the new Kusey, the 2024 Kusey, is he doesn't mind just doing the job. You leave him in the lane, he's going to take the turrets and then move on. Because, again, that's what he did game 1. He was always onto the next. I'll do this. And they were all on the same page.
Oh,
there it is.
Oh,
wow. They're running
what
it back.
A perfect pair here.
Yeah, honestly, it still went in line with what you said. You repeated the carry. And it's going to be up to the carry Baron. So it's going to be the big adjustment this time around. It's the same core heroes of their lineup, except that instead of a Nana, it's a Vexana, which we know Vexana does fare better here and might actually go better in line with what they want to do with this lineup. So maybe that's why RSG drafted this way.
A great start for the Raiders. So will Smart Omega do actually prioritize the marksman? Yeah, they did.
Yep.
So I'm guessing Smart Omega is now going to try to invest in a lot more magic damage. They definitely need more in terms of burst and reliable damage that'll come out with a power spike, because I don't see them doing much work with a Bruno and a Martis alone. That doesn't really make a cake, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because if we're talking about someone to work with the Bruno, I was thinking kind of like, how about, I don't know if this room is going to go with XP. Either Matilda or even CC. I don't know. Something crazy. I'm not sure.
There is an absence of CC.
Yeah, no one has decided to pick her. Actually, if anyone's going to draft CC in this lineup, I think it might... Well, either of them could go for it. Would still be good.
Okay.
Good ban here in the Lilia, as expected. With this kind of lineup, you don't want to go up against the Lilia.
Oh yeah, you don't want your front line to be melted right away with the press of care, also with a Vex. The focus on this Fanny or even the Assassin picks, it's good to actually see that the focus on these teams are actually, they're pushing this Barrett either to be in the jungle or even in the EXP.
So are they just going to... Whoa, they even banned out the Lancelot. Okay, respecting that. Are they just going to trade mid laners here? Is Omega just going to end up with a Nana this time around? Or is Omega going to try picking up something like a Valentina? But if you pick Valentina 4th, you only see the Eternal Guard not that much. Unless you want to take the Barret's ultimate, but that's not that fun for a Valentina.
It's not going to put you in a good position.
Yeah, it's like a Valentina that's just full all-in.
I think Nana. Nana's better.
Nana, right?
Yeah.
Unless RSG ban it, unless Coach Pan and Coach Dalit are on it.
Yeah, just
I hope they are, because mid's so tight right now.
Yeah, and it's either you pick your poison for your mid lane hero. You gotta be prepared on what you want to gamble with the ultimates of RSG.
Because you can't go for Rammus here if you're Omega.
They're talking about it.
Yeah, there, of course. So what? You can't go Faramis. You're going to be forcing them to pick a mid laner that we haven't potentially even seen in MPL Indonesia. A Phobia's mid lane will not do good here. They're going to go something weirder. Kagura?
Wow, really? Well, that could actually make sense. Try to reach the Vexana from there, because it's the problem. You can't reach the Vexana once she has that great amount of snowball and burst. So that could be. So
they're going to go poke Eve?
What's Coach Lembot, Coach Snap?
They're forcing.
Stronger back in.
They're
what
forcing
can Ryle
them.
play, dude?
Will they be answering the Valentina? I think
that's the only
I
other
hope
thing.
Yeah, that's the only other thing, but it's tough.
All right, we'll worry about it later. Okay.
I Oh, but Eve is just not so good. All right, let's go.
4 physical heroes, by the way. Dreadnought armor, yes.
Yeah.
Give me all magic, okay.
That's the green light. So how is the Bakito be a good answer? Because you were talking about, Leo, how would this be the great amount of pair for the Martis or even the Bruno? So
It's burst, but it's not damage coverage. They still need a good mid laner.
Yeah. Okay. I think RG might consider Lapu or... the thing is, you don't see their mid lane, so Bene might... Unless they gamble on it and they pick up a Bene. See either Bene, Lapu. Toms won't be so good here.
wait. How about Angela? No.
Mid Angela for Omega and then what? All
Wow!
right, X-Borg!
They've taken even the counter
me,
for
yeah.
Barretts.
X-Borg is slowly becoming a breakout hero in other metas. And now finally we see an X-Borg in MPL PH.
Yeah. And still no CC. Very interesting.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, yeah.
I can see the smile on JC's face right now.
Yeah. Go ahead. You can message us right now if you're really happy. But this, I think, is this the Omega card that they were using? Is the Gore the answer now? We were talking about the Kagura, we were talking about even the CC. Is this the answer for the Vexana?
Nice too.
A part of me thinks that RSG actually saw it coming because they picked up an X-Borg.
Yep, trying to dive
Yeah.
that Gourd. But again, it's either the Gourd, the Kag, the Val, or the Eve.
Yeah.
I'd say you have to go to the battle mages. So you're now just looking at Eve or Gourd. Ryle likes the Gourd.
Yeah, and still has that true damage, so it's going to be good for the Barretts. They needed it.
Well, CC.
And CC.
CC, yeah. I love how we discussed that draft, but now it's game time. The final deal breaker for the first match of the day. Will the new faces of the barangay be the answer against the Raiders? The return of the Kings. Who will take this victory?
Oh, that X-Borg pickup could be the bane of that Gourd and the formation here.
Oh, yeah.
Of Omega. Meanwhile, they can go pick off. Strong pick-off capabilities for RSG between Light and Aqua. It's not going to be an instant kill, but at least very close to it.
You see that? That was a level 2 stun.
Yeah.
I'm liking Gourd, man.
Yeah, completely are great utilities, even for early game poke or even hold for the lanes. I love how Demonkite opted for the Barretts for the jungler instead of being in the side lanes. Because he's on level 3 right now and completely having a great way compared to game number 2.
Yeah, 3 heroes with assassin emblem sets on the side of Omega, so good choice there. So they need at this point.
4 flickers per side, by the way. So expect a lot of re-engages.
I think there's no Purify is going to be an option even for an RSG Omega game. We don't like cleansing, we don't like Purifies.
It's like mutually assured destruction at this point. We commit, we're all going to go down.
I love it. All in. Completely a great mindset for even in this game. The final deal breaker for this best of 3. 20 seconds for the first objective. I think from that, let's talk about this matchup. X-Borg and the Paquito. Is a great amount of damage be even enough to melt the Frogger armor even by just a Deroth? Who would actually have an advantage from this?
Maybe not until a little bit later. I mean, Paquito did get stronger, level 1, level 2. But if the Paquito misses it, then the X-Borg will just be able to regen everything quickly. But I believe, yeah, he's out of his Faraga armor. We saw the roll animation there. So you see, you're going to be seeing Lewis just play around the shrubs.
Yeah, we saw the answer. Again, it is enough. There's enough damage to burst out the Faraga armor. Yeah. Now the Turtle dance begins. Turtle approaching half health here. DK ready to cock and load. That then is welcome. Oh, look at that Mystic Gush! Taken down. Demonkite even before Lewis can get bumped into his teammates. Now Mark gets taken down by Aqua. And that's a wash, 1 for 1. Not very low. Gets cut up by Light. Divine Judgment strikes. And now Turtle still standing. No retribution for RSG nor for OMG. And the fight continues.
Lewis.
Lewis looking for a pop. Nibor gets his Faraga armor once more. Both teams not letting go.
Demonkite is back.
DK. Got that retry. Matt trying to catch up. Nibor gonna get popped here. Defensive Faraga armor. DK with a retry. RSG scores.
Wow, that early ultimate from Ryle actually was a great response for Demon could just be in time to get that first objective.
Yeah, good thing he was able to get that back there in time, and as we saw there, a lot of re-engages, flickers, making the most out of it. Who uses it first? The team that doesn't can re-engage. I think that's just what we're going to be seeing. It's going to be a seesaw style of team fighting unless someone gets 3-4 early kills with a big combo, depending on whichever side that you're looking at for here. Again, if I'm RSG, they really have to.
Someone got pulled.
Mark makes contact, helping secure the kill onto Light. They spent all their ults though, but that's OMG. They're walking away with what they can. They don't want this goal lead to bubble out of control.
Yeah. I'm loving the answer of Barangay Omega against this Vexana. The gourd on the first encounter of that first objective was a big of a problem. Will they answer now with defense or with just damage? Because with that kind of threat, you need to be sure on what you need to do in those kind of objective taking.
Yeah, I think if Omega are going to be the first to the position there, RSG has no choice. They will suffer damage and combos just like that. So now it's going to be up to Light and Aqua to get the key areas in the map if they feel like there are other members of Omega there, because if not, then that's what's going to happen.
This is a gank waiting to happen. 2v4, Eternal Guard. West catches a face full of this big hulking golem, courtesy of Aqua, and they will take it down, but leaving West just underneath half health. And RSG unrelenting. They're maintaining the pressure here, top lane.
Speaking of pressure as well, wow, they're not letting go of the vision up top. Royal, Marked, and West. I love how they're trying to put on pressure with West specifically, because into the mid stages of the game, that is how will they connect damage with magic damage, or for physical magic damage. And that is the threat that they want to, well, even prevent.
All right, how about round 2? Second turtle already spawned. Matt taking shelter in that Y bush. Lewis sent away by Nibor. Flicker Divine Judgment! Scoring a kill for Aqua. Lewis knocked out for this one. Turtle up. It's a big 3v4. Not looking good for the Barangay.
Wow, Nibor with a great amount of peel. Demonkite onto the first pace here. Someone got pulled in though.
Oh, the flicker by Mark. Ryle with the gush. Aqua still standing, taken down by Matt. Now it's even Stevens, 3v3. Demonkite taking hold of the turtle here, waiting to get that score. Retribution secures the big objective. Another one for the Raiders.
Okay, great patience
Top
there.
lane.
Oh,
West
Whoa!
does not get the kill. Kusey walks away.
Well, at that point, you just take it. I go back to base. I lost the emotion battle there, but Kusey can come back anyway into this. This is bad news for RSG because Omega got their Bruno out first. They have a strong crowd control, true damage also dealing mid laner. RSG, the next major sequence, if they lose that, Omega will take full control of this game. But right now, it's being tempered by the performances of the two EXP laners, Nibor and Luis. They need to understand now that their presence in team fights and in the map is so important.
Safe to say, even if it's RSG who's walking away with the two major objectives, OMG are just waiting to snowball. OMG are waiting to rubber band into a huge advantage. It's going to happen, that mid-game power spike.
And it's a complete possibility. Just imagine Matt here, 2-1. Has Rena or someone got pulled in.
I'm offended, says Mark, forcing out an early.
Oh, wow.
Last insanity from Nibor. Mark takes a face full of flame missiles, though. But just like that, OMG, they have to consider, hey, should we stay here? Should we rotate?
I think that was he wanted to secure because there's a lot of...
Oh,
no, hold that thought.
5-man collapse waiting to happen.
Marked.
Forced out of that bush. RSG throwing no caution to the wind. Omega knows that it's all 5 members here. Ryle gushing into that wave.
Yeah. So now the play here for Omega is stretch out Lewis. You're going to try to show yourself up top to force the export to go there, force a response to defend that turret, because if not, you're going to lose it. RSG, on the other hand, though, 4v4.
Whoa!
Both
Flicker Divine Judgment!
And now, that's one down. The perfect target. It's Ryle. Aaron Dilan Katipon. This madman finds the perfect Flicker Divine Judgment. There's so much happening. Now Nibor in mid. Lewis shades of the showstopper, taking care of the other half of the map with his Paquito in his hands. And that's another turtle. Last one scored by Demonkite.
That was all light, baby.
3 for 3.
They needed that pickoff, and now RSG playing to their strength. Marked.
One more time, another pull by Marked, trying to get that kill onto Light. West, it's just him and Mark here in the bottom lane, 3v2. Can they defend? Can they keep this tier 1 in the bottom? Rylas respawned. Here we go. 1 minion, 1 card. Flicker forward. Ryle says, not this time, Light. Not this time.
Oh my goodness, that Mystic Gush Flicker completely pushed back Kusey. That is just completely Omega onto the damage. And also the pressure, look at that, down bottom. Demonkite trying to hold though.
Yep. Oh, neither one wants to give way. And now because of that, Matt is going to get some confidence and try to commit Grand Theft Orange.
And this whole time, Lewis has just been hovering top and mid. Oh, he gets pulled, Demonkite.
Oh, Matt has done it. Matt has done it.
Stolen.
An orange, and wow, objectives being taken out slowly from RSG. And to point out, no turrets taken from the barangay yet.
Yep. And just so we're reminded why at some point Gord became a top priority pick last season, that's only an ice green one. He only had 1 item on him, but that's how much he hurts already. RSG, OMG.
Looking to push this bottom lane, tier 1. Demonkite with the Detna's welcome. The turret taken down. EG the answer back. Divine Judgment taken down. Marked. That's the roamer from the barangay. Down for the count. 3v4 down bottom. Make it 3v5. There's a big Eternal Guard walking up. Taken down here. And just like that, I think OMG's going to hold on to this turret still.
Wow, they're committing. They're really committing to this one.
Oh no. Oh no, that's 5 here. In comes Nibor from the flank. What's he gonna do?
Lewis.
Oh, just watch. OMG clears the wave.
Wow. And Lewis right on point, just in case things fall down.
Whoa, wait.
Who gets it?
Grand Theft Purple. Successful. Yep. Demonkite says touche. Now it's my turn.
And now because of that, RSG will finally get that tower in the bottom. It felt like they were there forever because Lewis just kept split pushing. Nibor wasn't always there, just trying to watch out for Lewis. He didn't even get to break the tower up top. But now, it's still close. Still, there's a chance for Matt and Omega. But RSG start things off and are in a better position. Look at where Light is.
Okay.
Oh, he's doing classic Light things, man.
Yeah.
He's found this bush. I don't know if Omega knows that he's here.
Oh.
Yeah, they're baiting them. Oh, I think Lewis feels it.
In his gut.
Yeah, in his gut. They smell it.
I love how they're just... The game sense of Lewis is just really right on point, but no, they're not really stopping.
Whoa, they saw it!
Flickered!
3v1.
Lewis!
Going for the chase. Kusey and Aqua and Light. They want their man.
But what's the Lord? Who's getting the Lord
time? Oh, OMG have a man advantage in the Lord pit. What's going on over there? The attempted turn.
What?
Lord here at a 5th of its health. Nibor with the last insanity.
Oh.
Lord's still standing. Nibor gets mad. Nibor gets 2. Ryle down. DK with a secure. OMG are reeling. West goes down. RSG walk away with so much big ticket ult off of their rookie, scoring 3, and the big Lord take to boot.
Smart Omega, what the hell happened? It was 4 versus 2. Nibor and Demonkite versus the Barangay, and the Xborg and Barats won it out. That chase went on for long. I thought Omega would have rushed the Lord already by then, but no, the Lord was still at 12,000 health by the time we saw it. Omega, was that hesitation or was that just really Nibor and Demonkite dealing and maximizing the damage and tankiness they have with their heroes?
I mean, they took their time with the turn. Now OMG, they're going to have to defend like they never have in this game. 12 minutes in, taking down this fresh Lord, clearing it, losing no inhibitors whatsoever. But just like that, RSG pushed their first turret at 10 minutes. Their first turret, rather. And now they've all gone in.
I wish we could get a Snyder's Cut replay as to what happened to that Lord. But it took so long. Nibor and Demonkite.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Is it?
Lewis was the one who's trying to divert RSG. How is this going?
Is it all
going back to the replay.
Oh, no, it's already when we already saw it happen. Nibor, though, just maximizing it. But by the time we got to the Lord, we already saw members of Omega were low. 3 of them. So that just tells me Nibor and Demonkite, and I'd like to think it's actually the Xborg, just absolutely we're melting down the members of Omega.
I have a theory, a Lord theory. Something tells me Smart Omega may have juggled the Lord and danced in a way that was just perfect for Nibor to finish the job. Yeah. That could have been it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you have the best combo to actually take a Demonkite on this Barats and the X-Borg onto Nibor. The Immortality was just completely the great way to answer the threat of Barangay Omega. But having these two combos work, it's just the right amount, the great amount of recipe to take that main objective. And now they're clearing through the turrets. Just cleared through the turrets. And the Lord advantage, even the Gold Lord is now rising through the Raiders now.
Huge gains for RSG. About 4,500 gold they made off of that single Lord, and now they're ahead 5K. Just like that. It's like they never sat down with no turret takes.
Okay, RSG looks good for them in siege scenarios. Although the carry will have to be careful, watch the positioning. Well, the entirety of RSG can, because Omega still has a very strong combination. Even though it's a 4,000 gold difference, and Omega haven't broken 40K, it'll take them some time. Because they have the Gourd, and then the Martis as well, RSG still need to bide their time. In terms of going out of base, though, they can try, but it's going to be risky.
So, okay. So, Barangay Omega still has this late game chance. It's still present, but they have to have this great amount of maneuver to make it work. How will they actually pierce through RSG now?
To set up, to punish onto Light. It's a surprise from Marked, either of those two.
By hook or by crook, and I mean literally, a win off of a quick snap team fight, or by Lewis again pulling something off map. Like right now, I hope RSG knows this, but wait, look, Light coming with a good from the back line. Last Sanity displacing West. Ryle taken down already. Deadness welcome. Plus the EG wailing away and Matt. Down goes Mark, down goes Ryle, and just like that, OMG are down to 2 men, Matt and Lewis. Lewis and Matt, run Matt, run! Nibor onto him, Nibor looking for it, Matt is buying time, RSG makes the call, it's endable, it's endable, they have penetrated, down goes Matt, Lewis as well, gets knocked out, Immortality, checked, RSG gonna take this series.
Returning to the soil of their roots on how they won the titles of the Kings of the Sea. Now Team RSG takes the series.
Welcome back, Demonkite, and congratulations on your MPL debut, Nibor. Poetic that the key moment we didn't see, how Nibor and Demonkite handled that Lord fight. At least we got to see a last glimpse at Nibor taking down Matt's Martis. X-Borg, folks. Don't forget about him. I sure did.
Wow. I'm telling you. Barats just put him in the jungle and just put X-Borg with him. No answer. But the Gordo was a great potential early game. But how will they even matter to finish? Look at that.
Oh, look at that. RSG saying hi to their former teammate Exort.
Exort's playing along as well. It's all good vibes between the Barangay and the Raiders.
Yeah.
That was a good series, though, I gotta say.
I love it. I love the series and how they wanted to show their identity.
They take a bow, and now the members of Omega, of course, will be able to take their walk. I like what I saw from this version of Omega.
Now let's call in Mara and Hans with the winning team, RSG Philippines. Take it away on stage with Mara and Hans.
All right, everybody, let's give it up for RSG Philippines.
Incredible performance coming in from the newest set of Raiders. As you see the happiness coming in from the rest of them. Actually, we want to hear from the rookie, Nibor, first.
Ikaw muna.
Right? Ibang klase
Sa
yung
ating
performance niya.
rookie.
Nibor, this is your very first series ever para sa MPL. Kamusta na yung una mo, panalo ka agad?
Masaya po, tapos medyo kinakabahan.
Kinakabahan? Bakit kinakabahan?
Kasi ano po, bawat game 3 eh.
Game 3 kasi kaagad.
Sino nga yung bestie mo dito sa lahat sa kanila? Sino yung pinakaka-close mo?
Lahat po sila eh.
Ipili ka ng isa.
Isa lang.
Si DK po.
Si Demonkite. Bakit si Demonkite?
Lagi ko pa inaasar eh.
Laging inaasar. Demonkite, Demonkite, welcome
back
to the Philippines. Bigyan mo naman kami ng inside scoop. Bakit nga ba mas masarap dito sa Pilipinas? Nakabalik ka sa RSG? Ano yung pinagkaiba na talagang nasabi mo sa sarili mo, wow, I'm home?
Siguro po yung competitiveness po dito. Iba po kasi yung pakiramdam pagka naglalaro sa overseas po. Lalo na yung ambience po parang mas mataas lang siguro yung energy dito. Parang lahat gustong manalo, ganun. Tsaka masaya ako kasi nakakampi ko ulit sila after 2 seasons.
Nung nalaman nila na babalik ka, sino yung unang sinabihan mo at ano ang reaction niya dito sa team mo?
At lahat po sila sinabihan ko nung babalik ako eh.
Oh, anong reaction?
Masaya po sila kasi tawag dito, na-miss din daw nila ako kalaro.
And we missed you so much. We're so happy for you to be back.
So nice to finally see Demonkite here. Welcome back, man. Coach Panda, I'd also want to ask, this is the first performance coming in from RSG, unang serye. What would you give the boys in terms of 10? Out of 10, kamusta yung naging performance nila in this early of a season?
It's better than my expectation because kapag start ng season, I always think 5 out of 10. Tapos throughout the regular season, gusto ko mag-build to become at least a 9 para sa playoffs. Today, I will give it a 6, not a 5. Dahil si Nibor played well.
That's usually 5 out of 10 yung binibigay na rating ni Coach Panda. But today, he made an exception dahil kay Nibor. 6 out of 10 to start off the season. Coach, you've also mentioned that you've had an addition. Of course, Coach Daliot is here para serving as an assistant coach. Welcome to the MPL as well. But we're also going to be talking about some of the previous players ng RSG. It is also Eman and Irad. During the situation of the previous time, was there a idea from you to try to stop them from getting opportunities overseas, or did you just let them proceed?
I mean, syempre, yung mga players, talagang anak ko yan. Lalo yung MSC lineup. And I didn't want them to go overseas kasi syempre gusto ko pa rin laging malakas yung team kesa having to adjust with the new players. Pero again, when they got the offers, for example, Eman sa BTR, si Theo from EBOS, tapos Irad to RQ. I mean, those are really big stages lalo for the mga players. So again, I let them go. Basta ako, because of it, they went overseas, I found new gems. For example, si Nibor, tapos si Pat, tapos si Demonkite coming back and Kusey. So feeling ko, I didn't lose anything.
New breed of Raiders, and lo and behold, nakuha nila ang unang panalo sa serye ito.
Right before we throw to the caster, meron akong isang fun fact that I'm gonna share with you guys. I got from a reliable source na yung RSG Philippines, they almost got wiped out. In terms of Indonesia, wanting them so bad, yung Filipino imports, kukunin dapat sila lahat tigi-isa. But, ang sabi ni Light, ang sabi ni Nats, ang sabi ni Aqua, they want to play for the Philippines and they wanted to stay here. Ano yung reason behind that? Kasi I heard yung offer sa inyo is 2 to 3 times
Hindi
more.
biro.
A lot more. So bakit Pilipinas? Bakit sa Pilipinas yung gusto maglaro kaysa naman mas kumita ng mas malaking pera?
Gusto ko lang maglaro sa strongest region. Ganun.
And how did that make you feel, Coach Panda, that they did not choose money? Instead, they chose to be with you?
I didn't think they choose me over money, but for example, if Light will go to Indonesia, I will go to Indonesia then. But it's more about the bondship. So it's just priceless. So I'm very grateful din naman kay Aqua, tapos kay Nats, tapos yung mga players who stayed with me this season. So we will give our best, and sana we will get the championship this season.
And let's give it up once again to RSG Philippines. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. It's amazing that our players chose to stay here para sa Pilipinas, para sa tagumpay.
They want to make sure that they will play, just like what Light said, the strongest MLBB region sa buong mundo.
And let's break down exactly how strong RSG was for that game. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
The King Slayers are here to play, and the King Slayers are here to stay. Fighting for the Philippines in that interview. A very heartfelt moment on how they decided to take this journey with Coach Panda, with the original MSC lineup. And here's Nibor, the rookie, and now completely having a great synergy with the team. With the King Slayers.
He's in good hands. I think
Killing
this young man, this rookie, this XP laner from RSG is going to grow into that team, and I'm excited to see what else he brings to the table.
Yeah, and I was really happy, honestly, to see Nibor get his match MVP. And actually, what I was going to say was to see Nats actually give Nibor a really huge hug as if he was telling him, little bro, I am so proud of you. And no surprise here as to why this X-Borg was the MVP. Control is what you get when you have an X-Borg on your team. Not crowd control abilities, but in terms of if the other team is just taking up the fire of that X-Borg, then they're going to be thinking twice about fighting, and I think that's what happened in that key Lord fight. But beforehand, he really conserved the use of his last Insanity. There were times where I was thinking, why isn't Nibor popping it off now? He could get the kill. But it seems like he got the message. RSG love to play around objectives, maximizing all the abilities that we have. So if it's going to be in a turtle or wherever I am, we are going to make sure that my last Insanity helps secure that turtle, not necessarily the kills. And because he conserved his last Insanity for the perfect moment, they were able to get the Lord, the winning Lord, the winning moment for Nibor and RSG Philippines. Again, he mentioned in that interview that Demonkite is the player that he's closest to in RSG Philippines. Well, that duo, the two Raider bros, we'll come up, we'll workshop it just a little bit.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. They were able to get the winning play there for RSG Philippines. Now, X-Borg, we really thought that he would be the bane of the Gourd. He was just the bane of Omega overall. And again, I just want to give my props here to Omega. We completely overlooked the Gourd. It was the great first pick. It helped them stay competitive against a lineup that had a Barretts, Vexana, X-Borg, and the Kaja with them in terms of pickoff. But then we saw Light again coming up with the clutch, especially in some key rotations when RSG were finally able to jockey for position for that first Lord, finally bringing the bottom lane because it was Light who was actually able to find Ryle. And again, we saw it early on that Ryle was able to deal so much damage and RSG were feeling that Mystic Gush even though it was only an Ice Queen wand that Ryle had as that Gourd. I want to go back here to the matchup between the Paquito and then the X-Borg. Paquito's damage was raised, but 2 full combos is what requires a Firaga armor to go down. Brute Force Breastplate now is actually the priority item. If not that, I believe they sometimes switch it up, War Axe first, but BFB seems to be doing really good for most X-Borgs in the EXP lane, so that a full combo, it would take around 3 even with items for Paquito to burst down the Firaga armor of 1 X-Borg. Then at the same time, once you don't land the combo as a Paquito, as we saw in a key gank in the bottom lane, Nibor will just be able to chase down Luis because Luis has to run away. 8 total assist here for the best wingman, Demonkite. Nibor was the carry, 53,544 damage dealt. And I think those 2 stat lines tells the story of this victory for RSG in this game. Demonkite, the veteran, the champion, was the wingman, while it was the new kid who dealt the most damage for the barangay, against the barangay.
An amazing series that is. Wow, RSG and Omega. They really know how to start the season with this kind of fire in every match.
Yeah, just to put it into perspective, the metagame grew. Again, it's as if we could not show any better MLBB action based on yesterday's series. Today, off of RSG versus Omega alone, we saw what was possible. We saw what kind of pace you can play the game at and what you can do with a Barats and an X-Borg against a whole barangay in the Lord Dance.
I think you said it earlier best, OSX. Barats and X-Borg.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, they kind of took their own counter for the Barats. Yo, man, you're not going to go on this side of the team. We're going to go with me. And you guys are going to go with us on the next match of the day. It's Echo versus ONIC. Coming right up next.
That's our star match for today.
Yeah, Echo versus ONIC. iconic, as we call it.
Yeah. What?
Before, iconic matches.
Both teams,
Right, we did call it that.
Yeah.
at some point, have been touted as superstar teams.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I want to see if the season 9 superstar team
I
Championship
love
team
what you're going at. Yeah.
steps up to this dream team that, again, a lot of fans from so many different teams from last season would say, yo, that's the one.
There's a lot of hype around ONIC because even fans of MLBB esports from other countries said, hey, look at ONIC, they got King Kong and Kelra.
Yeah. Well, as we break down that memory lane on how Echo was also called a super team back then, don't go anywhere because we'll be right back on that match. I'm OSX, this is Leo and Renmar. We'll be right back in a few messages. This is MPL Season 13, day number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the
The official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series. Outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Cause we can!
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh wow, those are a lot of apps!
That's fine. When you got power off, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant!
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool! Ugh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi!
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, power off, magic data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
Leslie! Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy! I'm sorry. Over here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Galang can you do it? Dan Albertisana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Lom gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay!
Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu Warrior Weapon yang mulai membuat pergerakan dari Mega tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But let's be real. Nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can!
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow! Those are a lot of apps!
That's fine. When you got power off, you can do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant!
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool! Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What?
eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi!
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, power off, magic data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
It's a decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Kasama natin ngayon ang ating mga fans of today, Bats and Shao from Mindanao. How are you guys? First time niyo ba manood sa MPL?
First time. Exciting.
Okay, exciting first time. Ano kaya yung first impression nila, no? Ba dito pagpasok?
I'm actually curious. Ikaw ba, Shao? Ano pakiramdam mo? Kasi sabi niya, first time kayo nanood. How's it going inside? Experiencing everything.
Kumpara po sa pure life, iba po talaga yung mapanood din sila like yung mga others. Kasi yung mga others na dadala po sa mga musical.
Paano?
Let's go!
Laro din siya. Oo, di ba?
Okay.
Ikaw, nice appearance mo. Kanina, naramdaman mo?
Masaya kasi exciting kasi nakapunta ko dito eh. With that, makikita ko yung mga caster, mga pro player, tapos mga idol ba na.
That is so nice to hear. Pero eto, meron kaming tanong sa inyo at napaka-importanting tanong.
The question is, Man, Shao, ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng top of 5? Nauna ka na kanina.
Ikaw naman.
For me, top 5 is, pakakanta ko dito sa Manila kasi, wala experience sa akin to, tapos iba na saan ma-interview ako dito. So, yun lang. Grabe talaga ako. So, tagumpay ko this month, siya na mas fun siya. As bilang, maybe in
At yun talaga yung sa MPL. Oh, wag ka umiyak pag kayo.
Okay lang.
Okay. Nagtabog si Light, nagtabog yung baka sa kabayo. First blood. Sa kapunan ng Omega at tumaba na mas Kusey is the way. With the volley shots in, Shinampo, Ninibor, at iba talaga galawan ng mga Robin.
Wow, tatlo. Pero maganda to na tinututukan.
Ay! My God.
Atake na kung atake ang kanilang papamalas.
Grabe si Nibor, pare. Okay, hinila dito si Nibor. Masyado daw malalim.
RSG ngayon, papasok na, nailatag dito yung ultimate habang si Matt.
Nilabas na naman yung mini lord, binabanatan si Matt.
Dahar, kasi kapag nilapat mo yung Zaman Force, mag-uulti lang siya.
Okay, mukhang maglalaban na nga dito. Yun, yung ginawa na Minowan's Fury. Actually, meron pa ba?
Nibor!
Si Nibor nasa loob. Pero yung Lord ay bumabanat na ngayon sa base.
Power lock!
Unstoppable na si Light. Living it.
Ayan na. Okay.
Level 4 yung Ruby. Meron siyang hatak dito.
Okay, final sweep coming in. Sinabas na yung combo with the Lord. At eto na nga ang SK. Sumusugod na ang mga sisiyo. Pero ginart-gurt. This time, si Matt namumula. Si Demonkite ay nandun pa rin. May pagpap.
Matt lang nandun. Naka-cover din sa good lane.
Ashura Saura mula kay Matt. Matt setting up the kill. Okay. Okay, walang final sweep. Nilaban na ngayon. Ay, mag-final coming in. Sabay, bang, nabanat.
Goodness, Light.
Kusey, doon sa pananggilid. Pero Lord lang pala. Mini Lord lang pala. Minanat.
Pushes, pero ito na nga.
Okay. Tingnan natin na laban dito. Final sweep, tatanaman ng dalawa, tatlo. Abang eternal guard na doon. Pero ito na ang electrifying beats ni Demonkite. Sabay mga knockups na gagawin. Mark, Minowan's Fury. Nagpanakap na ni Lord. But the Matt with, habang si West, gumago lang may na volleyballs. At ngayon, si Demonkite asa man ng Gedli. Pulado. Ang nana. At ayun, Sweeney.
Na dito, ready nagamit. Papasok na nga ata ang Smart Omega.
Eternal guard. Ito na ba ang final fight for the barangay? 1-1. Right, Luis, full stack. Here we go. Luis, knock up. Ito na yung final crush. Na meron si Ryle. Pero wala silang napatay. Ay, action pala yun. That's
jungle yung
Demonkite down. Pero si Matt
Ulay!
Matt
doon sa turtle fight na yun.
Tingnan natin, bumabanat si West dito ng mga bola. Ang ganda ng ng boost check ni Aqua. At ayun ang ballistic gush rail. Gamit, tatlong Jamorant. Gawin mo ng 5. Bumabana na lang sa tower ngayon si West. Nandito si Matt. Eto na. Titonas welcome mula kay Demonkite. May stun. At ayun na nga si EG Boy. Nabanatan si Mark. Mark is out. He survives. At alam mo talaga, mahilig tumakbo talaga yan si Luis. Dahil alam mo, runner talaga yan. Habang nandito 4K as Dibor will take that down 2 with the true damage and last insanity. At doon na nga naiwan. Ibang kupunan ng S.
Pikan ni Bor. First series. Ayun na si Nibor. Hinawak si Nibor.
Dito na, dito naman.
Check. Good afternoon po. Bali, inform ko lang po kayo na later on we will be having our game phase of the day, no? Bali, for you to join, all you have to do is type in your cell phones, kagaya po neto, #thepowerofsmart with the green background, kagaya po neto. Then after nun, yung cameras natin, maghahanap po sila ng may ganito na naka-game face on. Siyempre, yung game face natin, kailangan medyo maangas siya naman. Then pagka napili tayo as a winner, we will receive a special prize galing kay Munton. Ulitin ko po ulit, #thepowerofsmart with the green background po, kagaya po nito. Thank you!
Sa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, wow! Hold on, yeah, wala ka sa Pinas, we are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat, pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat, giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable, ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast, takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden
stars, and I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Hello MPL fans! Alam nyo lahat tayo, may bagong goal ngayong taon. Ang gusto ko malaman, ano nga ba ang bagong goals ng ating manlalaro mula sa ECO? Silipin natin kung ano nga ba ang tinangkin. Nagko-converse sila dito. Kausapin muna natin. Carl TZ, kailangan namin malaman kasi ang tema natin ngayon para sa tagumpay, para sa'yo, ano ba yung bagong goal mo ngayong season 13?
Ano po, siguro po mabit yung record ng Blacklist. Kaso pag natalo ngayon, wala na.
Sana ma-beat ang record ng Blacklist. Bakit nga ba importante para yun sa'yo?
Wala lang po, ang tagal na po kasi nandun. Tapos last season po, muntik na po eh.
Muntik na last season. Kailangan matupad yon. So that's your new goal for this season. Para naman si Sanji?
Manalo po sa, makapunta po sa MSC, tapos po manalo po ng MSC.
Makapunta sa MSC, manalo sa MSC. Bakit? Bakit ba importante yon? Ano bang gusto mong ma-achieve other than yung title ng championship?
Para po, kumpleto na yung international tournaments and makapagpatayo pa ng ibang comp shop.
Makapagpatayo ng?
Computer shop.
Ng computer shop? Oh, that's a good goal. Para naman si Sanford, bagong goal.
Makapasok po ng MSC. Kasi nung last po kami nakapasok ng MSC, natalo po kami. And ngayon parang gusto ko pong bumawi. Tsaka patunayan na kaya ko pa sumabay.
Gusto mo patunayan na kanyang sumabay, gusto niya ng bagong computer shop at siya naman matalo ang record ng Blacklist International. Ngayon, ang ating kasama na si Hans, he's with the other team right now and I wonder what they have to say. Hans, pasok.
Mara, this time around, I am with ONIC Philippines and kita mo dito, yung alam tatlo mga bagong manlalaro or should I say, just the two of them. Kelra, same question. Ano bang gusto mong ma-achieve this season?
Siyempre yung pinakaunang gusto ko ma-achieve yung top 1 sa regular season at upper bracket. Tapos mag-champion ng MPL and MSC.
Okay.
Back to back.
Alright. So, champion ng MPL, MSC, and then top 1. Escalera, ano naman ang achievement na gusto mong makuha this season?
Makakapasok ng playoff si King Kong.
Makapasok ng playoffs. Alright. So that's for Escalera. King Kong, ano sa'yo?
MPL champion, MSC top 1.
Okay. Bakit parang pare-parehas kayo ng...
Pareho ba?
Oh, halos pare-parehas kayo ng ano eh. Anong meron?
PLDC.
I guess connection nga talaga para sa kanila. Huwag na natin patagalin pa to. ONIC Philippines kontra sa ECO. Let's start it all off. Casters, pasok.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 13. At your service, I'm OSX. I'm with Leo and Renmar, and it's us! Don't get mistaken. We are the We Bear Bros.
Oh, he finally said it! You didn't get to say it earlier!
That's my line, but just the same. I'm loving the vibes coming from ONIC because, again, compared to Echo, they are a wild card. We don't know what to expect from this superstar team, but King Kong is a vibe, dude.
He's just
there.
Just sitting down, vibing with Escalera.
Sitting on Escalera's lap, I don't mind.
Took the words out of Kelra's mouth. I just want this. That's what he said. Yeah, but
you know, it's a year of manifestations, and if you want to get something, just say it correctly. Let the Year of the Dragon hear you, and just completely say, "I want this." Manifest things. But right now, into the headline of this match. Wait. If I am to read the headline after a few seconds from now, can ONIC Super Team slow down Echo's path to? Wait, we just saw the Super Team back in Season 9. That was Echo back there, and now this is ONIC Super Team, Season 13.
All right, and since we are looking back, hindsight is 2020. The first time the Echo Super Team came out, they were not very successful. They suffered a first-round loss in the playoffs against Smart Omega.
Yeah. Very iconic moment there in the history of that league. The images of Echo, Carl TZ, then Yaoi at that time, Dreamar TZ.
I miss Dreamar.
I miss him too. Just crying after their loss, of course. But then, of course, we know the run that they went on. And hear the words of Coach Tic Tac on what is the definition for MPL PH Season 13 for Echo is that they just really want to redeem themselves. They want to recover the Age of Orca.
And that's exactly what he did in Season 10. Yeah. That's what he did from the ashes of that Season 9 crumbling. Yeah. He helped build up Echo with the help of Coach Trevor at the time, and that's what it is. It's their secondary stage of redemption now.
Yeah, it's all about the redemption. Whoa! I am going back to one of my favorite cartoons. Let's fold in. ONIC Super Team is in.
My dad used to watch this a lot. I never did though. I was way too young now to actually watch
Really?
this.
Yeah, you know, my parents,
Are you sure?
My parents watched the live-action remake when it came out, and the first episode, hearing the theme song, they both cried because that was their childhood.
Oh, wow.
All right, jokes aside.
I've been wanting to have that figurine, by the way.
I actually had a CD that had the full soundtrack of said anime. Yeah. Voltus 5 in the same sound, like 4 different tracks. -1. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Voltus 5 was a hit anime from Japan that originally debuted in the 60s or the 70s.
1994, if I'm not mistaken.
In the Philippines.
In the Philippines.
It was from the 60s or the 70s originally.
Oh, yeah.
And then the thing about them is they're little vehicles that combine to become a big robot.
I love Voltus 5 so much.
Yeah, so it's King Kong and Kelra acting as the Armstrong kids now for the ONIC machine. How perfect is that? ONIC had like this whole starship thing going with their trailer too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had the most sci-fi roster reveal we've ever seen. CGI, special effects, all that jazz.
The first, I think, in all of MPL trailer roster reveal trailer history.
Yeah, for the sci-fi theme, for sure.
Yeah, I love the effects. It's completely CGI. Because right now, I just completely break down things from what Coach Tic Tac said. I mean, Echo was so close. They stumbled last season.
Top 3.
Yep. And now, you mentioned at the very beginning of this broadcast, will the synergy of this super team of ONIC Philippines actually work? Because right now, we're seeing seasoned players. We're seeing Kelra in yellow. And now, how will each dynamic work? Who's going to be the shot call? What's going to be the adjustment for this team?
Which is something very interesting to think about, because King Kong, whenever he's a part of a team, it's a very King Kong-centric team.
Yeah.
Kelra, same thing. How is that going to work?
Yeah, that's the biggest question. Which lane, which part of the map are they going to focus to? Which K are they going to focus on? Are they going to help King Kong make sure he gets his resources, gets his jungle rotation down, or are they going to focus on making sure that Kelra gets his Snowball gets his resources as well? That's been the biggest question on the minds of people thinking about ONIC. Kelra and King Kong. Kelra was an undeniable star in Omega. King Kong, undeniable star in TNC Pro Team. How are you going to make sure 2 undeniable stars form the new Guardians of the ONIC Galaxy?
Oh. Wow.
I knew you'd like that.
Yeah.
I did that so that you'd have a reaction.
Wow. I wish I could get that robot right now, but I am just excited for this team. I am just excited for this roster because right now, ONIC Philippines, let's see how this goes. But right now, let's call in our marshals who will officiate this match to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. We have Patrick, Chico, Wilbert, and Jeff.
By the way, Jeff loves it when his partner calls him sugar. I wish I had someone like that.
The goal for the Orcas this season is clear to understand. Get resounding victories, remind the world why their style resonated with everyone, and to restore the age of Orca, get loud and proud for Echo! Even before the season began, the label of Super Team hung over their heads. With veterans, hidden gems, and young star players, they are hungry to prove to us, the Philippines and the world, that it's time for ONIC Philippines! And our coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Why Not. MPL Arena, welcome to the star match of Day 2! Magingay naman kayo dyan!
Let's talk about Echo. Again, they changed very little. If anything, it's the same 5 men who almost broke Blacklist International's win streak record last season, stopping at 11. Check it out. It's Benny Cutie, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, Sanford, and JP. I'm looking forward to how they're going to redefine what it means to be the House of Highlights, what it means to go fast on the Echo Express, which, by the way, they actually literally have now.
Yeah, they have a bus. ONIC Philippines had a bunch of spaceships. Kelra, K1ngkong, Super Prince Gem, and Escalera. Kelra and K1ngkong, there's a lot of focus on them, and we will talk about them a lot in this series. So I want to put my focus onto Super Prince, Gem, and Escalera. How will the 3 of you gel together to make sure that your 2 stars will shine so that they can help you look like stars as well?
Okay, I love what you said. Gel together. How will they actually work? Kelra, I recall Carl Tizzy, Benny Cutie, K1ngkong, Kelra matchup. How is this going to work? Because if we're looking at on paper, well, ONIC Philippines star players are actually strong. But we've been discussing how will the dynamic work. They have good merch, by the way. I just noticed.
Both teams are on fire.
Echo, like Grand Prix, Formula 1 fields,
Yeah,
and they have a bus outside.
They have a bus.
They've redefined the game once more. They actually started the whole varsity jacket
Oh
thing.
yeah, M4,
And
M4.
now they're a step ahead once more.
Yeah.
You were saying.
And also, I love ONIC's jacket as well. They're rocking good merchandise. I've been waiting. So now, going back to the match here, how is this matchup going to be in par with this? Seasoned players. It's a test of dynamic. It's a test of limit. But with Carl Tizzy, he didn't want to go ahead and, hey, we need to get this win first right away in the season. We don't want this being another stumble.
Is that just me, or is that the vibe I'm getting from Carl Tizzy? It's all business. It's
Yeah.
all, you're but one game out of the 13, 14 we're going to play all season, and we know how to get there. We have been there. We've become world champions. I'm afraid that we might be putting too much on ONIC's shoulders, especially Kelra and K1ngkong.
Gentlemen, here comes the Infinix keys to victory, and I would want to see Echo challenge ONIC's chemistry. We asked the question for ONIC, who will you focus on helping? Your jungler K1ngkong or your gold laner Kelra? Echo has been known to play a very smothering play style of MLBB, do that against ONIC. And for ONIC, show us what the super team is made of. Answer our questions of who you're gonna help and how you're gonna play together in a lineup that has a lot of potential. Show the world what this super team could potentially be, and watch out for flex picks for both. One of the ways that you can play around a team with a lot of stars, a team with a lot of, how do I say this, potential to just snowball and play a dominating style of MLBB is to play flex and surprise in the draft.
Flex, test of chemistry, a lot of things that actually could show in that Infinix keys to victory, because from this, how will they even go up against the GOAT, Carl Teasy, this time? Because he means business, and they don't want that frustration again of having that loss on day number 1. But this, for the ONIC side of things, they have things to prove as well, so they don't want to miss a shot. But I'm guessing this games could actually heat up until the 3rd. I am not sure, but depends. It's a test.
You can just say that you want to see it go to 3 games, and I think we all do.
Yeah.
And again, it's not like it hurts.
Yeah.
One team gets 1 point and the other gets 3, and we all get a show.
That's all we want. That's all we're asking for here right now, a show.
It's not too much.
Like, it's not too much.
Yeah. We just came in from game 3, so we expect more in this. Again, from Season 9, I have seen long games with Echo and ONIC. That was when Coach Yeb was there, Dilar was there, and so much heated up things happened back then.
That's a different time, by the way.
Yeah.
Quick flashback to the moment that Francis here is talking about. It was that night that Echo was on a roll. They were on a win streak, and it was ONIC with Baloyski at the lead then, stopping said streak. That was a very different time in the metagame. But right now, right here, again, I'm going to side on caution because, again, in my read of the preseason rosters, I put ONIC in a tier of their own, in a I don't know exactly question mark type of tier. It's because, again, we've been burned by the whole superstar team situation already.
Agree.
I would rather lower my expectations and allow for them to do their thing.
Yeah.
Let them cook.
Just open the curtain slowly.
Yeah, Chef Rapidude, not in the lineup, but still, let ONIC cook.
And yeah, it's Escalera. He is full on committed to becoming a roamer.
Yeah.
And an aggressive style roamer at that, from what I remember how Escalera played.
Amazing grok.
An amazing grok. Maybe he's going to be the... Actually, no, it is actually going to fall on his shoulders to let K1ngkong and Kelra shine with this aggressive roaming style.
Yeah, that's the first question you got to answer. Besides who it is, jungler or gold laner, what's Escalera going to do?
Oh, what are they going to do in game number 1's draft? Now, we're seeing Echo on blue, and we're seeing ONIC Philippines on red. We have the bans already being showed up on our screens. Navara is the first choice here for Echo.
They want to play with Vision, and again, up against a roamer like Escalera, Vision will greatly help. So ONIC will go ahead and take away a signature pickup for Carl Teasy in the Fredrin, and it's something Echo is very comfortable playing with, and they take away a signature pick and a strong meta pick from Benny Cutie with the carry. Inversely now, Echo go for the Arlot and the Baksha. So we're seeing a still very, how do I call this, conservative approach to the metagame from what we've seen and what we know are the tendencies right now.
Quick picks, by the way.
Already, just addressing the elephant in the room. Kelra K1ngkong, draft Kelra K1ngkong.
Yeah. Go ahead, pick up for your stars immediately. I think right now, they answered the question in the draft. They went ahead and picked for both of their stars, and now they go for a pick, signature for Hidden Gem. Xborg was one of the picks that he shined with last season when he made a name for himself in MPL Philippines.
Yep.
And now he's getting it, and we saw what an Xborg did in the previous game.
In addition to the Riz, which by the way has been slowly been relegated to the B tier of XP laners.
Sure.
I'm happy to see that, hey, you guys are forgetting about me. I'm the Hidden Gem.
It is his IGN for a reason, so Xborg.
Gem, by the way, not Hidden Gem.
Not Hidden Gem.
Yeah.
It's Gem.
Hidden Gem's from us. We told that to him, and he just laughed at us, and thank you, boss.
XP Lane, IGN.
story.
Yeah, creative names as well. So going back to the bans, since there's no core or no roamer yet for Echo, so they ban out the Angela. It's been a threat from every point in the game, and even from our ranked games, it's been a hell of a great advantage with assassin picks.
That's
With
the
the presence of Carl TZ.
Yeah, that's the right word, Francis. Threat, because it has never been picked just quite yet.
Yeah.
Right? We've never seen it do anything, but the fact that teams still ban it out, teams still play around it, means we have to watch out. There's the pack banned out, that's Sanford signature.
Oh, yeah, taking out the Paquito, and as well as the Faramis. Well, with no threats in the mid lane, the Burster or the Poke yet. Valentina's still up though, but yeah, they just completely take it. Nana back again onto this game from match or series 1. Now we see her again.
Yeah, Nana and Xborg actually a great combination. And then it's a Super Friend special. Back in MPL Philippines Season 10, the last time Nana was played was actually by Super Friends. It was a little stat that showed up earlier in the first series for those who were tuning in. Now for Echo, are they going to go for that Echo Express playstyle of that pick off for surprise? JP has shown that he can play Arlot Roam, and it is still an option. This doesn't necessarily mean it's an EXP lane Arlot. Baksha, most likely jungle. Gold laner though for Benny Cutie, what are they gonna go for here?
You keep looking for the Claude, bro.
Yeah, I really want to see the Claude now.
I really want to see it too, because
Finally!
yes!
Woo! Thank you, Benny!
Benny's got you.
We're gonna get picked
Benny,
someday.
oh, okay.
Oh, and it's out.
Benedetta on the XP. Matchup against Xborg. Things are looking good, I say, for Echo.
Yeah.
But how will that blend with the early game, though?
Well, I mean, in terms of the lane pressure, it's clearly going to be Sanford being able to get out of lane first. So the approach for Echo, it looks like it's out of XP lane, out of quick rotations from mid, pressure the jungle.
Yeah, that's one thing that Benedetta has over the Xborg in spades, rotational speed.
Yeah.
She can just jump through walls, pressure where the Xborg is still catching his breath, recovering his Faraga armor. So there's that dynamic, definitely. What's Escalera to pick here? What's Season 9 Rookie of the Season to pick?
Grok.
Probably
not.
Rocks.
He might go
No, that's
go weird and go Kufra, but I like Grok. That's not a Grok.
Oh, wait. So what's the...
Gwyn
Yeah,
Roam.
no, it's a roam Gwyn. Yeah.
Okay.
Even with a shorter range. Interesting.
Okay. So there's so much in and out. There's so much advantage for setups or even a great amount of peel for the lineup of ONIC Philippines. For the hold and front line of Echo.
Wait, does this
How
not
is
make
this?
it a better roamer? Because you can afford to pick up Flicker to course correct and disengage. I like it. It's a good concept.
I'm understanding the idea around it, however, but in terms of... I feel like I would have preferred the Grok because you needed that instant crowd control to just disrupt some of the dives of Echo.
Yeah. Unconditional.
Yeah. Guinevere, on the other hand, it's going to assume that they're going to be the one step ahead and setting things up.
Yeah.
If Echo start diving on them, it's going to be then up to the Nana to actually dish out the control to set it up for the Guinevere. So let's see if that'll actually work.
Yeah, Gwyn is miserable on the defense.
Yeah. Good on the offense.
Okay, let's see how this series goes. It's Echo versus ONIC Philippines on their first match of the season. Let's see how this goes. Looking back on our predictions or even dynamic check on the draft. Carl TZ on this box share, and we have K1ngkong on the Frederick.
I've missed the drums, I'll be honest. JP getting a fair bit of damage there. So that might actually be one of the things that we can think about in terms of having two magic damage dealers as your roam and your mid. You can actually poke down JP to make sure that he wouldn't be in a position to be the ones to initiate. Looking at the emblems, look at that Master Assassin for Benny Cutie. So he actually wants to be able to beat Kelra in lane, and that makes sense because again of the adjustments to the emblem preferences of the carry where you want to build it fighter, brave smite, so the Master Assassin makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and also to think that the damage of Echo and ONIC that needs to be addressed from maybe entering on mid to late game, I think that matters if you're a Claude and a carry. Who steps on the gas first? Who actually rides their spaceship ahead of time? Because if damage is concerned here, they would need a lot of way to actually take down a lot in team fights.
I just have this mental image now of like ONIC having a spaceship and the Echo Express actually being more close to being the Magic School Bus.
Oh, like Sky High, you mean?
I wasn't thinking of Sky.
That's a
You
deep
know
cut.
the actual Magic School Bus Kids show?
That's a deep cut.
I did.
I only know
I
Pet
do.
Patrol. Anyways.
Paw Patrol?
Paw Patrol, there you go.
What?
I never
That's
really
your
paid attention
childhood?
in school. All right, 10 seconds to the turtle here. Huge presence by ONIC. They're looking to dive on to the Apex Predator, who's become prey this time around. 2 minutes in, ONIC about 100 gold up.
Oh.
They're trying to bait out something from the San duo as they miss the fact that it's Carl Teasy first to the scene.
Okay.
Whoa!
Sanford, though.
40. It's knocked up. Here comes Carl Deasy. Vision on the 3. Astral Echoes thrown out already. King Kong very low. First blood drawn by 40. Never count him out. And just like that, Echo are a man up.
A great response and engage from the Orcas. Escalera is dropping down low though. There's no way to approach this, and Echo completely secures the first objective of the game.
And it really looks like Echo actually baited ONIC into that. ONIC thought, hey, this looks really good. Echo said, no, it doesn't. We still have a Petrify for Sanford, so it's a good re-engage and a call there. Saw there actually Carl Teasy, who, fun fact, actually is one of the most vocal people on Echo, and he's usually the shot calling type.
Oh,
so that was probably Carl Teasy's call.
Yeah, and also I think it was King Kong who peeked first and actually missed to hit that skill right onto Sanford. I
Crowd
guess.
control, yeah.
Crowd control, yeah. So
Not
they kind of
stop the damage.
Yeah, they kind of felt like someone was into the bush. It was two waiting, so it was a great call from Echo, and completely this is starting clean in the first 3 or 4 minutes of the game.
Yep, ONIC definitely have to go into recovery mode this time around. And I hate to say it, you know, speak of the devil, this is a Guinevere on the defense. But I'd like to think it's not all over just yet. Just about 600, 700 gold ahead Echo is. This means right now that since Escalera has his ult, he can actually set up for a better team fight. Second turtle, they're already waiting just under a minute left.
This is a damage type Gwyn on the roam actually. Lethal Ignition, and then the lead up to the Genius Wand is his first item.
Let's see how they're gonna make it happen. Goes up into the air. Baksha does. Called easy. Knocked out 4 men from ONIC. All it took to take down the 2-time world champion.
Yeah, we're actually talking about how the damage will work. Well, Carteezy was actually having a great amount of crowd control and an early burst from those two combos. So a bit of a way to slow him down, but we still have time. But look at this, pokes from King Kong and JP.
We're not done. I mean, it came at a very small price for JP to check that bush and make ONIC think twice about actually jockeying for position. Again, just a quarter minute left until the second turtle.
Right, see here the relationship between the Benedetta and X-Borg in lane can be quite dead. With 2 experienced MPL Philippines professionals, that's quite close to a dead lane. So it's going to be up to a rotation from their teammates to help them out. But then, of course, as usual, Benedetta's the first one usually out of the lane.
Well, speaking of Benedetta, he has now the Hunter Strike present.
Flicker though! Final slash from Daddy JP! Knocking out Escalera. Already, once again, it's deja vu as ONIC is a man down and King Kong says, abort, abort. This is not a turtle we can take as Carl Teasy and the gang once again score a big objective.
Wow, Echo made that look so easy. Calculated with their pickoff there onto Escalera. And the moment they saw that down, they said, let's take him out. Gets a turtle. King Kong, we'll go back.
Okay, Appraiser's Wrath with news as well. So Echo completely having a great clean start here. 5 minutes in the game. They have set up so much for ONIC to answer, even for just objective taking. And to think that they wanted to trap them in the most complicated ways, I think the delay is one of the priority of Carltes. He's up against one level 9 against a late.
Which I think is now defining their new playstyle. I'm thinking of a moniker, I'm thinking of how to coin it. But right now, Carl Teasy catches one. It's Escalera in trouble. Flickers on out of that Lord Pit. And now Carl Teasy might go down here. Kelra not enough damage. Put on to the box shot, walks away with the puissance. Now JP in trouble. Dodges with a vengeance and gets taken down by Escalera. And now the trade. The storm's not done. Where are you going? PMI off cooldown. King Kong survives.
He lives and he goes back to base. A great amount of response. How is that looking, Renmar?
It's starting to look like a slow war of attrition right now as Echo getting very small wins. ONIC getting wins here and there, but ultimately it's Echo walking away with a bigger victory. MNNE and Kelra are still quite neck and neck in player gold. 6 minutes into the game though, if that 500 balloons past 1-5, that means MNNE won lane.
Well, that gold advantage, if you're a Claude, you would need that gold, you would need that items to actually show up. Carl TC on his items as well. So this is a complete way to answer most of the damage threat that ONIC has. It's all about sustain. You have the utility from Carl TZ. All he needs is to beef up and be tanky and answer and probably delay Kelra, because right now the focus of Echo Express is on to go late, pressure Kelra most of the time.
And how unfortunate it is for ONIC that it's that same lane where the turtle spawns. Here we go.
Ooh.
Carl TZ and the gang already onto it. Not even a chance for ONIC to contest. Just like that, 3 for 3, all for Echo.
And just way too fast. We're actually seeing here the difference in the principles of the two side lanes. So Echo has two side lanes that can make plays on themselves. They can literally play alone. ONIC though, their side lanes are stronger with someone or as a team. So that's why we see right now Echo have a little bit more freedom to just have fun around the map, because their side lanes can just go around on their own and be left alone.
Which I think defines this new Echo Express.
Yeah.
I'd like to say it's a drive-by approach. They always just walk through lanes, see what's there, take it, and then move on to the next. It's, again, choking on it. It's what allowed for them to go up to close to 4,000 ahead, under 8 minutes. And now look, MNNE takes tier 2!
Oh, and the TPs are up for Sanji. I love what he pointed out there. Just the right amount of confidence. And how's the items going with this kind of gold lead?
Well, from 6 minutes 500 to 8 minutes 1,300 and climbing is the goal difference between the Claude and the carry. MNNE one lane, Echo got activated first. And because of the adjustments, Escalera.
Oh, I like it. The rope-a-dope, they used Prince as bait to try and get a reaction from Sanji. But Sanji uses Purify. They're all the worse for wear here. I'd like to think it's Echo who's actually playing it, because look, the distraction play, Sanford able to push.
And again, goes back to the point of they have side laners who can just do whatever the heck they want alone, even because they have great abilities to escape from danger, and Sanji just landing those Star Shatters. A point I wanted to make here about MNNE, by the way, is itemization. Corrosion Scythe into DHS. Because of the recent changes to attack speed, honestly, with just those two items, you're already happy as a Claude. That's your go signal to fight. With a Golden Staff, that's your signal that I'm already in my late game-ish build.
Oh,
it's a Trinity.
It's a Trinity.
It's a Trinity present at this stage of the game. It's not even 10 minutes, but Echo is in a complete express on their damage items, and they're ready to fight.
All right.
Oh, look
Lord
at this.
spawned, 9 minutes in. Super Prince sent home. Again, luckily his passive hasn't been popped, and all of Echo's members circle around. Escalera forced to dash out. JP keeping guard. Gem dropping fire missiles. King Kong trying to get a bead onto that Lethal Wanderer. Astral Echoes thrown out already. Gem gets his Firaga armor popped. Lord here out of 5th of 10. Escalera coming in with a jump and the full-on combo. The blast! Sanji has fallen. Still no trade. Escalera very low. Now, look at that Lord. Carl D. Easy secure. Escalera taken down. King Kong steal. Gem taken down. King Kong steals! Double kill for the Storm though. And right now, they are reeling. ONIC forced to retreat underneath the tier 2. And King Kong lives. Long live the king!
And he sits down as he recalls back to the base the commitment of Carl TZ on low HP. He was willing to take that risk.
King Kong proving to us why he was the standout player of TNC Pro Team last season, and why now he is here touted as one of the star players of ONIC. One man, one mission, and now ONIC have found a turnaround, but they are still behind 5K in gold.
Wow, completely ONIC getting these small wins against Echo's momentum early game. Slowly breaking and clearing up lanes. Wow. This is now the matchup that we're expecting to happen.
It's not over till it's over, man. ONIC found the window, and for the first time in this almost 11-minute game, they're the actual threat. I mean, it took them a while. Again, there was a lot of feints, and it's not like it came for free, this Lord Steal. But just the same, it means there's hope. And mind you, Kelra's only died once. It's not great, but it means that he can still get there.
Yeah, and Kelra actually, interestingly enough, yesterday we saw a variation of this fighter tanky carry with full damaged items. Now Kelra is still utilizing the hybrid type of carry, first building the Thunderbelt and then going into the next items more on damage. And then at the same time, for the side of Echo, again, one of the reasons why Sanji got quickly taken out there was, again, the combination of the Guinevere that's built for damage. If that was a different build for Guinevere, maybe it could have gotten away. But Super Friends and Escalera right now, if they want to continue this trend, they need to be able to work well together even more.
They're trying to do it again. They're trying to do it again. Escalera flub though. They're backing off. That's the Astro Echoes on almost everyone. They know where they all are. King Kong here, getting jumped on.
Yeah.
Oh, the last Insanity taking out Carl D. Look at the back line. Sanford looking for a kill. King Kong very low. Benny Cutie. Blazing to it on the two. Kelra take down Sanford. Down goes Escalera. Kelra barely alive. Friends takes down JP. The gold standard lives. 3 for 2 trade. ONIC comes out on top, but at the cost of a mid lane tier 1.
Kelra getting away. That looked like everything. Spell that from the Fighter Emblem, the Brave Smite, that. Again, this is why Kelra on this carry, hybrid type of build, the survivability, and actually a good way to understand as to why you go down this route. Sanji was looking for Kelra in the initial start of that team fight. He got out a really good Star Shatter, but Kelra barely took any damage from it. So now Echo have to watch out. Kelra is online. The members of ONIC, as this game will go on, will get even more deadly with their Nana and Guinevere combo. They need to be sharper right now with their execution.
ONIC Philippines showing their strength and power in team fights against Echo. Every objective matters, but there's a call. We heard a conceal here.
Where's it coming from? Escalera finds Sanji with the knockoff, with the full combo. Super Prince popping him. Escalera traded out though. Benny Cutie still here. Gem pops his Faraga armor. It's a man down, both sides. Lord here underneath half health. King Kong keeping the dance up. Crumping, styling, popping and locking. Carl Teasy ready to go at full health. Lord here at a tenth of its health. 50-50. Retribution still online for both. Star jugglers. It's a soft reset. Who's gonna let go? Who's gonna keep it in? King Kong making sure it doesn't go fully back up. And just like that, the dance continues. Lord goes back into his pit. When are you all gonna kill me?
The challenge now with just the distance of how the Lord gave his weight.
Oh, another pop on the
Firaga
Firaga
armor down.
Echo gets a small advantage. Again, this is how far as it gets for these New Age Lords dances. And Carl runs up on one. The Apex Predator finds one in the back. Down goes a Gem finally. And again, Kelra takes down JP, but Benny Cutie pops a last minute blazing duet. And down goes King Kong. 1 for 3. Echo clapping back, making a beeline for this Lord. Score for the Orcas.
What a beautiful entry by the Storm. Benny Cutie found Kelra at the right moment.
Yeah, I thought for a second that Kelra would survive because he ate up the most of that blazing duet without a problem. But eventually at that point, ONIC had already lost the team fight. Echo in a snap just like that. We thought the back and forth, the seesaw would go on for just a little bit longer, but they found an opening. Again, it looked like Echo were looking for one condition, the Faraga armor and the positioning of that X-Borg. As we look back at the replay brought to us by Infinix, Sanford coming in with a gank as well was just a cherry on top of the cake. And though Escalera was just there, Echo had already won the team fight.
How did Kelra survive that? Like, in a great amount of seconds, he just still lives.
It looks like a 1.
Yeah, Escalera and even Super Friends can't even go in distance to even save him. He was just up front, and they can't commit for another 2 or 3 deaths.
Is it a combination of Spell Vamp and the Brave Smite?
Win in nature too.
All right, that makes sense. And again, he's only really scared of Sanji. Gem here committing the last Insanity, trying to pop this wave, get rid of this Lord scored by Echo, and they're gonna save their base, but not their bottom lane and top lane inhibitors. And now mid is going to fall as well, tier 2. They have but 1 turret standing.
Wow, 6-0-3
Echo.
on Benny Cutie.
That's a storm for you.
Yep.
Storm.
That's signal number 6.
Does
Damage.
it go that high?
I don't know. Maybe for him.
I don't know.
I don't know. Just basically with the numbers.
All right.
6.
Let's go for
3.
that. Signal number 6. Okay. Looking at the items. You see there actually. A lot of sources of damage on the side of Echo. They're still going for a relatively hybrid, but that is a damaged Benedetta route for them. So, which is why ONIC, even though with their tight formation and their, well, majority of their lineup is very cooldown based, because of the distribution of damage on the side of Echo, it seems like for longer team fight, Echo is happier.
And also, the way of getting vision actually really works because, again, Kelra can't miss. Most kills in the game last season with 17 kills.
Yeah, well, it was still playing for Smart Omega.
It was a different color back then. But going back to the point on why it actually opened up Sanji's vision checks against ONIC, I'm seeing now the struggle of this Guinevere roam. They're really hungry for the objectives that they want to give to King Kong, but they can't even leave the base.
Yeah, definitely hungry was the vision for the side of ONIC. And again, at some point it will fall off as it goes on. Even though the damage sounds really good, you're really just there to pick off.
And more often than not, Escalera becomes EP. He's always down first. 1-5 already in the 17-minute bout. So almost half of Echo's kills are on Escalera alone. So it's very difficult what this Guinevere is doing.
Yeah. And it wasn't like earlier because of the lead now. Gem isn't at the point where he can do what Nibor did in the previous game. King Kong isn't at that point where he can really hold down long enough. At this point, Benny Cutie will just absolutely tear through their health real quick.
Yeah, tear through the Lord as well. Just having a great amount of lifesteal and regen. And they're pulling ONIC Philippines in. But look at the position of Escalera. He's trying to do something here.
That's right. This is a free flank. It's Sanford checking that bush. They still don't know how far and how deep Escalera can go. Lord here at half health. Escalera coming in, jumping up, knocking up Sanford. Pops his immortality. And look at this. Echo just as quickly collapsing onto them. You're not trapped in here with me. You're trapped in here with us. That's how the line goes, but still no kills. Gem forced to retreat. Everyone's still up, no casualties just yet. And just the same, Echo pushing the advantage, leaving a wave up top for ONIC to deal with. And they're back at it at the Lord.
So much resources and ultimates used. Echo completely getting another objective for themselves. Ow, that really hurts. But no contest at all. Carl TZ completely secures another objective for Echo.
Wow, great decision there by Echo to fight it like that. Even though Sanford was the one caught out there, unfortunate for ONIC actually. Could have been a good pick-off for them to start off a good sequence. But I don't think ONIC saw up until Carl TZ went out of the shrub that he was in that one shrub up top there where he's close to right now. That's what the call was supposed to be, a flank around that Lord. But then come team fight time, that just became Carl TZ free to dive Kelra, meaning Kelra couldn't help join and deal enough damage.
Yep, it's a miracle that nobody from ONIC died.
Yeah.
And again, just the fact that Echo are sitting at a 7K, 8K gold lead, watching that team fight now in hindsight as it replays in my mind, it looks like Echo time walked ONIC. It's like every decision that ONIC made, Echo had the trump card for it. And now, deep inside their own base, ONIC is trapped. No more flanks from Escalera, no more sneaky plays, and they have to play fair. Up front, defend from this Lord, defend from the waves. Carl TZ gets in with the conceal. Escalera popped like that. Benny Cutie gets another kill. And down these waves go down, these members of ONIC. And just like that, they got overwhelmed. The Orcas take game 1.
That's the first lap finished by the Echo Express. At such point, that was still, we're looking at ONIC Philippines looking away for a bounce back, but that clean approach that Echo Philippines did, even without us knowing it, they have full control of the game.
Yeah, Echo Express buses are known to have very clean insides and very clean performances as well. That's exactly what that was. It wasn't perfect to say, but they look cleaner relative to ONIC. Though you understand the decisions they were trying to make, again, with the side lanes just having a bit more freedom, Echo had more fun around the map. Benny Cutie didn't die that game.
Not at all, not once. I'd like to think it's because of Benny's performance that the little slip-ups did not really come to surface as much. Yeah. It's because, okay, all right, you guys got caught once. Again, Sanjay, I remember getting caught out. But that's because it bought time for Benny to do something else elsewhere.
Yeah, and they actually have this calculated risk against ONIC Philippines lineup. They know how it could be deadly early game. We saw how Carl TZ took a lot of hits on just being in the bushes of ONIC Philippines. So now, this is what the lineup was actually struggling. Is there any way to actually fix that? Because even in the later stage of the game, they were struggling on how to make things work with the dynamic.
Yeah, again, I'm going to echo what Reptar said earlier. That Escalera Guinevere could have been a grok. Could have been something else that confirms CCs or fights much simpler, much better. Is because something tells me this Rome Guinevere was something they were trying in scrims as a burst, and it worked much better.
Yeah, and I feel like there is a universe where that could have worked, but against a team like Echo and against an M4 Grand Finals MVP like Benny Cutie is going to be so difficult. 7-0-3 in KDA. And again, Master Assassin, but Brave Smite actually. Benny Cutie, if I'm not mistaken, last season, he was one of the few marksmen that liked to use Brave Smite as the emblem. But his positioning and his entry, the timing of Benny Cutie going in was big for Echo. And we have to return to the point that I really want to push here, the drafting identity of Echo going for a Benedetta EXP lane built for damage and then a Claude Gold lane. Those are two laners who you can leave on your own. That's why we're known to see Claudes be the ones to split push and then just eventually to just join and fight sometimes. The Benedetta, we know what a Benedetta brings to the table. Compare that to a carry in an X-Borg, wherein, yes, we saw in the previous game the X-Borg can make plays on its own, but Echo played in such a way that it wouldn't get to that point. And if it's not at that point, it means that you have two side lanes that are going to have to require help. To add to that, you have a rotational mid that is quite aggressive, great for pick-off type. You have a Guinevere and then a Nana. It means then the resources of ONIC will be split. Where do we go? And again, that's the main question for ONIC in this superstar laden lineup with the addition of King Kong, with the addition of Kelra, the quote-unquote super team going into this. How do you balance that? Drafting like this means it's difficult to balance. Echo, on the other hand, with the experience they have as world champions, again, having two side lanes free to do anything they want, means they have more room to be able to do other things around the map. You don't necessarily always have to go to the side. You can play more around the jungle, play more around river control, and Sanji on this Navaria greatly added to that help alongside his rotations with JP. The vision being provided by the Navaria, the damage Sanji was dealing before the fight even started, hurt. And that meant that ONIC couldn't get into position at times. Remember, Escalera, Roam Guinevere built to deal damage. If you take damage from a full-on Star Shatter, it's gonna hurt way more and actually force you to send yourself back compared to if you were a Guinevere that was built to tank damage, not deal it. JP, great wingman in this game with 9 total assists. Some of the plays that he just dished out here with the Arlot meshing out with the other members of Echo as well. And Sanji, the damage he dealt, stopping ONIC before they could even get into position. Gentlemen, what do you guys think?
Echo, Express. Now, just going back on how that match went, it was a good way it was a good start for Benny to actually start the storm against ONIC. But for this kind of team fight, ONIC Philippines had the punch to actually take it to a later stage of the game. But the problem there was the damage wasn't even enough for Kelra to actually make against Benny Cutie. And most of the times that they were relying on the damage. And Super Friends and Escaleras, at some points, they were too far to do a counter play. So there were some struggles in getting into position for disengage and re-engage.
Francis, I'm of the opinion that the damage just really even couldn't come through because they did not get the opportunity to do so. The movements on the map, the threats that Echo were presenting, just always put the players of ONIC in an odd position.
Well, speaking of position, now we would like to thank our official sponsor, Smart. Huge shoutouts to you for being with us for MPL Philippines Season 13.
That's right, be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with the Smart prepaid eSIM.
You see that little QR code there? Look at it. Actually, no, don't just look at it. Scan it. Now available for digital delivery through the Smart Online Store for only 99 pesos. Scan to buy your eSIM now.
You have an eSIM?
I do.
All right, good.
Wait, why does he just have that movie moment of like, you know those things in movies or it's like those really sweet things where the main characters just be like, oh, this is nice. Why did you just have that just now, OSX?
Well, I don't know. This feels really
trying
good.
You're trying something? Did he do it with me or with you?
Yeah, he just did it.
Yeah, for the three of us, it works. We need
I
to
didn't
have
feel anything.
Really? Yeah, you were looking at the screen though.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You, for a moment, you did that thing what like a 50 or 60-year-old man or woman would do on their porch as they watch their grandkids. Just like trying to relive like, oh, this is what my life has been? This is great.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, it's a good way to reflect things even on the even on the desk. So I want to see that the friendship is just completely destroyed. We've been here for quite a while now, so I'm just appreciating you guys.
My therapist says I'm emotionally dyslexic, so maybe I missed the cue. I was just zoned in on the game, man. I'm still trying to figure out what ONIC can do. It's because something tells me there's a part of this roster that tried what Omega tried earlier in the series prior. They tried to outsmart themselves.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Even I am lost for words. Maybe they were a bit overthinking how to place the right skills because they were holding it for even the longest times, even in team fights.
Yeah, again, the lineup of Echo fares better in much longer team fights. ONIC, not so much. They're a pick-off, one-and-done type. Similar to the Echo of old, when they were very pick-off centric.
Yeah, much better on the turn. So you can't do that on a team that already came from there.
Oh yeah, they need to have a bit of a change on how they want to force this to a game number 3 because
can't be the master.
Yep, it's student versus the master, but this time the student are star players. So, but now it's the game face of the day brought to you by Smart.
You just gotta flash the hashtag the power of Smart on your devices in a green background. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code.
Oh no, I have to copy them again, don't I?
Yes! Are these the winners? These 3 young ladies, are they the winners?
All 3 of them? Wait, which one?
Which one?
I'm required by contract on the English broadcast to always copy the Smart Power of Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Which one?
All right.
I am confused.
Pick one.
So they're still
I'll do
on
all
our big
them.
screen.
I don't think anyone did the claw. You just added that.
No. The lady in the middle did the claw.
Okay.
You sure?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, those 3...
I'm not just trying to be cute here.
Those 3
I don't
ladies
need to try.
We're actually
you
MLB
are.
athletes.
Yes, they are.
They're a very vital part of our FE division here for the past few years. So nice to see them in the stadium. But yeah, I still don't know if they... Really?
Keep your game face on, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the match, the star match of Saturday. But now, let's focus our attention on this video. Let's see how Sanford's story went heading into MPL Season 13.
40.
Siguro po, yung manalo or matalo, dapat may learnings po talaga lagi. Kasi parang doon po talaga kami kinapos last season dahil lagi po kami nanalo, parang that time wala na kaming medyo natutunan kasi ayun nga po, nananalo and di namin napapansin na napaghahandaan na po pala kami ng ibang team. So kailangan kahit nananalo po kami, kailangan may ibang team po kami na gagamitin sa susunod.
I love that interview. It's all about consistency and not being complacent. When you're up top,
40.
Echo was the world champs. Again, if you're on top, people has eyes on you. How do you even beat the best of the best? From that point in perspective, how Sanford saw things and how the rest of the team struggled, they need to have this mental reset on how they want to be consistent. Because again, you can be number 1 for a day, but people will always climb to be number 1 the next day.
I'd like to think Echo has a thing going. It's working out. Again, M4, champion. Season after, champion. Season after, 3rd place. So, MSC, 3rd place. So something tells me they understand the system. And again, it's just but by an inch that they miss out, and then we're here where we are now.
Yeah.
And I feel like in a way it sort of mirrors the story of ONIC, but inversely. ONIC for the longest time was always stuck in the first round of the playoffs. And then the chance to finally break through, get through that, they almost actually eliminated the team that became the runner-up and became the 3rd-ranked team in M5 in Blacklist International. Remember, that went to 5 games.
Yeah.
The series of ONIC Philippines and Blacklist International last season. ONIC maybe could have been the team to go to M5. We don't know. Maybe they could have changed the history. So inversely, it's like, yeah, then for ONIC, how then do you go the next level? For Echo, it's how do you reclaim the former glory? For ONIC, it's how the heck do we get to that glorious peak in the first place?
All right, real talk, can I just say, I think besides getting to the next level, ONIC needs to figure out their own system.
Yeah.
Because again, they're a brand new team. Again, this is the curse of the super team. You already look up to here when I think ONIC needs to, get this vibe going first.
Yeah,
I get you. What I'm seeing here, with all the spaceships going and how their roster review
See all
went,
the spaceships?
they need to have a formation. Formation for this.
ONIC Galaxy, say it.
ONIC Galaxy formation A, B, whatever you call it. How do you attack the Orcas?
Exactly. Get a system going. Make sure you have a solid first movie before you go for the trilogy.
Yeah.
That's true.
Or the prequels.
Whichever came first.
Or a Legends unit.
See, so this is what we're trying to figure out, because right now, Echo's mindset, completely redemption. We need to get back on top here, because this time, again, I know ONIC had different rosters back then, Season 8, Season 9, 10, even seasons back. You even rapped about this Season 8, like ONIC was the one to beat the winning streak of Blacklist. Onsing Laro, the 11 games, they were the one to actually do that. Now, it's good that you guys pointed out, how will they even start their first page right now? Being the super team, the so-called super team of the season, how will they translate into a winning success?
Again, just as a coaching approach, right? Step one, focus on what's in front of you, right? And so now look back to the draft.
Yeah.
Again, that
You like that?
I like it.
That was good.
That was
You
really
looped
smooth
around it.
entry.
I mean, it's right there.
Of course, we're all used to smooth entry. So, for Echo there, again, closer to what we understand the current metagame to be.
Yeah.
ONIC experimenting. I will not knock ONIC experimentation, but it's a tell that if you decide to come in a high-profile match, trying new things, which does, in theory, make a lot of sense, but you weren't able to execute it in such a way that led you to victory, that's a tell that there's still a lot of things to work on.
Yeah. And if they want to work things out, they need to force the game number 3. But now with this side, ONIC has the blue one. So they have priority one they want to pick. Because from the first steps here, same thing. So Echo prioritized this on the first game. Now they're taking it for their hands. Knowing that there was a Vexana present, they went with the Navarre instead.
And I think it makes sense for both of these teams want to prioritize Navaria. If you're Echo and you're known to play a certain way based on a system around vision, how do you stop a potential super team who are hungry to prove what their playstyle is like by, of course, playing around the vision? And inversely for ONIC, how the heck do you stop Echo in the playstyle that they're known for? You want vision for that. So Navaria as priorities here for me makes a lot of sense for both of these teams.
Okay, I'm going to give you that one. I think it will totally be a great answer. But okay. Now it's a reverse side of picking on things. Carry on the Arlet. Looks like Sanford or 40 is going to be happy with this one.
And I like the Arlet getting prioritized for Echo instead here, because it still brings in that surprise factor, and it will change the picture of the draft. And finally for today, we get to see CCC get picked up, this time on the side for Echo. So now Echo are just gonna, alongside the Arlot, they're gonna need a tanky jungler as well to be fielded as a second in terms of getting vision or for getting peel, because that CC will be a backline nuisance.
And again, the X-Borg. Yo, we opened the floodgates, man.
Yeah.
Gets picked once, that's it. All X-Borg all day.
First 3 picks always.
He just wins. It completely a great answer. It's just a push of how they want to take this race against ONIC Philippines. So, second side of things, well, speaking of bans, taking out the Claude, since the Marksman yet is not open for ONIC, so this kind of checks how will they support the Roamer this time around, because on this first game, Guinevere was kind of a bit a struggle for Escalera. So will they change it up? Oh, so specific though.
And Echo laughed. They reacted to it.
Yeah, they're like, Sanji, look what they're trying to do to you, bro.
Gushin? Like, why Gushin? Like, okay, why?
Yeah, okay, looking at the lineup of ONIC, when you have a Novaria with you and then a CC and Fred, you know the Novaria wants to stay back. You know the CC and Fred want to dive and get close. Meaning that it makes a lot of sense to even consider the idea of the Gushin because it's going to be the assassin type. Exactly the same reason as why we saw it in TNC versus
That's
MNNE EVOS.
We saw it yesterday.
Beautiful.
We saw it yesterday. So you look back. Now going into the second phase, it's Echo first getting dibs on a pick after the Akai gets taken out. There's the Vexana.
Yeah.
So eventually, Sanji was going to get something good.
Yeah, we were talking about this, but it was a good way to place it on the second picking of Echo. So they have the mid now for this composition. So what's going to be this time around for ONIC Philippines? Because there's no Valentina, because they answered right away with the not unless they put this Novari on roll.
Yeah, there's no need to pick up another mid laner. I want something good on Escalera. Give Joe Marie something good.
I want Tig. I want to see a Tig Real here.
Tig or Minotaur?
Yeah, Tig or Mino. Because you already know exactly what these two are going to do in the CC and Fred. And then in terms of the gold, I don't see Brody.
Whoa! We've seen this in MPL
Something
ID.
new.
He's running it back.
A Rome Selena.
See? Another mid lane. Why? I was kind of... Wow. Intuition. Okay.
So, I think this is what ONIC is leaning on, and they're trying to do as an identity. And
Then
there's the
they
take, but
take
it goes
it.
to the side of Echo, which it would be quite difficult for Selena. He'll really have to pick these moments of when he's going to go in. But again, 2 games now. Echo give Escalera, or ONIC give Escalera, assassin type of roamer, the pick-off type,
Yeah,
the kill type.
I might be grasping at straws here, but Tigreal's passive doesn't really do much against Magic Burst early.
Yes.
So at least Escalera can win in that sense. And then Snowball from mid. He's trying to build up a Nova? Is that enough? Is that enough? Can the Nova respond quickly? Can the Nova take advantage of the quick CCs and stuns and bursts that the Selena brings?
Maybe I can do a follow, but I don't know with the damage. How
I
about
mean,
that?
again, there's a relationship between two roamer and mid that both go for magic. The genius one, because they'll just help each other in terms of being able to deal more.
Oh, okay, reduce the magic defense, right.
Yeah, so I believe the Novario and Selena, I think both of them had actually prioritized the genius one, so that means they'll just have damage ready. Plus a dire hit of the Selena.
On a positional standpoint is what I'm thinking, like execution-wise. One of them wants to dive, the other wants to stay at range.
Yeah.
Oh, you hear the drums, folks. Now it's game number 2. Will ONIC Philippines push this to a game number 3? Interesting pick showing. We have both leashes on both sides of the camps.
Okay. So it's going to be an inverse exit here for both of these junglers. As they both started purple, export in the jungle for Carl TZ.
What is this, season 8?
Yeah. The last time we saw this, actually, it didn't go well for Echo, if I recall correctly. And it was also Carl TZ
What?
who rocked it.
Okay, so talking about redemption, how about I do this second time around?
Do it again.
Do it again.
Carl TZ, but diff version 2.
GG go next. I mean, so far it's working. Again, let's not knock it till we give it a chance, right?
Not knocking it. It is surprising, though, to be honest.
Yep.
Last Insanity to pop it, but then...
All other damage is slow rolling. Again, the only real burst is from Sanji.
Yeah. Interesting approach. Okay.
Okay, so also onto the gold lane, we are seeing 2 from Echo and just 1 from, well, we see just Kelra. So this is one way of like, hey, make your magic work, Escalera, because what they need is vision such as this. Look at this, King Kong.
Yeah.
Just taking out the frog armor right away from Carl TZ for getting his purple and orange.
Yeah, this is gonna be the story of this game for a while right now. Carl TZ might have a difficult time rotating.
Whoa! Missed by a hair!
Oh, that's so
40 still alive! Now King Kong wants to finish the job. Diving in.
Oh, wow.
Forward by the Apex Predator. 40! Gem draws first blood. Echo are a man down as King Kong first to the scene at the turtle.
Looks like ONIC's going to be getting this first turtle without a problem. Echo, they're going to have to force an action before the next turtle comes up. Because if not, ONIC will get the second turtle without a problem.
King Kong. Finally, ONIC Philippines slowly getting a great start on this second game. Now that's what we want to see. If you're in a Selena, you want to get the aggressive Abyssal Arrows right away at the traps. You need to gain control of your area.
Yeah. Poke and vision for days. Yes, we know the Selena wants to get close to make the most out of her combo, but with the Star Shatter plus that Abyssal Arrow, well, you don't even need to get close because sometimes a little bit of information is all you need. And again, up against a team like Echo, that's what you want against them.
I now see ONIC's approach It's a very fundamental attack, and it's basically mathematics, right? You have the Selena to threaten Magic Burst, but in comes the Fredrin, in comes Gem, in comes King Kong. It's actually physical that you should be afraid of. So now you put Echo in a weird position. So do we bum rush the Dreadnought armor, or do we build magic damage?
That's a good...
magic defense.
Yeah, magic defense, because it's a way to just play without... How would they want to see this for Echo? Either would they prioritize the Athena's shield right now, or they want to go for the damage, because it's gonna be confusing. But at the same time, if they want to get this straight forward, well, they still have a Tigreal though. But it's just the thing. How will they get those vision checks? Because right now, Kelra is really slowly killing it. And if he'll be consistent in that way, this is a great snowball potential for ONIC.
Yeah, -8. Wait, hold up. Okay.
Fade away stun.
You were talking about OC?
Good thing he dashed away just in time because he knew that Escalera wouldn't want to get close. Purple buff. Are they going to try to? Good pull there by Carl TZ. So, Echo, they can... It's not completely out of their hands, but in terms of like going around the map and who it feels like has control, if Echo wants to feel a little bit more control back in their hands, it's gonna need to come up from a big team fight win at this point. Because ONIC, even though it's quite even in the gold, all the vision getting provided just means ONIC is a little bit more comfortable.
Carl TZ has the immortality on the first item.
Oh, look at that.
Here we go, Echo. This time around, they don't want to let this second objective go so quickly.
Look at that stun.
BLCK catches so much from Echo, or rather ONIC, and now Turtle sitting at a fifth of its health. Retribution still standing. Carl TZ secures, and now they clap back, collapsing onto King Kong. In comes the Eternal Guard, and the final slash. Sanford helps secure a kill. Down goes King Kong, and now Echo's on the board.
Did you just see how they managed to respond quickly with that miscalculation of an ultimate, but it's not stopping though. Wow! Carl TZ securing that objective.
Yep, that was just a straight up retry win there by Carl TZ. I think half a second late was King Kong with the release. And now Echo, yeah, they're making the most out of JP, missing that. But you saw the positioning of all the members of Echo there. They knew what they needed to do to respond. And it looked like because ONIC used the trigger of JP missing as let's go, let's fight this out, for a moment it looked like they forgot, wait, we don't have that much info on everyone else. And that's what Echo capitalized on eventually for Carl TZ to get that retribution off and for them to even get a kill onto King Kong.
Yep, it's a moment that looked like you missed. Oh, but did I?
Yeah. You sure I was aiming for you? So I kind of... I like how they blend.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love Expandables.
Yeah, so is X.
Amazing movie.
Do you mean The Incredibles?
No.
All right.
That wasn't even a movie reference, but okay.
Okay.
So far, I'm liking what ONIC is presenting. It's a better approach, and it's an off-meta strategy that they showed conceptually how it could work. I'm expecting more from Gem, though. We really haven't seen him do much, and now Carl TZ and Sanford. Oh, wow! Maximum range! Final slash, and so much damage, but on a Gem! And he finally falls. Carl TZ and Sanford, though, they definitely felt that.
Yeah, giving a thumbs up and a kill.
Great juggle there, but ONIC at the bottom of the map will try to reverse it.
There we go. The stun caught up by JP, the Abyssal Arrow, saving Benny Cutie. All right, can I just say, this is dangerous. The fact that we're not talking much about Kelra means he's getting some alone time, some quality time, farming 6 minutes and a half in. Turtle scored by Carl TZ off of the back of a last insanity, plus a retribution. Popping King Kong, he gets a kill on the way out too.
That was a good utilization of that last insanity, making him untargetable and use the retribution for the last minute. Amazing plays for Carl TZ.
Last
second rather.
I feel ONIC didn't see that coming. It looked like King Kong was so surprised he didn't even press his retribution. They didn't expect Carl TZ to even get in range like that. The little dash forward that you get with the last insanity, that was some GOAT-ish right there.
Wouldn't be surprised if there was an audible going, oh.
And then Carl TZ's gone back.
And now ONIC are staring down the barrel of two turtles, a push from Benny down bottom, and the map turning red because Echo's sitting at 4,000 gold ahead. All time Carl TZ leads with 1774 kills. He's been playing since season 2.
Yeah.
Carl TZ the GOAT.
And you know the crazy thing about that is, if I remember correctly, the difference between him and first place and second place, and I believe second place is few, is around 500 kills.
Huge. You were former teammates too, by the way.
Yeah. Yo.
Something to note, Carl Tizzy for the past maybe 2 years has dedicated himself to being a utility jungler.
Yeah.
So, no, he's still ahead, even if at this point he said, you know, I don't need to kill too much anymore.
Oh.
It's fine. Oh, now inside their jungle, Kongkong barely secures his purple, gets stunned up, final slash displaced. Huge. Sanford's on a roll.
Yep, completely a great advantage against ONIC Philippines. But let's see how Kelra would actually see some window here to actually bounce back. Is the damage going to be enough at this point in time? Because again, you've mentioned it even in the second objective being taken. There's no damage yet. There was no points that coming in for Kelra.
Yeah, it's a little bit of hopium for all the Sonics out there on their behalf. We haven't seen much from Gem nor Kelra. Once they do go online, once they do start joining these huge team fights, maybe we see another switch up.
Yeah.
When?
Exact question.
Yeah,
Brad. Is that
when?
Exact question. If I'm not mistaken, it's only a BOD that Kelra has now, and it looks like he's... See what second item he'll go into, but he only still has one. So ONIC, in terms of the damage, not completely there yet. JP!
Implosion onto one,
Oh.
displacing Kongkong, catches a face full of Eternal Guard, and there's a final slash. He's in trouble. That's Insanity, taking him out like a Beyblade. Carl Tizzy let it rip, and just like that, ONIC is without their retribution. ONIC is without their star jungler, and now Echo just blitz through this floor, tearing him apart. A 10th, a 5th of his health. Doesn't even matter. They score big, chasing Escalera out all the way through the river.
And it's just as that, Carl Tizzy and Benny Cutie clearly taking another objective for Echo, despite how even Escalera wanted to divert the attention of the Orcas.
It's a difficult life that Kongkong lives here. Having the Selena and the Novario for you, sadly, he's the face checker, and that's why he got caught out there by JP. He's the one checking for his own vision.
All right, you were talking about JP, so...
Yeah, so it felt like ONIC that was just like, all right, we're going to get you back. You got Kongkong, we'll get you back.
You were saying?
Actually, no, my thought ended exactly when JP got caught.
All right, perfect. Again, I have to echo the sentiment here.
Yeah, echo.
There really is only one peel. It's Kongkong. For Jim to actually act as good peel, he has to not die like this. Oh no, he's not even in the scene. He's dealing with Benny down bottom. All right, they do pop a few mortalities, pop a few health bars, and now Kongkong once again the only frontliner for ONIC. He's in trouble. Appraiser's Wrath taking down the Lord. Kongkong does not die, not this time.
Committing all ultimates for that push. Echo clearly securing. Just looking at the map right now, the progress. No turrets taken down, not even well, there's a bit of a damage to go late, but that is just completely the fortress of the Orcas, even by the items. Everything is just ahead.
Yeah, this is going to be up to ONIC then now to make the most out of the burst damage and the vision provided by Prince and Escalera. Pick off, but then in terms of winning a big fight, it might take a while. They're not there yet. Although, good thing for Kelra, he rushed penetration items, so he already has a BOD alongside the Malefic Roar, so that might help if Kelra can free hit enough.
Oh.
We'll see.
Wait. They don't know where Carl is. Coming in from the back, Super Prince gets caught out! And all it took was one last Insanity. And now the implosion coming in, Flicker from Daddy JP, displacing the gold standard. And now he's taken down 2 free pickoffs for the House of Highlights. Echo are on a roll here, pushing through tier 2, threatening the penetration, middle, bottom.
A fresh catch from Daddy JP, and that is none other than Kelra. How will they defend this now? How is the damage going to show back from Echo with this kind of gold lead, Renmar? How is this? How is this looking?
Well, for the next few bits, it seems like the turrets might be the top damage dealers for ONIC, because they're just going to be behind base. The good thing is, because of the crazy range they have, they can still go out a little bit more compared to other lineups because of that range that they have. Get vision, just try to understand where everyone else is on the side of Echo. But it's going to be tough, man.
Get the alms for Kelra.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's what you do with that little space that you're allowed to go out, right?
Yeah.
Get these little camps, get these little waves, but that's given Echo doesn't freeze, right? If Echo freezes, oh no, that's it. Good luck getting farm on Kelra. And he definitely needs it. He needs more items.
Yeah, this is tough, brother.
Yeah, we need to check on the damage. We need to check on the items. Well, Escalera, comparing to game number 1, he has a lot of vision this time around, but one thing is just not showing is the damage department. They could actually make some momentous plays with such amount of crowd control, but they need to have a possible contingency plan for this. But Echo is just getting this another objective for the Orcas.
No contest, man. No contest. Echo's gonna score this enhanced lord 13 minutes in easy. 10K ahead, Echo is. Again, you saw Kelra there force a push down bottom, so that's the first turret ONIC scores. And it's been a very difficult 13 minutes, but a little bit of hopium once more. Maybe ONIC can bounce back, especially inside their own base. I've heard that hard times breed better men. Maybe Kelra can defend this way.
Yep. ONIC, well, they have the adrenaline in their soul to actually stop Echo from ending this.
Now the Lord crashing in, well timed by the Orcas. Carl T's gonna get his. Ferragar.
Oh!
$1 million final slash coming in from the Apex Predator. The implosion from Daddy JP, and the displacement. Down goes 4. It's just Escalator left, and he can only watch as he falls. Echo going for the sweep.
And that's how they finish the race of the day. Getting a strong start for the season, a sweep for the Orcas.
They start in pole and they finish it first. Lights out and away we Echo. What a way to start off their Season 13 campaign. It's not the Express, but I feel like this is a much more deliberate and calculated ecosystem.
It's a shake and bake. First up, the final slash. Next up, the implosion. You don't know where it's going to come from.
Yeah. Oh, the Arlet and the XP laners in the hands of Sanford. Such amazing plays. Oh, breaking everything. But now look at this. The sportsmanship back on our stage. Echoes and ONIC Philippines. Still, congratulations to their opponent for giving them a great fight.
Magic School Bus trumps the spaceships today, but it's a tremendous performance for ONIC. I get their ideas. I understand the theories behind their draft. And let's see if they'll actually be able to convert that into results and execution later on.
Conceptually, I want to get it. Conceptually, I want for them to succeed, but not tonight.
Let's see how this goes. Let's sort back through our stage with the winning team, Echo with Mar in hands.
All right, everybody, give it up for Echo. Congratulations.
What a performance to start off Season 13.
Napansin ko, lumayo sa akin si Benny Kitty.
Sige, so ilalapit ko na sa kanya.
So siya muna ang una. Ikaw, dahil ikaw yung lumayo, ikaw ang mauuna. Natanong natin kanina kung ano nga ba yung motivation, yung goal natin ngayong bagong season. We got Carl T's answer, si Sanji, si Sanford. Ikaw naman. Siyempre lahat tayo gusto ng championship. Other than that, ano yung goal at motivation mo ngayon?
Yung ay manalo para sa pera, para sa future ni Wanwan.
Ano bang gagawin natin doon? Pag nanalo tayo, what are we gonna use that towards?
Siguro po, bahay sana.
Bahay sana. Ah, that's such a nice one. That's such a nice dream. Ikaw naman napag-isipan mo ba? Kasi natanong namin sila eh. Ikaw.
Hindi pwedeng hindi makompleto.
Ano po, dinibig ko na po si Sanford ng kape niya na BK.
Ng kape?
Lagi po siya nagkakape.
Lagi nagkakape. So ngayon, ano to, coffee shop? Ay ba, ang ganda ng bagong jersey nila, no? Pwede bang
Fit check.
i-fit check natin?
Sinong gusto mong gumawa?
Ang gusto nating gumawa,
Yung naunang
si Carl
tumalikod.
Si Carl Tizzy
Si
kaya.
Carl Tizzy.
Si Carl Tizzy.
Okay.
Okay, Carl Tizzy. Maganda ang jersey. Nandun yung camera. Ipakita natin yung fit check. Okay?
Isang ikot lang, isang ikot.
Isang ikot lang.
Isang ikot
Pakita
lang.
natin, ikaw yung magmo-model dito para naman bilhin ng lahat ng nandito yung jersey mo,
naman.
di ba?
Ate Mitch, raise mo ako
Ayan. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, ano nandyan? Oh, what? Ay, ang init ng likod! Wow!
Mainit sa harap at sa likod.
Buy it now.
Incredible. All right. Now, Carl Tizzy, you've been in the same situation you were last season. Maganda yung start niyo ng regular season. Same lineup, what's so different about it?
Siguro po mas disiplinado na rin kami ngayon. Tapos siguro wala na kami masyadong iniisip na ibang bagay.
Kasi nakita rin natin yan dun sa game nyo, especially from game number 1 and game number 2. But you were for super team still, kontra sa ONIC super team that was branded from them. What do you think of ONIC PH now na nagdagdag sina Kelra at si King Kong?
Mas malakas po sila ngayon. Kaso feeling ko kulang lang po sa chemistry pa.
Alright. Chemistry needs a little work, pero approve kay Carl TC.
And just like what your jersey says, well played, Echo. Congratulations. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Echo is one step closer to their redemption. At kahit same ang lineup natin, bago naman ang kanilang jacket, loud and proud.
You would call it the Echo Express Redemption Tour, and phase 1 is complete.
And now we're gonna break it down with our casters. Casters, pass up.
Thank you so much, Mar Enhanced, and that's how the winning formula of Echo was made, fueled by dreams from Benny Cutie and his Kid 1-1, and also the team's dreams and actually getting back to the top. I think that's what fuels us all, the motivation to not be complacent from day 0 to day 100.
I'm motivated by the fact that Carl TZ almost single-handedly made me want to buy the new Echo jacket.
Oh yeah,
I need to make that bread to afford the new threads.
That's a great way to play.
I hope they make it in my size.
Yeah.
I hope they show love for us bigger dudes.
I think they will. Back in the season where the varsity jackets started, they have also sizes for that.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with that. Hopefully this one is still good.
I love the jacket. I love how the identity is being built by Echo. Let's see how the this game went, Ranmar, on game number 2.
Now, Echo here, MVP, of course, Carl TZ, and his X-Borg. Very controlled type of play style here, and throwing back to an older identity of X-Borg, but I guess it makes sense if this is his build path because he is the jungler, prioritizing immortality, going into War Axe, BFP, and then still just respecting the magic damage that could be dished out by the Selena and the Novaria. He went ahead and built the Athena shield. And one thing that I like that I saw from Echo here is that when in the presence of Carl TZ and the X-Borg, it looked like they were playing around it really well, knowing that they have a very important skill that they can utilize to either get a quick win early or get a kill by near the end of a team fight. And they just really punished King Kong for it. Because Carl TZ, as a tanky type of jungler, he doesn't need to get vision for himself. He has JP to do that for him. Even Sanford's doing it for him. And again, difference in what we call the principles of the draft, of the composition of both teams. ONIC required their jungler to get the vision. Echo has 2 other dudes getting vision. Carl TZ can just do whatever he needs to do to get the victory there for Echo. And ONIC really just looked like it's very high risk, high reward to get a lineup such as this done. And the fact that he was unkilled in this game, Carl TZ, playing really well with his teammates. And again, he emphasized the one thing about ONIC. Carl TZ mentioned, I think they're strong. They're really strong, but they just don't have the chemistry yet. Carl TZ, from being known as one of the best, if not the best assassin in the world, the best Lancelot in the world, he evolved his game into being someone dependable for Echo. Whatever you need of me, I will do. And he showed that in this game with Echo. Going back again to the lineup of ONIC here, really, when you have that kind of Roman mid combo, it is going to be so much harder, especially if you're not landing your skill shots. If you don't snowball, get that early quick lead, it's not going to work out well for you. And it's going to be so much harder to climb back into the game. And that's what ONIC felt. Even though they were getting the vision a little bit from the abilities of the Novarian, the Selena, the problem was King Kong was always put in a very dangerous position. Most deaths in the game, 0, 4, and 1. That's because he was sort of like the roamer of the team in terms of frontline getting vision. Sandbag, damage taken, highest as well. Most damage dealt on the side of Echo was even Carl TZ, maximizing, again, what we talked about with the last Insanity, and of course, the Wingman, total assists 7 for Sanford, making the most out of his Arlot. That's been a theme so far today, gentlemen. I feel like of roams, XPs, and even junglers juggling the responsibility of who's gonna set and who's gonna vision.
That was an amazing analysis. Thank you so much, Renmore.
You make it sound like I changed your life.
I mean,
you did.
The meta changed before our eyes once again.
Yeah.
Right after the RSG and Omega bout, now with Echo and ONIC, I'd like to think we're now more aware of what's capable and what's possible and what the counter is. Because again, what a master stroke by Tic Tac and the Echo, right? Because they read into the situation that, all right, look, they didn't pick a Selena just yet, but they picked the X-Borg way sooner before that. They knew that, hey, ONIC might go for a pickoff and turn lineup again, and they stopped it right then and there.
Yeah, it was the meta. They had an advantage, but from your advantage, who's watching us live right now, even in your house or wherever, Blacklist International versus Banana is coming right up next. Wow, we have a triple header today, and be sure to be with us until the last match. From what Liam is saying, well, from Carl T's interview, they need to have their synergy on check for ONIC Philippines, because from a former, well, they're still part of the super team, but they had their growing pains from being called as the super team as well back in Season 9, so they need to have their synergy in check to make it work again.
These two teams are the antithesis of a super team. They are both created and molded to the point of they just need to do their purpose. They need to get to that goal. That's what I'm getting from Blacklist and MNNE EVOS this season.
Yeah, they are trust the process teams, and let's see how far the process has taken them in this final match of the day later.
Yeah, we've seen MNNE yesterday 2-0'd TNC.
That's right. Yeah.
Blacklist though, they went from it was also a 0-2. They lost yesterday, but it doesn't feel like in game number 2.
Yeah, because that game 2 was legendary, man.
I know.
That game 2 was worth 2 games.
Yeah.
2.5.
We all agree here.
Don't forget the quote Wolf
We
said.
never planned that.
Other regions probably are getting sad watching us, because how do you beat this kind of MLBB? That's how the world felt watching Blacklist International versus AP Brand game number 2 yesterday.
Last night I was playing ranked games. I was afraid Sensui was going to steal my Lord.
You thought
you were thinking about that? Wow.
Yeah, for those who haven't watched day 1 just yet, so you know what to expect tonight's finale, you watch that. You see how well Sensui just stole off.
Once again, this has been the We Bear Bros, but we'll be right back. Don't go away. Blacklist and MNNE is coming right up next. See ya.
Of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But, let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can!
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow! Those are a lot of apps!
That's fine. When you got Powerall, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool! Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real, kasi kasi!
Backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, Powerwall, Magic Data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos, Kelra can you do it? And Albert is on Arcina.
Ledge fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way out. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika itu lalu benar-benar slow. Rapanya sudah tumpah.
It's time to invade.
It's time to invade. Let's go.
Hello, guys. Hello, kamusta? So we're gonna invade your waiting area. Bago maglaro, ano ba yung ritual natin? So nakikita ko nanonood tayo ng laban ngayon ng Echo and ONIC. But before this and after this, usually ano ba yung mga rituals niyo?
Before sa
Stretching.
Before stretching, merong individuals na parang rituals na ginagawa. Like kunyari, Kyle versus Kazen.
Parang 1v1?
Depende sa kailangang i-improve.
Ano yung stretching? Pwede ba ipakita natin?
Kailangan kasi malaman namin.
Sino ang ating leader? Coach! Alright. Okay. So, kunyari wala kami dito, paano natin sinisimulan itong stretching?
May counting na
Tayo.
8, 7.
Okay. Bagong miyembro kami. We are the rookies.
Honorary members.
We're the rookies.
Okay. Yan.
8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kasi pag naglalaro, sumasakit yung leeg nila. Kaya kailangan natin i-stretch.
5,
Ayoko pala. Kailangan gumanon. Okay.
8,
Okay, yan. Kabila.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, next.
Next. 1,
Sabi movement.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 5, 4,
Okay.
3, 2, 1. 1, 2,
Yung purpose kasi nito.
Ang purpose is?
Para mag-flow na yung dugo nila.
Mag-flow yung dugo.
7.
So, ready na tayo sa 1-hour game times 3.
Ready na?
Ready na?
Game 1 abot ng 50 minutes.
Game na? Ready na? Ready? Okay. Now, sa lahat ng mga manonood, anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanila? In 1 sentence, go!
Abangan nyo kami sa paparating laban, gagalingan namin.
Abangan nyo ang Minana Evos. Magsisimula na sila sa ilang sandali.
Invasion complete!
Alright, pumahana na naman. Okay, lumapit. Walang lumapit. Actually, ito yung nakuha dito na set ng Echo. Ito na nga, nagkalapitan. Si King Kong lumapit dito. Yun yung Bennett's range. Pasok si Escalera dito. With a jump. Pasok si Kelra with the ultimate. At Super Prince makakuha ng kill. Wala Sanji. Super Prince bumaba na talaga. The third! Habang umiikot-ikot si Carl TC. Bumeni Cutie Blazing. Do it din. Siya doon sa bandang dulo. Binabanatan si Kelra. At yun. Pangalawa. At doon nanakaw ni Carl dito. Nanakaw ni Carl dito yung turtle. At ayun yung EG. Eternal Guard. At lumapit kasi si Blitz counter ko. Malaki Super Prince. Umiikot na si Jem. At makakuha sila ng magandang true damage. Benny Cutie, Dome Flicker, in Blazing Do It. Wala si King Kong. At nakay Benny Cutie ang bagyo, ang camera. Bumabanat ng free hit si Kelra. Matitira. Kelra makakuha pa ng kill. So parang yung Spider Senses nila. Dinobli nila. Mahuli si King Kong dito. Implosion. Ay nako. Malakulapsers. Habang ayun na nga. Si King Kong pa mawawala. Si Sanford ng kill. Off-cam kill. Benny Cutie Blazing Do It na naman si Kelra. Binabanata pero masyado makunat si Kelra dito. Phantom Step kulang. Yung kunat. At doon na kinulang ang ONIC. At Carlito. Tinamaan. At makakahuli pa si JP ng isa. At yung marksman pa. Si Kelra ay more. Wow, okay kalahati ang buhay ng Lord dito. Binabanatan lang nila muna yung Lord. Pasok sa Escalera pero ang sakit ng burst. Sanford! Wala sa Escalera. Kelra, susubukan niya lahat ng kaya niya para mailigtas to. Pero okay, Benny Cutie makakapag-out pa. So ang Lord, tatamaan ng pana si JP. Pero hindi pa may Benny Stage. Carl, umarap ngayon. Carl, may immortality siya kaya siyang tapang pare. Napakatapang final sweep. Tatamaan Super Prince. Super Prince is pa nila tapusin laban na to. JP! Escalera makakuha siya ng magandang kill. Pero JP, kukunin si Jem. Apat na nawala sa side ng ONIC. And the Echo Express is here to... Alright, kumahana na naman. Okay, lumapit. Walang lumapit. Actually, ito yung nakuha dito na set ng Echo. Ito na nga, nagkalapitan. Si King Kong lumapit dito. Yun yung Bennett's range. Pasok si Escalera dito. With a jump. Pasok si Kelra with the ultimate. At Super Prince makakuha ng kill. Wala Sanji. Super Prince bumaba na talaga. The third! Habang umiikot-ikot si Carl TC. Bumeni Cutie Blazing. Do it din. Siya doon sa bandang dulo. Binabanatan si Kelra. At yun. Pangalawa. At doon nanakaw ni Carl dito. Nanakaw ni Carl dito yung turtle. At ayun yung EG. Eternal Guard. At lumapit kasi si Blitz counter ko, malaki Super Prince. Umiikot na si Jem at makakuha sila ng maganda true damage. Benny Cutie, double flicker, in blazing duet, wala si King Kong. At nakakay Benny Cutie ang bagyo, ang camera. Bumabanat ng free hit si Kelra, matitira. Kelra makakuha pa ng kill. So parang yung spider senses nila, dinobli nila, mahuli si King Kong dito, implosion. Ay nako, malakulapsers. Habang ayun na nga, si King Kong pa mawawala. Lasin Sat. Si Sanford ng kill, off-cam kill. Benny Cutie blazing duet na naman si Kelra, binabanata pero masyado makunat si Kelra dito. Phantom step kulang yung kunat. At doon na kinulang ang ONIC at Carlito.
Tinamaan!
At makakahuli pa si JP ng isa at yung marksman pa! Si Kelra ay more. Wow, okay kalahati ang buhay ng Lord dito. Binabanatan lang nila muna yung Lord. Pasok sa eskalera pero ang sakit ng burst.
Sanford!
Wala sa eskalera. Kelra, susubukan niya lahat ng kaya niya para mailigtas to. Pero okay, Benny Cutie makakapag-out pa. So ang Lord, tatamaan ang pana si JP. Pero hindi pa may Benny stage. Carl, umarap ngayon. Carl, may immortality siya kaya siyang tapang pare. Napakatapang final sweep, tatamaan Super Prince. Super Prince is pa nila tapusin laban na to. Eskalera, makakuha sila maganda kill. Pero JP, kukunin si Jem. Apat na nawala sa side ng ONIC. And the Echo Express is here to... Alright, pumahana na naman. Okay, walang lumapit! Walang lumapit! Actually, dito nakuha dito na set ng Echo. Ito na nga, nagkalapitan. Si King Kong lumapit dito. Yun yung Bennett's range. Pasok si eskalera dito. With a jump. Pasok si Kelra with the ultimate. At Super Prince makakuha ng kill. Wala Sanji. Super Prince mababa na talaga muna. Habang umiikot-ikot si Carl DC. Rumeni Cutie blazing do it din. Siya doon sa bandang dulo. Binabanatan si Kelra. At yun. Pangalawa. At doon nakakaw ni Carl dito. Nanakaw ni Carl dito yung turtle. At ayun yung EG. Eternal Guard. At lumapit kasi si Blitz counter ko. Malaki Super Prince. Umiikot na si Jem. At makakuha sila ng maganda true damage. Benny Cutie, double flicker, in blazing duet. Wala si King Kong. At nakakay Benny Cutie ang bagyo, ang camera. Bumabanat ng free hit si Kelra, matitira. Kelra makakuha pa ng kill. So parang yung spider senses nila, dinobli nila, mahuli si King Kong dito, implosion. Ay nako, malakulapsers. Habang ayun na nga, si King Kong pa mawawala. Lasin Sat. Si Sanford ng kill, off-cam kill. Benny Cutie blazing duet na naman si Kelra, binabanata pero masyado makunat si Kelra dito. Phantom step kulang yung kunat. At doon na kinulang ang ONIC at Carlito.
Tinamaan!
At makakahuli pa si JP ng isa at yung marksman pa! Si Kelra ay more. Wow, okay kalahati ang buhay ng Lord dito. Binabanatan lang nila muna yung Lord. Pasok sa eskalera pero ang sakit ng burst.
Sanford!
Wala sa eskalera. Kelra, susubukan niya lahat ng kaya niya para mailigtas to. Pero okay, Benny Cutie makakapag-out pa. So ang Lord, tatamaan ang pana si JP. Pero hindi pa may Benny stage. Carl, umarap ngayon. Carl, may immortality siya kaya siyang tapang pare. Napakatapang final sweep, tatamaan Super Prince. Super Prince is pa nila tapusin laban na to. Eskalera, makakuha sila maganda kill. Pero JP, kukunin si Jem. Apat na nawala sa side ng ONIC. And the Echo Express is here to... Alright, pumahana na naman. Okay, walang lumapit! Walang lumapit! Actually, dito nakuha dito na set ng Echo. Ito na nga, nagkalapitan. Si King Kong lumapit dito. Yun yung Bennett's range. Pasok si eskalera dito. With a jump. Pasok si Kelra with the ultimate. At Super Prince makakuha ng kill. Wala Sanji. Super Prince mababa na talaga muna. Habang umiikot-ikot si Carl DC. Rumeni Cutie blazing do it din. Siya doon sa bandang dulo. Binabanatan si Kelra. At yun pa. Pangalawa.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Okay, so nandito tayo ngayon. Back in MPL Philippines Season 13 kasama ang ilan sa mga manlalaro ng MNNE Boss. Nagtanong ako kanina ng perks sa ibang mga team. Kayo naman ang tatanungin ko. Ano ba ang gusto mo ma-achieve this season?
Gusto kong makabili ng bahay.
Okay. Okay, seems doable. Seems doable. Lancy, ikaw naman.
Gusto ko lang mag-playoffs.
So, makapag-playoffs. Okay. I love the idea. I love the spirit.
Pinadinig ko kanina eh.
Anong sabi ni...
Coach of the season daw.
Coach of the season ang gusto ni Coach Bitoy. Tama ba? Tama ba, boys? Tama? Pero Coach Bitoy, bukod sa Coach of the season, anong gusto mong ma-achieve para sa team mo?
Para sa team namin, ang gusto ko talaga ma-achieve sa amin is step by step mo na. Bukod sa maka-champion mo na, makapasok kami muna sa playoffs. Then after that, doon muna kami mag-iisip para diskarte para maka-championship sa playoffs.
I love it. Trusting the process. Yan ang bilin ngayon ng MNNE Boss. And I'm sure na meron din masasabi sila Mara dyan on the other side. Mara, pasok.
At kasama naman natin ngayon ang Blacklist International. Tignan natin kung ano nga ba ang goal nila ngayong season maliban sa makuha ang kampyonato. Okay. Ako ang goal ko sa inyo, hindi kayo mahiya at mag-agawan sa mic. Yon. Okay, ano ang goal mo?
Makapag-MSC, represent tayong Pilipinas.
Bakit? Anong gusto mo ma-achieve pagkatapos nyo ma-represent yung Philippines?
Malaki kasi prize pool dun eh.
Malaki, syempre. Anong una mong bibilin pag nakuha yon?
Kotse.
Kotse, anong kotse? Sports car, van?
Bahala na pag madali na nga pag dyan ay pera eh.
O yan na, madali na yan. You'll buy them all. Oheb.
Ako, gusto kong mag-champion kasi si lola ko kasi may sakit and sabi niya, nung bago ako umalis sa Tarlac, sabi niya pag uwi ko gusto daw niya champion daw ako umuwi.
Just in case Lola is watching right now, meron ka bang gustong sabihin kay Lola?
Manola, pagaling ka dyan, miss na kita, tsaka love ka namin lahat.
Bait ni Oheb! Sige Haji.
Gusto ko pa manalo this season kasi gusto ko pa mabili yung mga gusto kong bilhin.
Ano yung mga gusto mong bilhin?
Kahit ano po. Kahit
ano?
Basta kung ano yung mabibili.
Kahit anong gusto mong bilhin, basta mabili mo lahat. Alright, ngayon, magsisimula ng ating laban. Ibabato na natin sa ating mga casters. Sabay-sabay natin gawin. Alright, casters, pasok.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 13. At your service, I'm OSX. Leo and Renmar. Yes, it's still us, the We Bear Bros.
You did not salute.
Well, it's a different touch for me.
Do it now.
At your service.
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, so that's what was lacking, the salute.
Yo.
Among other
That's the flavor, because right now we're on to the last match of the day. It's Blacklist International versus MNNE Evos, who we had witnessed yesterday. Had a great match that we thought it was going to a game number 3. Now, right away, on Saturday, we will see rather, a Blacklist International game once and for all.
Yeah.
One more.
Another one. You mean?
Yeah.
Once and for all, another one.
Yeah,
and I'm sure the agents will be hoping that this will end in a W result, because after that game 2 again, AP Brand versus Blacklist International yesterday, one of the best games we've seen in a long while. And now up against a MNNE Evo showing a lot of promise.
Well, speaking of promise and comparison on these two teams that we're going to see in this match. Haji versus Spider Miles. The utility roam standard. Gentlemen, who started this utility roam standard? What's the utility roam, by the way? Let's enlighten our viewers right here.
I want me to do it?
I mean,
all right.
I can talk about the player, you can talk about the mechanics.
Sure. Where do we go first?
All right, well, again, you can't say utility roam without talking about the Queen, right?
Of course.
So, Oh My Venus debuted in Season 4, made this play style stick and won championships over and over again with said technique. And what it is basically is a play style that revolves around healing and mobility. That's it.
Healing, mobility, debuffing, buffing.
That's right.
That's what we talk about when we say utility roam. And even Coach Imba DJ mentioned, talking about Spider Miles, that ever since Oh My Venus, the hiatus from professional play, Spider Miles is the closest that he's seen to a very, very consistent utility roamer. Reliable and excessively so. And Miles, even before, has really been vocal about it. He molded his game and was inspired by the Queen.
Douglas speaks the truth. Douglas is a W here.
Douglas.
Facts. Facts, gentlemen. That is right. We were talking about a team who introduced the utility meta to the world, and we're talking about a team who had the most consistent utility roamer in the world, and Imba DJ believes in him. Spider Miles, if we seen him back in the season with the glasses thing.
Does he have glasses? Yeah, he does.
Before, yeah.
He does. I'm still shocked to see OSX with his glasses. I didn't know he actually had to wear them.
Yeah, it's good for long games.
Part of me believes he just wants to wear them. But
yeah.
Again, yesterday, recap, Spider Miles played Rafaela back-to-back to a sweeping win against TNC. So, I'm pretty sure Bonchan and the rest of their squad actually read into that and said, you know what, watch out for the Rafaela.
Yeah, it's like a non-stop meta composition. Like, if you want to babysit the gold lane, go ahead, we got you. So we're talking about the players. Now let's throw it over to Haji for this interview. Blacklist International for this one.
Di naman siya nakakapanibago sa akin kasi nung time na kasama ko pa si Ma'am Chu, which is si Oh My Venus, nagtatank na talaga nun, so nagpapalitan kami. So siguro may adjustment lang na konti. Ganun. Iba na kasi ngayon, rotation eh. Kung paano yung rotation ng tank eh. So yun lang siguro aaralin ko, ganun. Tsaka yung batakin yung mga hero.
Thank you so much, Haji. And going back on what he said, he learned so much from Momshu, or Oh My Venus, back in the day that they were still the championship 5 of Black International back in M3. So filling the role of Oh My Venus and Haji now from being, we call it the KD machine, that's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, and it's refreshing to see a player so admit their difficulties when it comes to their role. Haji did mention it's the new type of rotations for roamers right now that he still feels he needs to adjust to fully play to the maximum level.
And this is just about a few months ago. He was actually a mid laner, so it's very difficult.
Yeah, the transition, the responsibility, let's call it the teams. But Marshals first.
Yeah.
Here, our marshals who will officiate this match. They ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Jeff, Chico, Patrick, Wilbert. Fun fact about Wilbert, he likes to eat only rice after a basketball game.
Who doesn't? That's great.
After a legendary battle against the reigning world champions last night, the Codebreakers are zeroed in on stopping the Tigers' momentum before it even began. If the world needs a reminder of who they are truly top tier. It's Blacklist International! They have made one thing undeniably clear. Every game, every point matters. Hunger, desire. They are hell-bent on winning every match to make it to the playoffs. Roar for MNNE EVOS! And welcome our coaches, Coach Bonchan and Coach Bitoy. MPL Arena, make some noise for our final match of the day!
First up, let's talk about the agents, the Codebreakers, with their champion mindset. It's Blacklist International. Last night they came so close, really, really so close to taking a game off of AP Bren. And I'm pretty sure tonight they're able to let those lessons run through and try to stop MNNE EVOS' momentum, because again, they came from a sweeping win. I'm pretty sure Haji's gonna learn these new rotations and show Spider Miles what he's learned straight from the Queen.
And I'm pretty sure MNNE EVOS got a lot of lessons from their win. Lancey, Kaizen, Doming, Spider Miles, and an MVP, double MVP performance by Kirk in the EXP lane. Again, he was the biggest question yesterday. How will he fill in the shoes of Lord JM? He answered emphatically, well, damn near perfect. And I'm sure MNNE EVOS are happy with the performance of Kirk. But against Haji in the role, Spider Miles will need to show his experience and comfort in the role today.
That's a solid B plot for me. The Kirk versus Edward matchup. I want to see how those two duke it out.
EXPs, yeah. XP lanes, and also in comparison, as what Renmar Leo said, something in the same page of these two teams have in common is filling in the shoes. It's all about how to make that perfect mix in order to make this lineup work, because there's so much like expectations and so much practice. Because if we say that there's some adjustments being made, well, these two teams had a different start yesterday, one coming in from a sweep, one coming in from a loss. So the question is, who will be more hungry to do it? Because again, they're up against Blacklist International, who has like more experience, and also they have this championship mindset. But this, in comparison as well with Banana Evos, they have this hunger. So it's probably still the same thing for me, and they want to get that championship right in their hands. But they start with a great regular season first.
And we got to see that hunger yesterday from Banana Evos. It's just that a lot of confidence in the rotation. It seems like every action not wasted. There always has to be a reason as to why they're doing something. That was one of my biggest issues with Banana Evos in the past few seasons. But now, today, they look good when they rotate around the map. Let's start things first off with Blacklist International with our Infinix keys to victory. Challenge Spider Miles hero pool. They got the Rafaela, Yeet, Minotaur, Yeet. Who else is there? Diggy, Yeet, anything that you can think of when it comes to the utility roamers, see if you can challenge that. Not necessarily ban it out. We don't need to hack a Miles, but just make sure that you ban or pick certain heroes to make playing things like the Matilda for Spider Miles difficult. For Banana Evos, this is a tough ask, but you got to out-macro Black. But that's why I pointed out their macro rotations earlier, because they've clearly improved on it. If you're confident in your rotations, you will make Blacklist International struggle, or at least play a more reserved game. Flex your mental fortitude. Banana Evos, you know, you gotta have that thick skin. And Blacklist International, you know they already have that. But after a crazy war yesterday, I mean, even the best of the best will admit they can get tested by things like those.
It's that last point that really I'm going to hone in on. It's 3 seasons back-to-back of not making it to playoffs versus 30 minutes of last night's almost had it.
Yeah. I was on the edge of my seat back there just watching, showing and just looking at how Haji just makes it work with his Tigreal. So now we're looking at Banana Evos with a lineup could actually be consistent in Rafaela, could actually be tested, and how will they go up against this team this time around? Because if we check on how would they want to see things, a lot of ways to actually have this matchup is with the utility junglers. What will be the priority? You've mentioned the EXP, you mentioned the junglers, but let's see how this draft goes. What will be the priority of the team who's on the advantage of things?
All right, if it's blue side, I think either of these two teams would really like to prioritize the Matilda. I hope we'll see the Matilda there.
And again, speaking of the devil, it's still open.
Yeah, completely
Who's gonna budge?
Banana Evos, if they decide to open up the Matilda, that means they're going to be prepared for it. They're going to go for the counter punish. Heroes that can, if the Matilda decides to dive in or can match the vision and getting vision capability of the Matilda, is going to be showing up there in the first 2 picks in their priorities. The fact that Blacklist International taking Faramis out. Oh yeah, they're not going to give the Matilda. No one's even gone.
You've mentioned that they don't need to do the Hack-a-Miles thing. But Blacklist International banning the Angela Minotaur and the Faramis?
Yep, that's half a Hack-a-Miles.
That's just the first phase.
Yeah, exactly. So, let's see what it'll be. The hunt begins, and it is the Ruby. This is probably still going to be a roll pickup there for Haji. So Banana Evos, they're going to... Arlo, yeah.
Then pick up the Arlo.
Arlo's available.
Arlo Minnow.
Arlo Vex.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Vex against a Ruby. Very good of a matchup.
So it's Arlo / Minnow with a Vex.
Yeah. No, Minnow's banned.
Yep. Oh, so then, yeah, for sure.
Arlo Vex. Unless Claude... I just want to see
3 series in a row just begging for Claude.
I want to click
Or
that.
you know what? Let's go crazy. Arlo X Borg.
This early on?
For Banana?
Oh, wait, no, but it's Spider Miles. So the Arlo's going to go XP. Yeah. It's Arlo Nova.
Oh,
Arlo Nova. Yeah.
Still a strong way. You have vision, or you have vision. You have a great way of poke with the Navaria, as well as the all-time favorite final slash and team fights. So we have the EXP matchup you were kind of expecting.
Yeah.
So how is going to make this solid for Blacklist International? So, oh wait.
The Vex.
The Vex as well. Also the Barretts is open.
Vex.
The Barretts is not the automatic go-to.
Yeah.
But That's an XPCC confirmed. XPCC, Rome, Ruby, and then you have the Vex in the hands of Yue here. Gento.
You're right. Carry maybe. Let's see. I feel like a carry would be okay here.
Carry's good.
Pop up. Yeah.
Carry's good, or invest in a jungler and then choke out Sensui and the bans.
Oh, that makes sense.
They've already done it. They took out the Joy and the
Nolan.
Nolan.
So they could go Martis Baksha, Fred. But then I also am not going to turn off the idea of MNNE Evos picking up an Akai. There's a comfort for... Oh, that means they can take away a Sensui hero without having to ban it.
Yeah. So again, I think
For
I like the
Akai.
Akai. Kaizen's
It's
great.
great.
Yeah. Kaizen has been rocking Akai since season 10, man.
Yeah. That's a Kaizen comfort. So now they're going to be banning things out, probably like the Fredrin, and what else is next in the hero pool of Sensui? The box. Yeah.
Or the Baratsu, Francis.
Oh, yeah.
Francis sad, though.
They'll still be available.
Yeah.
So if Blacklist International are banning something like a carry, I think that's a tell that they're going to be picking Barretts later.
Oh, I wonder if Coach Bitoy is on the same wavelength. Because look, Bonchan's thinking about it already.
Like, ooh, guys, we got kind of pinched there.
I like it. These are one of the few strengths that Red side has. But do note, again, just as a read of the current metagame, teams prefer blue. Like, if you're home and it's your choice, game one to choose, you always go blue. That's what happened to Blacklist International here.
Yeah, and also to think that you've been mentioning the Claude Renmar, so a bit of a way to just balance things against Blacklist International possible damage lineup. So I think that's one way to just trim it down. Specifically on the Diggy, well, it's so they're kind of forcing things around because Lancy is on the Novaria yesterday.
Yep. Yeah.
So either they want to do things with their first two picks because for the Baksha, either one of which is gonna go with the Fredrin.
Yeah. No, this is straight up Hack-a-Miles. Blacklist International are banding like a team playing against Blacklist International.
The RAF or the S. Oh,
Just
no,
like
it's
looking.
Oh, there, yeah.
So they're allowing the Estes or the RAF.
Yeah.
To exist, no, just like looking in the mirror.
Yeah, good thing you mentioned the Estes. That is available for Spider-Mouse and MNNE Evos, and they play a respectable Estes game too.
Not bad. I actually like it because, again, you're expecting already for your opponents to clump up as a CC.
Yeah.
It counters that approach into the team fight. So it's a wash.
So I'm guessing Fred or Barretts for Sensui. And then gold laner, well, we'll see.
It's so weird going into the second phase with no gold laners.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different approach as well. Maybe this is how they want to play things against MNNE Evos because there's similarity of how they do things in the draft is just the same.
Brody Bruno, I feel like are going to be what they're going to be playing for. Unless someone wants to go Harith, but
Brody.
Yeah, there's Brody. Then they'll go Bruno plus the Fred.
Okay, so this is
or
a
the
good
Barats.
Or the Barats, yeah.
Still good.
Oh! Right.
Okay.
Got nerfed recently, but they don't care.
I still believe that Nathan is still he's one of the heroes that's still underrated. Still underrated, still just OP in a way.
He's not really underrated, I feel like.
He's very good.
He's very rated.
Yeah. It's just my feeling. Some people, in my game, some people just don't use it. And okay.
Hold up.
This could be a
Nathan Jungle.
Nathan Jungle gold lane CC?
Yes.
No, what? Yes, you've seen this before?
I've seen. No, maybe in my games, but
hold the front
Jungle
door.
CC.
Jungle CC.
Jungle Ruby? No.
No, Nathan. I'm looking at Nathan Jungle.
John Bertha. No.
No. But it will take
I
a
miss
lot
the Punisher.
I suddenly miss Nicolas Cage. I don't know why. The Beast! Not the Beast! Oh, God!
All right. Now what's Miles to play? He has
Rafa,
the Rafaela, yes, this. Or
so
do they dig deep now? Do they show us something new?
Still the Rafaela.
Of course.
Nothing changed.
Is he going to go 3 for 3? Is that what he's going for here?
Yeah.
It
is. So it's a jungler Nate.
It's a gold lane Ruby? No.
Yes.
Oh, Heb.
What?
Well, it's hovering in our screens.
Fighter side for Blacklist?
Well, it does make sense because you're putting a Nathan in the jungle.
I guess. Again, you could have just switched up either way, the Ruby or the CC.
Yeah.
I would have just assumed it would have been XPCC because she needs more items sooner.
Yeah.
So, gold CC,
Gold
rather.
CC.
Oh, man. I don't know.
I'm excited. I just want to go in the head of the game and just see how this choices of Blacklist International go.
I'm here for it because every series tonight push the envelope of what's possible in the metagame.
Yeah.
This is just Blacklist's version of that.
I am just excited. It's game number 1. It's Blacklist International versus MNNE on the last series of the day. Who will bounce back? Who will be consistent from yesterday's game? We're about to find out on where that CC or Nate is going to land. Yeah, it's a gold lane, Ruby.
Okay. I mean, just off the top, I'm pretty sure this is not the first time we've seen this. There may have been at least 1 or 2 gold lane rubies in the history of MPL PH.
Yeah. Because we felt it before, and I'm pretty sure people watching at home have experienced it in their ranked games, where a ruby who gets a snowball is just super difficult to go up against, nigh unkillable sometimes, and actually deals a fair bit amount of damage. So this is going to be a full damage ruby that we're going to see.
Yeah, a different step 2 for OHEB with this fighter pick. But look at this. It's just the my excitement for this Nathan, this Sensui on this Nathan jungle. It will take some time for him to get activated.
Yep. Haji here. It's a face full of magic damage, but the half health. Quick item build up on Yue. The penetration boots it will at least allow for them to pick a fair fight.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what the rotations of Blacklist will be in terms of how often will they actually help OHEB in the gold lane, because it's not going to be the easiest time for Ruby to go up against a Brody, or actually to put it more specifically, to stop a Brody from being able to farm comfortably.
Also to think
Rush
that
Dreadnought on the Ruby.
As you should.
Yeah.
It's a good hero as well for Doming in the gold lane, because I believe Brody is like one of the heroes that actually go in a head-to-head 1-1 against any assassin with his corrosive strike.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing to survive the lane.
Yeah,
And you're
of course.
paired with Spider Miles to just survive everything and heal.
And the range difference. Let's see. Things might change in the lane once they're both level 4 and they both have like their first item. Maybe then we'll see just how much it'll fare for a gold lane Ruby. But yeah, Sensui and this Nathan rotating really quickly. Able to match the rotational speed somewhat of Keizen Sakai.
Originally it was Sensui first to the scene, but now Keizen resumes the take. Lancy with an amazing Astral Echo, spots 4. Turtle at half health. Edward here pushing on forward. Threatening damage on the Keizen. Keizen still has a heavy spin, mind you. Check it out. Pulls the trigger in retry range. Scored for Evos. Now it's just Kirk. Kirk against the world versus 3. Haji and Yue. They back off. No kills just yet, but the Tigers score.
And no commitment to the first objective of the game. Blacklist International just completely checking the vision there and just, hey, you guys doing it? Okay, go ahead. Why?
Well, they were in the right position. MNNE Evos already had the bodies there to contest that strongly. They are running a marksman type of jungler, so of course you want to play it safely. Blacklist International to me made the right decision. Question for them is, when are they going to do one of their signature 2-3 splits? Either in Turtle 2, Turtle 3. When are the side lanes going to switch? If ever they are going to. Let's see what happens.
Uh-oh, watch out.
What?
Pulled in. Plus the I'm offended. Purify popped by the gold laner from MNNE Evos. And no dice. They all back off.
Yeah, they look like that was right at the tip of the hitbox.
Yeah.
Right
You
there
seen
at the
it
tip.
too, right?
Yeah.
He went off with a ride, but eventually walked away.
Yeah. It's like Haji had, like Tigreal had a really long arm. It's like, no, get over here.
No!
Maybe it's just the skin. Maybe he has long invisible arms like you need to be wary about.
Kind of
down bottom, Sensui in trouble. There's a vengeance by Kirk. Edward body blocking. Wow!
Sensui survives in a slither of hell.
The etymology of his name, Edward, the guardian of wealth, from the old Latin word ward.
Oh.
I don't know how accurate that is, but I read it somewhere on the internet years ago.
You really learn new things.
Sometimes all
every
you
day.
gotta do is say things confidently and people will believe you. That's why I'm an analyst.
The flicker in plus the implosion, displacing Doming one more time. Second time does the trick. Doming falls. Spider Miles walking away.
Surprise!
Wow. A perfect combo initiation, and that's just OHEB. Rocket Derby gold lane surprise, Renmar.
Okay, let's see now if Blacklist will commit into this next objective. No implosion for Haji. Edward starting things off. Kirk's still waiting for that final slash.
Astral Echo spots 2. and putting Sensui here in trouble. Gets the ult, displacing himself. Heavy spin, the vengeance, the dash, the flash. Kirk takes down Sensui. The Cardinal 1 going to be out for this turtle take. Miles and Kirk buying time. Here comes Lancey. Kaizen with as far of a pull as possible in this current metagame where the turtle dance isn't quite as wide. They have to back off. Interesting. That single pickoff just deterred MNNE from taking the second turtle.
This is the problem when you have the Nathan on your side. You might not want to pair it either with the Flicker, but this time it's in the jungle. You need to be aware of the spaces that you don't want to get peeled right off the bat, especially in the early game. You would really want to get that first and second item in, because if you want to survive that, there's a lot of places you can do, even from the ultimate and the second skill of a Nathan. It could be unstoppable once the snowball gets rolling, but right now we're just seeing the respect on Sensui,
Kurt,
and just completely letting his teammates do the work.
Ooh, how about another turtle take? One more attempt here. Kaizen pulling the trigger on the heavy spin. The implosion for Haji. No one home. Turtle scored once more by MNNE. 2 for 2.
It will be very difficult here for Blacklist International to get any of these early game objectives. It looks like they might have to make a play for the later portions of the game. But let's see if Blacklist International can get a kill or a tower break either on any of the sides. By the way, MPL PH Season 12 stats leader, total kills 184.
184 for the Filipino sniper. Playing from day one up until the grand finals. This is a team fight waiting to happen. Top lane, but one cart. A lot of damage caught there by Oheb and Yue. MNNE walking away. There's more to be done elsewhere.
Well, speaking of vision and getting information from MNNE, the presence of Lancey alone using all of those ultimates. Oh wait, hold that thought.
Hodge gets caught by the Holy Baptism, stopping their advance. You were saying, Francis.
Yeah, just looking at the way they're getting information about things. At this point in time of the game, there's no turret taken left. It only shows that both of these two teams have a way to... Oh wait, no, there's one taken, sorry. Down bottom by from MNNE. So this is one thing they also need to consider. That's why the pressure right now is on the gold lane. How will they give space for Doming having one death from the early minutes of the game?
Well, they don't need to do much to actually give him space except just rotate a little bit, because anywhere else in the map, the Blacklist jungle is struggling to get any major objectives. And even though, yeah, they lost that tower in the bottom lane, I mean, it's still really close. Doming isn't really struggling that much. So now just go with him. And I think that's what the Rafael is doing.
Oh, an Astral Echo. Sensui here with the entropy, switching it up, dodging that big ult from Kaizen. Could have been disastrous. 10 seconds until the next turtle.
Yeah, you called that ultimate perfectly, because it has a question mark in the end.
Right at the end there.
Oh, Edward, just using the yo-yos to get those.
Oh, look at this fight up top, though. Haji, Oheb, and Yue pushing them way deep behind Tier 1. And now another fight breaks out. There's the push finally up top. Tier 1 in the gold lane. Final slash. No one home.
Just Sensui
misses. Last turtle scored by the Cardinal 1.
And that's the name.
Oh, Doming pops the torn apart memory. Fade away. Survives. Backing off. Now orange buff in jeopardy here. I wonder if they know. And there's a flicker. I'm offended. Doming's in trouble. There's the stun. And there's the echoes. They know there's 3 here. Oheb's in trouble. One more time. Looking for the ult. It's still on cooldown. The Filipino sniper walks away.
Still safe. A lot of bodies covered as well. Haji and Yue still managed to protect that. Wow.
Skedaddled.
MNNE are going to have to play really carefully now, because one big team fight loss means a big big spike in power for the members of Blacklist International. Interesting choice. Well, makes a lot of sense. You don't want to go full carry here. You already have 2 more with you dealing damage. Brute Force Breastplate as the second item after the Feather of Heaven for the Nathan. Interesting choice, but again, makes a lot of sense.
Here we go. Entropy already used up. Kirk catches one final slash on to Agent Zero, and they back off. Gentlemen, I've noticed something. Over the past maybe 3 or 4 minutes, if Haji misses an ult, it's okay. He's a roamer. If Kirk misses, Black punishes hard. That's what I've noticed so far, and that's what allowed Black to maybe barrel over 2,000.
Yeah, that's a good point to actually expand, because to look at the tank or a setup from MNNE, Kurt could actually be the only one could be in the front line of Black International, even get them by surprise. But the problem is, if he's too soft enough, who's gonna be the follow-up? And Spider-Man is gonna be there to just regen, but that's gonna be 2 members falling down.
That too. It's exacerbated by the fact that I think Blacklist knows how Spider-Miles moves, and Spider-Miles can't do Spider-Miles things.
Yeah, he's not at the front of the pack. He's at the center of the pack. It's like whoever is going to go first, either Kirk or Kaizen, Spider-Miles is going to be right behind them. He's going to be like the second line of defense alongside whoever frontliner didn't go first. And because of more damage on the side of Blacklist International, more dive, this might be, again, just the classic idea of overwhelm your opponent!
And there's a catch by the MVP machine. And now Kirk in trouble. I'm abandoned by Oheb. Kirk's in trouble. Down he goes, and Sui gets the kill. And just like that, MNNE EVOS are lacking one major part of their lineup. No final slash, not for 20 seconds. And Blacklist makes the call. Let's go for the Lord here. Haji putting up a boundary. Kaizen forced to use the heavy spin. Edward backing off. They know there's 4 members. MNNE EVOS here just watching. Lord scored by the Cardinal one. Blacks International winning.
That could have been disastrous for Blacklist International. The Lord got pulled a little bit, and a stray star shatter. But yeah, Nathan finds his way back to the jungle. The last time we saw it, MPL Philippines Season 8 LP Finals, Omega and Blacklist International.
Oh, okay.
Look at that! From the back, Kaizen didn't see that coming. Gets knocked up, survives, but only for a little bit more. With 1 HP, he walks away. Torn apart memory! Taken down Sensui, and Doming gets 1 over Blacklist. Shutdown Gold scoring them, closing the gap just about 1,000 ahead.
You know what this feels like? It feels like Coach Bonchan and the rest of the coaching staff of Blacklist International went back to their old, maybe theory crafting of, hey guys, I wonder what it'd be, how would we want to draft against a team that wants to play like us? And I think this is the answer. They have multiple ways to set up with the Ruby, the Eternal Guard of Vexana, and then of course the Tigreal as well. How Oheb and Haji are juggling that responsibility of setup, and yes, the gold laner doing that, while overwhelming them. Main sources of damage is magic. MNNE EVOS haven't built up the right items for that, but then at the same time you have to worry about the physical damage of the Ruby and the CC. Wow, I'm at a loss for words. It's a great strat.
Yeah, Blacklist International are world champions for a reason. If you have the championship mindset, you better go back, even in the old drawing books or even the draft books, like how we all started. This is how we made us this.
Is it not Blacklist who also pioneered the XP lane, gold lane switch up? Wherein you try to win the lane with a hero that usually does not go in there? Again, I love it. It's a magnum opus, a well thought out understanding of how damage and how engagements work. Oh, close call. The entropy? Switch up. I mean, Sensui's done this countless times now in this 12-minute game.
And we're not saying the Blacklist International thought up of this double fighter side. Of course not. But the fact that they're playing it now here, and if you want a good reference of that, again, I have to call back to our friends in MPL Philippines Season 3, TNCZ4 versus RSG El Ganador. They did this. Double fighter sides, somewhat of a hyper carry-ish type of jungler. Not always a marksman, sometimes even just another fighter. Overwhelm your opponents with crowd control and bodies, to the point where they break their formation. They forget about their backline. They just get, again, keyword overwhelm.
If anything, counting even Sensui, all of them have CC. Some level of crowd control.
Yeah. And they have CC.
Literally 2.
Yes,
so you
CC.
count 6. 7. Eternal Guard.
Oh, yeah.
I'll see myself at the door, thanks.
That's too much bodies.
No, don't please stay.
All right.
Okay, going back.
Enhanced Lord here spawned. Top half of the map. Edward pushing forward, takes the pixel brush. Spider Miles taking the one east of such. Spots Edward. Haji here, thinking about it, does have the flicker implosion in case it's needed.
Yep.
And that MNNE EVOS just clearing the waves. They're just making sure that they're ready some way, somehow. Because, again, it's not that big of a gold lead. When it comes to firepower, MNNE EVOS can actually clap back. It's just, again, the amount of things they can do. It's the CC overload.
Yeah.
Look at how Haji, you, and Oheb are always trying to stick together. They really want to make the most out of their combo.
Yeah. How will the combo work, though? The Spider-Man is completely sustaining everybody here in the second Lord of the game. Oh, picking up the Anticuras as well. So completely Blacklist International, they need to hold on what they have started in the early stages of the game. And one mistake from MNNE Evos could actually break another turret defense from their base.
I can hear the music. The Lord Dance is about to pop off. Kaizen not letting go. Hard reset here. And now they're pushing forward. About to take that river brush. Oh, the final slash on the Haji. The knockup from the Lord. Down he goes. Doming takes him. And now it's a 4v5. Eternal Guard coming in. Kaizen and Miles knocked up, but for only a second more. Lord here, less than half health. They're keeping it up. This is as far a pull as possible in this current metagame. Sensui, it's the face full of Lancey's magic. Burning. And now Edward calling to back off. It looks like Blacks International going to let it go. Lancey with the Astral Echoes for the first time in a while. A convincing Lord take from MNNE Evos.
Amazing formation from MNNE Evos. Just how Lancey made that ultimate. He literally created a wall, a beeline against Blacklist International. You do not pass this line.
Kirk again on this Arlot. Again, back-to-back MVP performances by this young man. Where have you been all this time, Kirk? He opened up the floodgates there. And he is also rocking Rome boots. But I don't think they have the encourage from that, right? No, they don't. Yeah, they do not.
It's double Rome setup now.
Yeah, the double Rome setup.
Miles has favor.
Okay, so I kind of thinking how Blacklist will actually pull this off, because if we think
8 out of 10. The Filipino
the
side.
That's so familiar. This is the third time.
Exactly. What did I not say? There was 1 or 2 times. Now the fight breaks out in the bottom lane. I'm offended by Oheb. Kirk gets it, but the Lord falls first. Eternal Guard also a little bit of extra to save that inhibitor down bottom.
See?
This could break out. MNNE Evos have another big wave down bottom, and that turret is looking mighty fine for the taking. Quick Star Shatter thrown out. Astral Echoes as well. Another pull. Kirk with the final slash, displacing Oheb. Haji takes a good amount of damage too. The Filipino Scyther falls here. A big pickup for MNNE Evos, and they're not done. Edward here taking damage. Finally, the inhibitor falls. Base penetrated. Blacklist reeling.
Still holding through. The amount of space damage Kirk calling in the right direction of the final slash is putting Blacklist International off guard.
Yeah, now Blacklist International, can they defend? Well, they will be able to defend this, but now I think we're starting to see problems for the lineup.
Whoa! Look at that! Another final slash from Kirk! And it's on Haji. Luckily for all the agents out there, it's on Haji, and he survives. I gotta say, anytime Kirk's ult is off of cooldown, nobody's safe, not even underneath an inhibitor. And now Doming barreling away. I'm offended from Oheb, the pull. Doming survives. Another final slash. MNNE Evos. Recall, retreat, recollect.
Wow, a lot of great ways of MNNE Evos opening the base of Blacklist International. Haji on that flicker cooldown. Who's going to be the front line now for this team? Like, in this state of the game, as you said, it still could be MNNE's game if they even clap back at the right moment. And this is the time on how they want to roar back.
Yeah, the thing for Blacklist International is they need to reach that Brody. Doming really hurts. Full build already on him. And one of the problems, though, is that MNNE, similar to how they played against TNC, they're protecting Doming really well. Spider Miles.
It's a 3D effect, man.
It's a 3D effect.
Doming don't die.
Doming don't die indeed.
Triple D.
And he's helped out really well by Spider Miles, maximizing his baptism to get that stop, to get those stuns. And Kaizen also making the most of the heavy spins. So literally MNNE Evos, their fundamental and their main principle is so simple. Do everything you can to protect Doming. All your abilities must stop what Blacklist wants to do.
Right now, I'm just feeling how Sensui wants to get this major objective for Blacklist International.
Sorry, I just have to say, look at where Haji and Oheb are, though. This could be a disastrous moment for MNNE Evos if this is successful. Conceal play to the Star Shatter. See, Oheb is my biggest question.
That's a bush full of crowd control. Now Edward gets a few beads on him.
Oheb
and Haji still not moving out of that bush. They're retreating. They're moving back and forth. Now it's just Haji. Oheb has joined Sensui and Edward here. You are keeping control of the river bush. Both teams hard reset.
I am just...
He finds him!
Spotted!
Spotted!
what a read by Lancey!
Lancey's on a whole nother level,
Yeah,
man.
you actually saw Haji transfer to that Shrub. Lancey as well going back, and he tosses Star Shatter there. He knows what Haji wanted to do. What a play, man.
Game sense. Lancey on this Novera.
He used the force.
Yeah.
And he felt it, and it's strong. Another beeline.
Again?
Final slash was missed.
No one home. Now it looks like the call from Blacklist. Do we engage? Yue at half health. If he gets caught out once, just but once by Dominic's combo. Oh! Lancey with Dominic on the finish. That's one off. Yue taken down. 5 members of Minana collapse onto this Lord. It's an evolved Lord. The Tigers are hungry.
That was a combo finisher, torn apart Star Shatter.
That is just completely, I can go the distance. And Doming says that, reaching the distance of the damage, torn apart memory, and they can't even soak up that much.
Let's see the torn apart Star Shatter once more time.
Boom! Wow!
Star Shatter first. Didn't even need to mark him.
I don't blame Yue. Even if you flickered away, you still would have died.
Yep. Yeah. Man was just doing his job. He just wanted to clear the wave, but Lancey, with that one little moment there, a lot of people will make a, of course, fight for Kirk potentially even becoming an MVP again. But I feel like that was a MVP-worthy sequence by Lancey.
Yeah, no, this is Lancey's breakout game.
This is
I'm a
breakout
Lancey
game.
believer. Here we go. Oh, huge Astral Echo spots.
Yes,
Four.
Haji.
They displaced Haji. Chases zip code, and now he's forced to back off. Catches an Astral Echo.
flicker.
The Lord collapsing on to Blacks International. They do clear very quickly, but they do lose inhibitor. Top lane. It's a bare base left for the agents, and MNNE Evos are far from done.
Okay, they still have wave clear, still have Sensui with them, but the waves are just pushing in. But the problem is, Haji just used this flare.
Oh! I'm offended. It was Miles. He lets go, pops a Purify, another huge off angle. Oh, Astral Echo popping Kirk's immortality. Haji gonna go down here. Kirk gets taken down as well. 1-for-1 so far the trades. In comes Insui. Does not have the entropy, and they are gonna continue 4-man defense. Blacklist successfully kicking out Minana, but only for now. Huge wave coming through mid. Bottom lane gonna get delayed. What's the call from Minana?
They do. Do they continue the sequence? Or without Kirk, do they lose an integral part? Yes, they do not want to risk it. They will hover around the base of Blacklist International.
Will they?
Lancey.
Potentially, maybe force an error out of Blacklist.
Dude, all of Lancey's Astral Echoes at least catches 3. At least! And I'm offended. From Oheb, wrong target. Kaizen's very chunky.
Yeah, the only thing that they can rely on for crowd control right now is the setup of Haji. And most of the times, once Kirk sees potential to take Haji on the finals, he takes it. It puts Haji in a tough position to just use, and he just wants to escape. And even the a lot of resources used. The most important thing that will actually work is just a great combo from Haji and Oheb. But how could they even soak up the front line? It's just too hard. Even for Sensui. Positioning so much, it's so much important right now for Blacklist International.
Yeah, Kirk is one of the biggest props we're starting out for Blacklist again because of the... It seems like every time Lancey gives him info, Kirk is ready to follow up. Or anyone else from the members of Minana are ready to follow up. Usually it's Kirk. He'll start it off and then Lancey will burst him. Lancey will get info and then Kirk will just be able to find a slash entry in. But Blacklist International have been watching out for that more. The sequence where Kirk fell down, he actually took 3 tries before he got to finally get a good final slash off at 4, but here comes the Lord.
Oh no, that might have been a flub. That 3-man gank down bottom sent Blacklist towards the Lord. I think they read into that diversion. They saw that, hey, these 3 here, they don't really mean to take us down.
Oh.
They're actually distracting us from this Lord take. Huge Astral Echo one more time. Catches 4, almost 5. You have barely missed out there. The Lord dance continues.
Haji!
Approaching half health. Haji here, gonna get his immortality pop. Kaizen with the heavy spin, displacing Imam. And there's the torn apart memory from downtown. Domin gets 1 more. And now Kirk dashes on out. Sensui gets 1. The trade so far. Rover, 4 XP laner. Oheb backing off. Oheb has no immortality.
Dropping low.
Just missed by the Astral Echo. Now Astral Echo misses. Immortality and Oheb just come off of cooldown. Both teams missing out. 1 key member. Minana Evos keeps up the Lord take. Kaizen calls it.
Must be really heartbreaking there for Blacklist International. Haji went in for it. Blacklist, they're not going to give up on this Lord.
Oh, here
Purify
comes
is down for
Edward.
Doming.
Abunjingjing. Doming's very, very vulnerable for the first time in a while.
Minions.
They can force it. The ult from Edward.
Waves
thrown
coming
out.
through, though.
Slow Lord take here. Slow dance coming up. A retribution on Sensui, but it's a very difficult situation. This is not a Nolan. You can't just steal the way you usually do unless he does spotted by Lancy.
They know where he is.
And another Astral Echo.
Wow,
Oh heavens,
wow.
Sensui in vision. MNNE Evos, they know what to do here. They just have to be able to position themselves. Edward.
10 seconds, Minions.
Dueling with Spider Miles. In comes UL looking for that big,
Who gets
big EG.
Oh!
Taking it one more time. The Cardinal one with another unbelievable Lord Steal.
At the most important part of comeback, Sensui on point, getting that major objective for Blacklist International.
This is what I said yesterday. Sensui usually gets 5 on average per season of crazy Lord takes, Lord steals at crazy moments. That's now 3 in 2 days. He had 2 last night and another one right now. How the hell even? We have to track the movements of Sensui here. He casts the entropy and then he waits. Will he teleport away at the right time?
Oh,
he does.
yes. So that's how he went there.
Wow!
He, instead of using the entropy to escape, I'm going to go there, go near. That's my clone. I'm taking this objective for my
It's
team.
a catch-22. Again, you get knocked up by the Eternal Guard, and you have to keep tabs on Sensui. What do? You kill him or you stop him from getting the retribution. That's way too many decisions to make in the split second that Blacklist's jungler made the call. Blacklist, top-tier communications, top-tier clutch moment objective decision-making.
Here we go again. 26 minutes and counting. Defendable for MNNE Evos. Blacklist International, they can't fall into the trap of just throwing bodies and doing everything they can to end the game right away. Wave clear, push. MNNE Evos has tools. They still have to be careful.
Lord crashing in. The
Unless-
pull and the combo. Kaizen forced to use the heavy spin. And now Kirk comes in. The tower goes down. The turret gets taken down.
And
Kirk has fallen as well. It's a 5v4. Lord gets taken down. No waves from Blacklist. They're 10k ahead. Item juggling. Going to be very difficult. Kaizen has an immortality. OM has an immortality. OM comes in. I'm offended. Popping immortality on said Panda. The winner truncheon juggle from Kaizen survives with the shields, but Edward takes him down. And now the Eternal Guard overwhelmed, overloaded, decoded. Game 1 goes to Blacklist.
The comeback is real for the code. Nathan is the game, but that is just Sensui completing the final key. I told you, man, Nathan last game or late game, man, he still wins. And in the hands of Sensui, we need a highlight for that.
MNNE Evos committed the cardinal sin, losing track of Sensui. And with another crazy Lord steal, his 3rd in 2 nights, Blacklist. Wow.
Now I'm even more insecure. Now I'm afraid I'm never taking Lord unless I know where Sensui is.
He never even, in the first 3 turtles, even the second Lords, he never just, hey, I was going to take a peek. No, he was just maintaining his distance because he knew he could get peeled off right away.
What even is this? I'm used to, again, Assassins going for Lord Steals, Akai's, Fredrin's going for Lord Steals. But Nathan?
Nathan has been my star taker in my Mythic games. So, I'm telling you, man, Sensui, Blacklist International. That's the identity.
You're just saying words at this point, man.
Yeah. I am just completely amazed at how it was completely.
Stand by. Stand. Wipes. Tolak.
Gallery.
Roxanne. It's a great song, by the way, by the Police.
Okay.
Yep.
I like the Fall Out Boy cover.
They did?
Check it out.
All right. Renmar, it's your time.
Sure. All right, I'll try my best to say something smart, because, wow. I wonder why. Of course, we know why he's the MVP. I don't need to explain it. Sensui does it. It all began my analysis will be different. I'm going to tell y'all a story. It all began in MPL Philippines Season 10 when he used the Karina, utilizing that little phantom shadow thing a Karina leaves behind with her ultimate, played it like a Hayabusa to steal a Lord away. That's where the legend of Sensui's crazy Lord steals began. And then eventually the balloon into him stealing away the Lords 4 versus 1. He did that in S11 or S12 against RSG. Last night, he was able to steal the Lord twice under the noses of AP Bren as a Nolan. And then now as a Nathan. Sensui, there's a reason why we call him the Zen Master. It just seems he seems like unaffected, unfazed by the most stress-inducing situations. When the game and the world tells him, no, you can't, Sensui says, I already did. And on the back of that Lord Steal, they were able to win this game. Again, going back into it, Entropy, used it, teleport in, steal it away. And Blacklist, because they were able to get the pick off onto Kirk beforehand, they could do what I thought they couldn't do, which is just throw bodies to end the game. If it was a 5v5, there was still a chance for MNNE Evos to defend that. But since Blacklist International got the pick off first, they punished Kirk wanting to get in the final slash. And again, we have to acknowledge Blacklist's adjustment when it comes to dealing with Kirk. They waited for him more and more. They realized this guy's been final slashing us all throughout the game. So we're going to make him work for it. And then they punished him near the end there. 27 minutes. Again, this lineup of Blacklist International, as shown in the factoid earlier, this wasn't the first time OHEB would go into the gold lane as Ruby. It goes back to the classic principle, and when you're playing a marksman in the jungle, you want to field 2 fighters in the side lanes to give room for that marksman. Because, again, the classic idea of, because your side lanes are both fighters, they can just clear and rotate to help the mid. In this game, we saw a version of that where an OHEB would act as sort of like the EXP laner because of how he played the Ruby alongside Haji. Edward played it more like like an XP laner too, but it's as if you had 2 EXP laners and then just set everything up for Sensui and Yue, mostly dealing magic damage. Again, MNNE Evos did nothing wrong here. Well, it wasn't a perfect game, but at the end of the day, it's just Sensui just did Sensui things. They turned the game around eventually with the lineup that they had. Doming eventually had to catch up. Blacklist International couldn't catch Doming. They kept getting caught off by Kirk. Lancy went on an MVP-worthy sequence. 7 total assists, highest damage dealt as well by that man. If this was another game, it was him getting named MVP. But the fact that it was Sensui, and because of what happened, the story tells itself.
There's a concept in mixed martial arts I'm going to throw back to Joe Rogan and Mike Goldberg.
Right.
Whenever a fighter gets hit, and it's just but one hit, right? They get rocked. There's no reason for a fighter to lose just because of but one moment.
Yeah.
But that Lord Steal, I think MNNE Evos got rocked.
Yeah.
And then everything just crumbled. That's what it looked like for me.
Yeah, it's like the moment where Joe Rogan goes, oh!
Yeah.
Right?
There's a fighter who just went, ooh.
Ooh. And you just need to you just need to brave the storm. You just need to know how to take the punches in the first phase of challenge, because right now, assemble your own community tournament and be part of the E-Project Esports for everyone and show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You can register by scanning the QR code down below. This right here. Scan that.
E-Project Esports for everyone, and I believe every region and country has their own versions as well. So yeah, check it out, please.
Again, just a little bit of a secret for all of y'all watching overseas. The reason why a lot of us here are so good at MLBB, and again, that's why we create world champions year after year, is because of a very strong grassroots community.
Yeah,
so get in that.
All of these players had humble beginnings, and you could actually be one. So don't forget to scan the code if you're in the Philippines.
Yep.
So right now, let's throw it over to our host back on our stage, Mara and Hans. Let's see how this goes heading into game number 2.
We need a little bit of an inside scoop for Blacklist International, kaya kasama natin ngayon ang kanilang team correspondent, Danica Danica Suazo. Danica, what's up?
Hello, so yun, it's good to be back here sa MPL kasi ang tagal nating inabangan to.
Speaking of inabangan, a lot of people were anticipating this matchup kontra sa MNNE EVOS. A very long game, pero yung
on 7
Ruby
minutes.
ni Oheb, nakakagulat yun. Biglaan ba yun?
Actually dito, biglaan sa MPL PH, pero matagal na nilang pinapractice yung Ruby ni Oheb and matagal na rin nilang gustong ilabas talaga. So, buti nanalo yung Ruby.
At meron ka ba bang inside scoop in terms of ano nga ba yung pagkakaiba ng Blacklist ngayon in terms of mga heroes?
Ngayon, ang Blacklist, mag-ready kayo kasi mag-focus na din sila sa mga more on utility heroes. So,
Utility heroes.
Yeah.
Okay, ngayon mag-ready kami.
Alright.
Kasi kailangan natin marinig yung mga fans ng Blacklist International.
That's right.
Danica, how about
Okay.
you lead the cheer?
Okay. Guys, energy energy.
Oh, energy daw, energy.
Alam kong kabisado nyo na to. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Blacklist! Okay.
One more time. Gusto ka ba? More.
Let's go. Blacklist!
And there you have it. One final message from Blacklist International habang nakikinig sila sa'yo.
Watch it right there.
Good luck, guys. So, 2-0 na natin to.
2-0 nyo na daw. Tingnan natin kung magaganap nga ba yan. Babalikan tayo sa ating casters. Fast up.
Thank you so much, Mara and Hans. And that was Danica, the defending correspondent champion of the season with Blacklist International.
Yep, I hear that she had an insight. Again, for those of you who didn't understand, right? Like, again, she spoke in Tagalog. They've been planning to play the Ruby on Oheb for a while now. So they're glad that it won.
And they're happy. And again, this team has been trying to recover on how they could have the perfect mix and lineup into this meta. Because again, if we try to bring back the story on how Blacklist International want to go back and bring back the championship minds, I think it's all about going back to the roots. And then for this kind of change with the Ruby gold lane, Fighter gold lane, trying to pioneer something in Season 13, Blacklist International.
Yeah, because of the mad mind of Coach Bonchan, Blacklist International has such a rich and deep history of drafts to draw inspiration from, not necessarily replicate piece per piece. So it's good to see that in the first 2 days of MPL Philippines, teams really are showing us everything that they want to try to make work in this current metagame.
I like to think tonight alone, we have opened up Pandora's box of what's possible in the metagame. Yesterday was more of like a refresher.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's that first cup of tea you have with a friend you haven't seen for years, and you're like, oh, that's a surprise. But today, tonight, in game 1, what's game 2 to bring? And who's to say maybe MNNE EVOS switches it up? Maybe they play something else on Kirk. Maybe they play something else on Miles.
Yeah.
So Haka Miles from game number 1 draft actually did a lot of things to think, because he went with the Rafaela still, but with this kind of switch up on how a gold lane could actually matter in this type of meta, Blacklist can still have a double-edged sword on what the choices could Oheb be.
Yeah. And now I'm really thinking if you're MNNE EVOS, sure there's going to be a side switch, but if Blacklist International goes for Haka Miles yet again, they're going to have to give up one really strong pick if they want to pick Miles' pick earlier.
Yeah, because now they get that's right.
Yeah.
Coach Bitoy can now orchestrate the Matilda trade.
Yeah.
All right. Something else to note, MNNE EVOS also did their own version of a hack, and it was on Sensui, because again, their first 3 bans were very
specific.
Yeah, Sensui targeted, at least for sure the Nolan and the Joy. This reminds me of that playoffs moment between Blacklist and ONIC last season, where they tried to hack a Sensui, and then Sensui brings out the Popol and Koopa. It's like, all right, maybe we shouldn't be doing that.
The most unexpected things.
Whoa.
Widening up or opening up the hero pool of Blacklist International, specifically for Sensui. Let's see how this game 2 draft goes. What is the priority here? Since now, MNNE is going to be on the blue side.
Oh, there goes the Matilda. Pick up the Vex. Or the... they took away the Navaria. Nola's gone. I'm okay with the Vex first pick. Unless they're going to steal. Nope. They still really want to get the Arlot for Kirk.
All right, so
Prio.
4 games into Season 13, Kirk only plays Arlo.
Yep. Vex Ruby here if you're Blacklist.
I was thinking of something to complement the composition of MNNE EVOS. Kirk was the only one to actually set things up with the final slash. I was thinking of, since the Minotaur was banned in game number 1, I was thinking it could have been a great partner with the Arlo.
Yeah, and now that you mentioned that, Minotaur can get slotted in right now by MNNE EVOS.
That's right.
Yeah, just bring it in already for Spider Miles, and then if you want, you can go for the. Well, they're not gonna steal with the jungle. You're not gonna pick an MM this early in terms of priority.
Yeah.
It's none, and it's hard to. It's difficult to Harith in this scenario.
Do they go Mino?
Yeah, Mino. Mino in the jungle.
Mino Fred.
Mino Fred sounds good. Or they can steal away a carry or a Claude. Probably the carry.
I like Mino carry.
Yeah. Oh, it's a Claude. Come on, Mino. Yeah!
There you go.
Okay, we're on a roll.
So great strong picks for MNNE EVOS. You have the knockup, you have the Minoan Fear, as well as the backline entry that we've seen. And looking at all the stats on ours, the all-time MPL hero leader, Sensui.
Yeah, pick up the Fred.
The wins and losses 19-8. Played 27 times.
See value in me?
You should.
I wonder if Blacklist at any point in the season will cook up a Granger in the jungle again. They already can pull off Nathan.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
They've done it. So Blacklist International
adjust
Hero
it.
Pool
Yeah,
is full of possibilities right now.
Yeah.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, the moment you said the Popple and Koopa jungle getting brought up last season, I instantly remembered, I wonder if Granger. Ooh, Toms.
This was the problem of yesterday's
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah.
You look, gentlemen, this might be a jungle Toms.
Yeah. They might be running back the jungle Toms unless it could be another marksman double fighter. Oheb's gonna go into the gold again.
That or a flex, because you can put the Ruby in the roam and then Edward Abunjing Toms in the XP. So, yeah.
They take away the Faramis, which means I feel like this is gonna be a Ruby and a Toms at the side lanes.
So they can go hard dive.
Hard dive, yeah. What else?
So with that, maybe the Sensui Nathan or Sensui Granger can happen.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Please let it be a Granger. Come on.
Come on, Blacklist. We're just excited to just things show up in this.
Come on, Bonchan, let's do it.
Or if they're
Granger in the jungle.
Dive.
But they have
crazy idea. Sorry, I just have to make crazy idea
Go
that
ahead,
we saw
spill
from
it out.
the MDL. Jungle Leomord.
Okay, here's the thing.
See, I saw that.
The reason why those things happen in MDL is because of the global ban system.
Yes. But then again,
if you're doing it here, man, you're just doing for the Riz points.
Riz points plus showing that you know how deep the pool gets. Theatrics. Full dive, Vexana is going to be your main source of magic damage. Or your main damager, really.
What are you going to do if people start building Athena Shield? What is Leomord going to do?
They have to build physical first.
Okay.
If you're going to go Leomord.
I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just there's a lot of layers.
There are a lot of layers to it.
And that could be a different page, maybe, of the draft book of Blacklist International. But I'm not just shutting down the possibility because, again, it's an understatement because they're banning out the Valentina. So,
there's an ultimate they don't want to give.
Well, could
Shadows,
be the Vexana.
Phantom Steed.
Phantom Steed? I mean... Well, no.
Well, all right. Here's the thing. I think MNNE EVOS are also just covering their bases. That's why they took out the Rafaela, is because they don't.
It's Hakayue. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's Blacklist International.
Right? Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So okay, they taken out the Brody as well. So
Come on, Granger.
There's somehow they kind of want to force again the Ruby for Oheb.
If it's a swerve, it's gonna come in last. You were saying?
Yeah, it could be still a force for Oheb to just use the Ruby again, and the Valentina. So we might either see the possible. Well, roll depends. It's still a flex from the Ruby, but it's still. I'm still kind of thinking. So it's either the Granger as well, could actually be showing up.
But it's gonna show up in the last pick.
If they're but not now.
If they're gonna swerve us all, and best of all, swerve MNNE EVOS, it's gonna be in the last pick.
Oh yeah. I wonder if Roger has a chance of showing up. I've heard things about a gold lane Roger idea.
It has a tank Roger that has a vengeance.
Not necessarily, just for. Oh, still the Nathan. Okay.
Oh wait, still very possible to switch around.
Yeah.
You can just throw it in the gold lane and then approach it orthodox.
Yeah.
Or you can put it in the jungle, get another roamer, southpaw.
Yeah. Interesting. So MNNE EVOS really have just been cooking things up here of what they're gonna do.
Well, Lancey still doesn't have a hero.
Yeah, they respected the Novaria.
Go
It was
for
a very
Lilia.
good Lancey game. The Novaria.
Yeah, I think
So-
this will be a Lilia though. You're up against a Ruby and the Toms.
Yep.
And then again, the entry of the Nathan will get riskier with little glooms around.
That's right. And then
Shadow Essence.
when the entropy commits itself, you just black shoes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And build next to the
Reset.
Rons. Bob's your uncle.
Yeah. Lilia Martis. Oh, Lilia Box. Okay.
So you have a great way to hold the pokes from the Vexana, as well as this is the Boxia up against a Nathan.
Yep.
I was so enthralled by this draft, I had forgotten to take notes.
Same.
They have blew my mind.
I'm just so invested, dude. I'm living in the moment.
But it's just so good, like how the crowd control options of MNNE Evos is actually really good since they have the Claude. So this was the problem of Black International. What's the thing that could actually be the main initiator? Because last time it was Haji, right? Just using the Tigre, it was a struggle. But I think with this kind of way of just snatching
It's still a
things up,
jungle, Sensu. It's still a jungle
it's still
Nathan.
gonna work. Yeah.
They have a really fast wave clear mid, so it makes a lot of sense.
So-
Yeah.
The margin of error is actually smaller now because you're not looking for a big ticket implosion. You're looking for pickoffs.
Yeah.
Just one pick off. But then at the same time, if you can't get that pick off of the Divine Judgment, you still have the Eternal Guard for setup. You still have the I'm Offended for setup.
Yep. And then you can now, I didn't do the math. I don't know if it is indeed much faster, but you have the Toms playing the dead lane.
Yeah.
Much like the CC, but you're more sustainable. All right.
But it was a great game for Edward yesterday for this EXP. So let's see how this goes. We're at match point. It's Blacklist International. Now on to this game. How will MNNE Evos bounce back from this? With the composer they have right now, they need to make this work. They need to either overload or just do the things that they do better. Now we're seeing on our cameras, we are looking at Sensui and Kaizen. We have the matchup of the Boxia and as well as the Nathan again.
Yeah, at this point, you just really got to play the game, and the Nathan clears faster than the Box. Interesting. And so, one thing I'm going to be watching out for here later are the entries of Kirk and Doming. So Doming knows that his entry, Blazing Duet, is very important, so he picked up the Purify. Because it might be Edward and Haji holding the front, maybe even the Eternal Guard to hold the front. But Oheb, I feel like come the team fights, will do more in terms of peeling for his back line. He's a gold laner himself, so he knows what he needs to do to help for his back line.
Look at this Little Wanderers skirmish. Retribution committed by Kaizen. I like it. Again, this is a iteration of what happened in game one.
Yeah. And completely, I think it's a great way of getting the vision for Blacklist International with this Kaja pick. They've been looking for a way to just penetrate the back of MNNE Evos from game number one. I think for this kind of start, they would cover more of the vision that they had against MNNE Evos this time around. Since you're on level 4, and I think this is one way that just turning things faster and just getting the main objectives in.
Yep. Level 4 for Kaizen. Same for Sensui. No one making an overly aggressive movement to get advantage in the turtle. Already, though, Kaizen has information, but Blacklist are hovering. They want to pressure and take out Kirk first before they commit into the turtle.
More importantly is because Kirk does not have level 4 just yet.
No final slash available.
And here he goes, diving in. He's very low, gets taken out just like that. First blood drawn by Agent Zero. And now Edward pops the vengeance. Can Kaizen finish his job? The answer is no. He walks away with a sad puissance.
Good trap play there by Blacklist International. Don't think Kirk... Well, obviously, Kirk did not expect to be two more members of Blacklist International.
Right in the bush.
Yeah, great bait play there by Edward.
But wait, this is perfect timing. He did not spend the final slash, has respawned already, making this turtle take actually closer to a fair fight.
Could still it be the same scenario what happened to game number 1 where he was like a delay of a gap from that ultimate by just getting in ready for the first turtle of the game, and he's just here ready, just do things again to go with the objective trade.
He has a flicker to surprise if ever, so if anyone's going to initiate, it's going to be Kirk, and then Miles will follow up.
It looks like Blacklist has given up on contesting this.
Yeah.
Sensui is all the way on the other side of the map, and all right, this allows for us to actually digest what's going on. Because look at the presence. Look, they have ill intentions for Doming.
Yeah, it's going to be a turtle trade. So this is the early classic 3-2 split for Blacklist. Yeah. Except it's in the second turtle of the game.
I think.
Oh, sorry, first turtle of
Still
the
the
game
first.
only. They're committing it very early.
Yep, because again, they want to snowball. They want to get that Kaja advantage.
Kaja advantage, even the Nathan advantage, because in the early game, it's just hard to be a Nathan completely. So probably it's just the goal that they want to put pressure on and also just be with Hajin most of the time. Because if you're a Nathan, your mobility of escape needs to be planned perfectly. Will you use the entropy for escape or for damage? Because that's one thing that you should consider just being a Nathan in this game. Early game, you need to survive. You need to find a way to cross the bridge safely. So it's looking good. But just heading in for the pause, let's probably digest more what could possibly happen.
I'm really thinking about how things might happen if Domen gets taken out twice early on, or depending on the progress Blacklist will get on the push up top. Blacklist should be comfortable for the next 6-7+ minutes.
And that's normal case scenario for Black because they've already given up Turtle. They understand that there's no way we're going to take Turtle, right? There's a retribution fresh on KZ.
Yeah.
But what if they don't kill Doming is my question.
Oh, okay.
It shouldn't be that bad because they've already delayed the Claude, and then they wouldn't have to worry.
So they're playing the long game then.
Yeah.
Sending him home is enough.
Feels like in this sequence, MNNE has more to lose.
So either survive the peel or just kill. But look at that up top, 3-on-1.
Whoa! What? Doming got a kill, gets the Divine Judgment on him, still alive, but just barely. Down he goes, Haji, alive with about 5 HP. And this is one outcome we did not think about. One outcome that we did not consider. What if Doming does die, but he gets a kill on instead?
And they got a turtle. First blood times 7. MPL Philippines Season 12 stat leader.
Yep.
Edward, you were saying, Leo.
No, what does this mean now? Because this is something that we did not bring up.
It just balances out now. Sure, they got the kill, but then he got a kill back, and it's just like even. No clear advantage or not that crazy advantage with anyone, really.
Look.
Very even.
More teeth on Oheb. Remember his first item earlier was the Dreadnought armor? Now he's like, no, War Axe.
Yeah, that's fine because he's going up against a scaling gold laner, so he doesn't need to build defensive until the
He'll
second,
race him.
maybe even third item.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to build defensive just yet.
And he could actually soak up in team fights and get more damage in for Claude. So this kind of checks up that he wants more survivability in this point in time since they're up against a Claude. So they kind of want to just go with the fact that each of us need to have a snowball at the right point in time, either in the mid or the late game, and not to commit in those kinds of team fights because, okay, we have the Eternal Guard just be there. No waves to clear though, but still a way to just hold things through.
About a half a minute until Turtle spawns. It's a delayed Turtle, given that it took a minute longer for both teams to actually commit. It was MNNE Evos who scored the first one. Now they're making rotations. Huge presence from Blacklist here down bottom. They jump onto Edward. The entropy coming in from Sensui. Final slash from Kirk. Puissance from the Baksha, and down goes Kirk. Traded out for Edward. XP for XP. Lancy gets the kill there, and now they back off.
Just want to command that entropy placement by Sensui right off the map. A clear triangle angle and just reaching the distance of MNNE Evo's backline. He was throwing frisbees just as this moment again. Kaysen secures the turtle though.
Yeah. I think I understand now why MNNE Evos likes to prioritize that R-Lot for Kirk, even though he got taken down there. His control and how he maximizes the vengeance dashes. Repositioning.
The Filipino Scyther commits the flicker. Oh, Doming does not force the issue. And again, sending him home is a win already.
Yeah. Oheb now needs to build defensive. I think that was a good tell already for him that, yep, I think it's time. Either a dominant size or a brute force breastplate will be okay.
Puissance popped here by Kaizen. The engage onto Sensui. Edward here very low, a 5th of his health, a 10th of his health, and misses with that final one. It's burning, it's hot. Just but one more hit, Edward will fall. And now let's check out what the map looks like.
Yep.
They're ready to respond down bottom.
Yeah. Edward was just low on HP there, really close to be taken down, as you were trying to say on the screen right before we went to a pause. So from that moment, we're just looking for just Sensui Great placements by the clone, by the way. Just reaching everybody out and just in such great distance. Oh, we're checking up on the items and how the progress went. So, so looks like
just a peek.
Just a peek
just a
of
quick little
what
peek.
could things
Quick.
possibly be.
Quick little reminder there that it's like, it's not that far. Still pretty close, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't need to read on it too much. It's all right.
It's okay.
Kind of want to read into it more, though.
I'm sure we'll get a moment later.
I do want to see the items.
Oh, these very hardworking gentlemen. You see Chico here, Wilbert, Jeff.
Yeah, Wilbert's there at the far end, closest to
Patrick.
us. That's that's Patrick next to Chico on the left, and the one with the glasses on the most far right, that's Jeff.
Yep. Jeff always wanted to be a teacher, in case y'all didn't know.
I thought that was Patrick.
What did I say?
Jeff.
I said Patrick.
Really? You just said Jeff?
No, this is Patrick.
Sir,
Oh, okay.
Sir, I use electric, not gaslight.
All right.
Can't fool me.
Considering the current state of the game, I'd like to say Blacklist are getting dividends on their trades about half the time. That's what it looks like to me. Because again, the first turtle gambit was okay. That was worth it. The second one though, wherein it was just a clear wash for MNNE EVOS, I think they have to reconsider, especially given the gold lane situation.
Yeah, if you want to have the trades completely, you want to get it 100%, not dividends, because at some point you need to build those items, especially for OHIP's feeling damage up top with the Claude. As you were saying, dominance edge could be the answer just to be in team fights. Well, that's the problem now. How will they address it? Because MNNE EVOS is just not letting go of any trade, even in the jungle caps.
Yeah.
They're aware of the threat of the Nathan. So what's the way to actually prevent this? So yeah. Again, this is us, the Wee Bear Bros. We'll be right back. This is the match of Blacks and National and MNNE EVOS. And this is Season 13. We will be right back.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can!
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow! Those are a lot of apps!
That's fine. When you got Powerall, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
Whoa! From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool! Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
For real kasi!
backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, Powerall, Magic Data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
over here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus Santos, Kelra, can you do it? Dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Welcome back. This is MPL Philippines Season 13. You're with us. It's us, the We Bear Bros, OSX, Leo, and Renmar. And this is the match of Blacklist International and MNNE Evos. This is game number 2. We just got a pause, and now we're going back to where it's going to continue in this game. A lot of things to break down, gentlemen, but on the where we actually stopped in the minutes of the game, I think it was the EXP. It was the moments of Ed where we're like, oh, that was the last hit for the Thams.
Yep.
But the question is, will he survive or will he go down? And that's our referee. And he's bringing us back to the game.
Here we go.
Oh,
I
he
guess
fell.
Edward did die.
Yeah.
That was tick damage, I guess.
He gets taken out 6 minutes into the
And
game.
now look at this, a collapse from MNNE Evos coming in. Kaizen rolling out, helping confirm this tier 1 down bottom. Great conversion from MNNE.
And right now they can continue
Whoa!
to mid.
Blazing duet almost.
Oh, almost got him by the burst. But
Oh no, Lancy, black shoes, on out. Wow, already hit the ground running here. After we resumed so many fights, bottom, mid, now top. Oh, Doming's fine.
Blacklist International is just converting things to just be taken away from MNNE Evos. With 2 flickers down, they just want to convert things with a push.
I think the key word here is trade and conversion, Edward.
Ching, where are you going? Kirk gets the kill. The second time already in the past minute.
Wow, ice and pressure on the XP.
Oh, yeah, that's the pinch point here for MNNE Evos. They know how important Edward is to this lineup of Blacklist International. It is going back to what I wanted to say earlier. Both teams trading and converting again.
And there's a knock-up on Sensui. Cannot save him. Kirk is a man on a mission. A double kill in mid after bot. Somebody stop him.
Kirk, my goodness. Again, now we understand why MNNE Evos loves to prioritize the R-Lot when they can. Oheb will be able to get away with this. But yes, trading, converting all across the map. These two teams know when to go, specific areas, what they want out of there, then they'll back out. Sometimes it's not instant, a little bit more deliberate at times, but every movement matters, and that's what we've been seeing now recently, more for MNNE Evos.
Yeah, speaking for more, they have the goal lead as well. And to think about the crowd control that they can make in those kinds of team fights, because in game number 1, there's a similarity, or maybe even a progress or a pattern how MNNE Evos started up this composition. You have the window of the early game, you have the window of the mid game, you need to utilize on how to finish the game. Look at you just burning up, but he has just used his ultimate.
Oh, look at this, a collapse now with the pull, the Divine Judgment. Haji trying to confirm a kill on Kirk. He survives, but look at how sneaky, look at how sly Sensui is. He stole the orange away from Kaizen when he wasn't looking. I wonder if Kaizen knows. He's about to find out.
Oh, no.
I want to see the look on his face.
He's trying to look.
Oh, he saw it already.
Where is it?
And we're still going to roll away.
Drats.
Somebody took my orange.
Drats too, huh?
Were you?
Yeah.
All right. Fighting mid. Spider Miles playing footsies with Haji and Edward. And now it's Ube time. I think it's safe to say.
Yep.
and Blacklist International have clumped up together, trying to close the gap between them and MNNE EVOS. About 3K between.
Yeah, they want those objectives to translate into a winning
Whoa.
success. Oh, look at that.
They catch Haji. There's a lot of damage. Spider Miles looking for one. The Eternal Guard. Oh, just forces the issue. The Minoan Fury, he thought it was going to be all in. But for Blacklist, it was just but a feint. Look at down bottom, Kirk.
Yue with the perfect time of the Imperial Guard, but Kirk is just on business. Just pushing, clearing turrets. But Yue completely saved the possible follow-up of Spider Miles back there.
Full Trinity just now for Doming, able to build that golden staff. So Blacklist International will have to not only watch out for Kirk every time he enters, trying to look for that final slash setup, which they have been reacting to more. They also have to watch out for Doming. If they blow too many of their abilities, stopping the final slash, they will not be able to stop the Blazing Duet.
Oh, here we go. The Lord Dance, about 10 minutes into game number 2. They let go. I'm guessing maybe the call was, let me get the orange first and let's threaten this main artery mid lane. It's going to be all the more sweeter. No rush here from MNNE EVOS. They know that they're ahead. They know that if Blacklist goes for the turn,
a pull.
Haji coming in. The answer back. There's a Minoan Fury, but there's way too much damage put onto each target. Edward takes down Miles. 2 for none so far. Kaizen pops up his sons. Edward with the Contra Inferno, and now suddenly it's Blacklist on the offense.
Oh, completely a great placement for the clone of this Nathan.
Oheb,
Nathan as well as Oheb.
The Filipino Scyther in trouble. You as well. Just but 1 HP. Yue walks away. Oh, and just like that, Blacklist International snapped themselves into a competitive position here. Game number 2.
Lancey and Spider-Man will be back just in time to contest this. Blacklist International. Oh, the final slash!
Final slash onto Haj. In comes Oheb. Yeah, I'm offended. Onto Kaizen. Oh, the call from the captain. The reset. The disengage. Now MNNE EVOS have to choose their battles very wisely in the next minute or so. A minute away from this Lord becoming enhanced. Doming barreling away. Kaizen has a retreat.
Taking it really
Sensui
fast.
has a retreat.
Not
Taking
again.
the white
Gets
push.
it.
And the steal! Lancey with the shutdown. Oheb taken down as well. The turn by MNNE EVOS. Final slash here by Kirk. Down goes Yue. Now the question is, was it worth it? Was it worth it, Blacklist? As now Edward gets dogpiled on. Down he goes, taking Spider Miles on the way out. 4 for 1, plus a Lord Steal. And Doming owning the map, pushing in mid.
Oh, wow.
Sensui in 10, Oheb in 8. Blacklist will be able to get their members back, and now MNNE have to get that Lord. Sensui, we need to count it. That's 4. That's 4 iconic Lord steals, and in the same way again as in game number 1, Entropy, Retry.
The games in a row, counting on how Sensui with the mastery of this Nathan. We're gonna get to see a replay. The Nathan. Back in the replay.
He just waited. Edward was the one providing the vision there for Sensui. Entropy quickly.
May I say this might be sweeter than the first? Because there was no EG. There was no hard setup. It's just yeet.
Just Agent Zero providing it.
Here we go. Another skirmish in this small corridor. This is exactly what MNNE EVOS wants. So Blacklist making themselves scarce underneath the protection of their tier 3, the inhibitor up top. Does this thing not have a cooldown? Is this just me, or does his Entropy seem to not have time off?
Yeah, it comes back very quickly. I'm trying to count it right now.
There's a combo, I believe. Either you use it, you use the ultimate first, then you use the second skill again to actually cast it. It gives a much shorter cooldown to use that ultimate. Yeah.
I guess stock, the cooldown is at about 20-something seconds.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. Like if it eventually just comes down like 15 or 20, it'll seem like nothing.
Exactly.
But he was willing to commit for that Lord. It bought time for Blacklist International.
Yeah. Blacklist International, with a lineup such as this, is very Ube time mode. But for MNNE EVOS, they can play the map really well. And that's what Doming's been doing for the past 4 minutes or so, 5 minutes even. And it's coming back to haunt Blacklist International. They barely have any control of the map. That middle turret isn't even down yet. So even though that they're getting these little wins, those Lord steals, they're gonna have to convert it. But MNNE, they're just handling the minion waves really well. That's one thing that they've been doing since yesterday. Handle the long lane minion waves really well. Make sure that your waves always have some sort of advantage, even if you're just going to take one minion down to quickly get back to action, just so that the minion wave can push a little bit further.
Which is odd because now, in hindsight, on a macro scale, it's MNNE EVOS who has impeccable performance. It's actually in these little moments, and again, the possible plays where you get rocked is where MNNE EVOS loses out the blacklist.
Yeah, just going back to the infinite keys to victory.
Exactly.
The macro mechanics.
All right, here we go. 14 minutes in, Enhanced Lord Spawn, MNNE EVOS first to the scene, 5K ahead. Again, the code breakers are reeling from that just beautiful turn from MNNE EVOS. The steal, yes, but they traded out 4 for 1. Now how about we go another round? K's in here, keeping it at bay. Pixel brush control from MNNE EVOS. Haji taking this wall bush. Oheb in the Y. Edward going for the pull, making it not so easy for MNNE EVOS to commit as Doming takes care of that wave mid.
Well, speaking of wave clears, they need also one to hold that lane as well.
Entropy coming in from Sensui as he
Casted
takes
early.
his purple. Again, gentlemen, it's just about 15-20 seconds before it comes off. So as long as they can dance, as long as they find a window to force Kaizen to think twice if Sensui can do it or not, which most likely he can, MNNE EVOS is never safe.
Yeah, this is the question. Will MNNE EVOS hesitate? Will they find an angle? Will they find an opportunity?
Yeah, okay.
Will they overthink?
There's going to be a push there into the mid. Watch out where Sensu is. Oheb as well. Conceal play coming in. Oh, but they spotted. Oh, Kirk had to use Flicker.
All right, and Kaizen now intercepts them, finds them here, forcing out an answer. There's the Quadrant Inferno. There's the Puissance. Big ults coming in from frontliners. The peel, the entropy coming in. Oh, gets caught out. Very low. Backs out. Flicker spent as well. And the entropy. And now very low HP.
No entropy.
Looking for the retribution. Kaizen secures the pull onto Miles. Miles still alive. Still has a Minoan Fury. It's a clean take. No one falls. But the Lord belongs to House Minana.
Ooh. That entropy ultimate. It was just a gap of a millisecond when it shut off, and Sensui was having the right. Well, he in his mindset, I need to make this right, but that was like the pull of Banana that gave so much time for their advantage to take it against Sensui.
Wow, MNNE EVOS. I also want to commend Kirk what he did there. The moment he saw the 3 members of Blacklist International conceal, he didn't hesitate to use the Flicker. Because if he got picked, it would have been a better position for Blacklist to eventually win that Lord fight. Since Kirk didn't allow himself to get picked off, MNNE EVOS got more information, meaning that they got the better position.
Here we go, a siege from MNNE EVOS. Crashing into mid lane. Kirk displacing Oheb. Oheb gets decimated. Lancey gets the kill. Domin gets the push in. Kaizen gets the immortality pop. Lord here.
Whoa!
Haji stopped Eternal Guard. Down goes Miles. Down goes Insui. It's a 2.
Edward, look at Edward.
Man, defense inside their
base.
Oh no!
Look at the lifesteal.
It's a 3v3, and just like that, Blacklist with a successful defense.
Agent Zero.
Oh.
He lives again and again at the most slither of health.
Codename Abunjingjing.
Yeah, it's not Agent Zero anymore. He's Agent Zero. Codename Abunjingjing.
Yeah.
That's his real name now, Agent Zero. Oh, we know.
Edward is on a whole nother level, man.
Yeah.
He knows that he needs to stay alive. Because again, now it makes sense. He's the only real peel.
Yeah, that was a big props also for Haji being able to use the Divine Judgment just in time. Stop the massive Minoan Fury. See there, Oheb's going to get caught out first. You have to watch Haji. I believe there was a Winter Trenchant play in there. No, it came from Yue. And then the suppress there onto Miles.
It canceled that last wave of the Fury.
It could have, it should have been the big knock-up, the game-winning knock-up.
Yep.
But Haji got the Divine Judgment off in time.
Instead, they got the baby pumps.
Yeah, the baby.
That's got to be a decision-making on Haji's part, yeah?
Yeah.
He should be counting 1, 2 now, because he could have panicked.
Yeah, he could have entered it early, but no. That was the perfect time too.
That is just completely the caliber and the experience of Haji. The discipline, the veteran just completely showing on how they want to use it. Not overthinking things and just using it at the right time, because they know that that base could have been taken any second. And they had gained control of that discipline. Wow.
Full build there.
Amazing.
The thing you have to know is that Oheb is actually rocking a Magic Blade. I'm not sure if he's going to full build the Rose Gold Meteor, but considering that he has the Sea Halberd, he does get away from that.
Force a flicker.
Big fight breaking out. Not crossing the point of no return just yet. Again, Blacklist International spent a lot of the resources just to disengage. OHEB with a flicker, a few ults as well. And now, with Lord spawning on the upper quarter of the map, this is an evolved Lord, the strongest kind there is. Scaling every minute from then on.
Yeah.
It's Blacklist up first.
At this main objective, the big objective will actually dictate on who's going to get this game. Will it be another Sensui Retribution steal, or will they peel off Blacklist International to be in the front lines?
Yeah, it's important they handle that middle and top minion wave, because with that, Blacklist International can set up a play where instead of playing front to back, they'll somehow go for a Hail Mary, use a conceal, and try to find an off angle. Kirk needs to watch out. But Kirk feels it. They see it. It's still going to be the slow front to back approach. You have a minion wave up top they have to deal with. But now Edward gets caught.
Forced to use the Vengeance early on and the Conjuring Inferno. So big ult. Blacklist's main source of peel has already spent the kit that he was saving up for that big moment. Now, how will MNNE EVOS take advantage?
Have to wait for conceals. Minion wave getting cleared up top.
One thing to note though, Sensui has the orange.
Yep. UN push back, Kirk.
Oh,
there's the final slash.
Damage.
OHEB, very low, does not have a flicker. And now Kaizen going hunting. Can he find OHEB? Slow rolling that Baksha Unity roll.
Watch out for the mid lane.
Yep.
US watching, Doming's watching as well.
Doming needs that stacks on his AOT. And now he does have max stacks. BMI on through. He's weaving in and out, making Blacklist think twice.
Things are just heating up right now.
Oh, in a row.
Rose Gold Meteor.
Yeah.
Extra layer of protection there.
Yeah, especially up against Lilia. We saw it earlier. Kirk.
Final slash onto one. And Edward is in trouble. Another moment alive, but Lancy quells him. Oh, there's the winner tranche. Cancels it out. Looking for another one. Big knock up. Down goes Kaizen. Sensui gets the immortality pop. Kirk, vengeance, vengeance, vengeance. And now he's still going. Kirk's gonna fall here. Popping his immortality. OHEB's alive. I'm offended. Down goes Kirk. 2 for 2 the current trade. Lancy very low. OHEB gets another one. Down goes Yue. It's Haji here. Gets the immortality popped underneath the base. Underneath the turret. Haji's still alive. In comes Doming. Haji, where you going? Haji's still alive. The machine lives.
Doming! We thought he'd get that massive game-winning play. The patience for him to come in late. But somehow Haji gets away. Yue got taken down, but he got the Terrify off just in time. One last gift to make sure Captain Haji would get away. But again, Doming is the problem. We set it up as early as the draft. If you blow too much abilities onto the other members of MNNE, you have no answer for that Claude.
The back and forth of this game. Doming on this Claude. Just amazing performances from these two teams. Just the gold is dropping down by the minute. It's just Blacklist International trying to survive at any point that they can get.
At any cost. And now you're seeing here, Yue just respawn, making a beeline, rushing his way onto the Lord. And now another knock-up on another knock-up. A final slash. And there's a pull. Oh, that's an HP bar taken down. Spider Miles with the immortality pop. Trading out for Edward. 1 for 1.
Reset.
It's a 4v4 and a full-on reset. Wait. That's a soft reset. Who's got the retribution?
Who gets it?
Sensui looking for one. Scores the Lord. And OHEB gets his immortality pop. How can they take advantage? It's a 2-for-1 trade. Lord for Blacklist. MNNE, a man advantage. I wonder what the call is.
Still another time. Will they just go through?
A little bit better for MNNE because they can rush this Lord as fast as they can. So Blacklist International are doing the unexpected thing, which is to actually stop MNNE from bursting it. They want to see if they can get a pick or something. This is risky, but can they pull it
from
off?
Haji.
They pulled one.
Gets a pull on the one. Kirk's still alive. Final slash knocking him up. Haji's in trouble. The jump in from Kaizen. Down goes Haji. Sensui. And up for Kirk. Down goes Sensui. It's just Yue left. He's going towards his base, gonna stay inside and wait for Edward to spawn. It's not a clear finish, not a clear call. MNNE EVOS not out of the woods just yet.
Blacklist still committed.
That's why I said it was way too risky. And you committed onto that just for Kirk. I understand what they were trying to do. Yue was there just in time to get the Terrify onto Doming, but in any scenario, that would have been a win for MNNE EVOS, and they look to threaten the base. But that's 3 members of Blacklist International back. 4 versus 3. Still 30 seconds until Sensui gets back. Domeng takes a lot of damage from Yue.
He's heating up. Lancey almost single-handedly keeping Blacklist honest. And just like that, Domeng commits Grand Theft Orange. Blacklist bleeding, gasping for air, sticking to just but one inhibitor down bottom. And again, I'm not even surprised at this point. They're still in this.
In less than 10, even 5 seconds, and Suin Haji is backed. Probably there's a bigger picture on who made that commitment or call, but we're going to go back once again. Another reset, another main objective to be taken. And it's just getting tighter by the minute.
There's an item juggle I can't seem to catch. Kurt not full building the Fury Hammer, he's still just keeping it. So I'm thinking if he's just spending all his gold on potions somewhere, or he's selling and retrading that one Fury Hammer, because all of his items stay consistent.
Keeping the Fury Hammer as the juggle slot. And then he's saving the gold for the eventual Trunch, the eventual Immortality.
Instead of full buying into like a Hunter Strike or something.
That's right, because again, the extra 1,500, 100, 1,400 gold could be for said juggle.
Yeah, Kirk has been amazing with the Final Slash and the Flicker ultimate combo. So in his mindset, I need to have a consistency here, a contingency, in a way that I can still survive any possible way I've been taken down. So maybe that's the way that they want to survive this game, because they're still not letting go. Both of these two teams are not letting go at the best points in time. They could still see the right moment to actually bounce back.
Lord number 4 spawning in about 10 seconds. I believe this is the second Lord that spawned in the lower quarter. So this is different positioning that Blacklist has the jockey for now.
Okay. Next advantage. Nana Evos winning the XP laner in that shrub on the left. No 2 with Lancey. They're looking for more control around that area.
Kirk has Immortality as well.
Similar to Blacklist International.
Watch out, Captain Hodge displacing Abon Jingjing. Edward dashing on out. So that's something that they have to count for. Again, just the seconds between the next final slash.
Yeah, very quick. And that's what it seems like the assignment for Kirk is from Inanna Evos. Anyone you see that you can find a slash, do it right away. Because we're going to be forcing a reaction either from that one player or for the entire team.
Oh, there's a reset. And it's a soft reset as Insui barrels away. Edward helping keep the Lord at bay as well. And Haji making himself visible, threatening the Flicker Divine Judgment.
One thing I'm wondering is how come Inanna Evos isn't thinking about going for a surprise wraparound play from through the bottom lane? They have the minion wave advantage there.
They have a push.
Yeah, it seems like they're playing the safe call though. Once they see someone try to defend it or clear it, then they're going to go push a little bit forward, but not just yet.
There's 2 waves still to hold that lane.
Still waiting. Domeng, you have to watch out for him. He might actually go top side here.
Oh, he heard you. He knows this could be the flank unless he has a juncture here. It's a path.
He has to wait.
He goes for the split push, or he forces it. I think he's going for
They're
the split.
feeling it.
He's
They're
going for
feeling
the
it.
split.
Where's the marksman? Where's the marksman? Says Blacklist.
He hasn't shown himself just yet. I don't think he was seen in the range of vision. No, now he was seen in the range of vision of Edward.
All right, they know.
Okay.
And there's the entropy spent in. Kirk with the final slash. Kirk barely alive. Haji spots him. Kaizen threatens onto Sensui. The Puissance coming in. EG spent already. Yue, look at the base.
The base.
Look at the base. And
Domeng
they
can get
will
to
be
it.
able to clear it. It's Edward on Domeng guard. Domeng backing away.
Edward's chasing him. He's on pursuit.
The fight continues. And just like that, both teams disengage. Both teams have to reset.
Folks, don't forget, when you're looking at your minion waves, you have to watch for the timers. Oh, wait! OF!
OF!
look at the burst.
Plus the Eternal Guard! Plus the collapse! The Fury with the knockup! Watch out for Domeng! The damage! Down goes Kirk first. US alive. Eternal Guard onto Domeng. Domeng needs to back out.
Sensui down!
Lancey takes out Sensui. 1-for-1 trade so far. 2-for-1. Yue takes out Lancey. Watch out. Where's the damage coming from? Spider-Man's barely alive. Bursted down. The flicker out! The motivation roar keeps him alive. And now Kaizen with the Puissance. It's a 3v1.
Domeng again.
How
Domeng.
can Kaizen survive? Kaizen has an immortality. The flicker from Haji. There's the immortality. There's no split push in the horizon. Kaizen goes with a no recompense. Blacklist with a small victory. A bloody victory.
Wow! Inanna Evos, again, the threat of the minion waves affected the entire fight. Inanna Evos was thinking, we're buying time, no, we're fighting. No, we're just buying time. No, we're fighting for the Lord. But Blacklist International with Edward, Haji, and Oheb, they're MV3 holding down the guard, now threatening a push up top. They left Yue though.
Yue is
this
so
is
low.
a risky position for him.
He is so
It's
low.
19 for Sensui. He still has immortality. They're forcing Tom to the Kaja back.
Okay, so even now Blacklist makes
Okay.
the call. Let's play it safe, go home, reset, push out first.
No risky commitments just yet. But wow, Dominic just showing right off the map. And Oheb is also starting the main objective as well. They're trying to ring the bell. And as well as Sensui is going with a follow-up. I think they still have an advantage.
Yeah.
Completely a clear window for Black International to take.
They're about 15 seconds away from Kaizen spawning.
They're rushing.
This is free as it gets for Blast International.
No Kaizen.
Watch out, Lord here out of the quarter of its health.
A miracle.
Kirk, Lancy, and Spider-Miles looking for a miracle. The entropy by Sensui. The knock-up.
What?
Steals the Lord!
How did that happen?
Domino and Fury from Spider-Miles. He pays the iron price. Yue goes down. And now it's just Hajinoe forcing the issue. Down goes Kirk. 2 for 1. But Minana Evos walks away with the Lord. In comes Doming with some cleanup. Haji's in trouble.
Oh,
Capitan
Doming.
Haj gets
Bang!
taken down. 2 for 2. Plus the Lord. Oheb's in trouble. Taken down. Lancy. And now there's a Lord. Doming and the
Sensui
Lord
and Edward
versus Sensui and Edward.
They can still do it.
Oheb kept at bay here by Kaizen. Can they do it?
Wow,
Doming says,
Oheb.
let's back off. Oheb, how's
Look
he
at
going to get
Oheb.
home? The
He's still
Filipino
alive.
Scyther versus Kaizen. 1v1. Now 2v2. In comes Doming.
That's it.
That's it.
A worthy call. Sacrificing his own life. Buying time for Blacklist International, and the base lives one more time.
One more time.
Lancy, 11-4-7. One unforgettable last hit on the Lord. But these two teams do not want to give up. Welcome to the home of champions, where a regular season game in week 1 feels like a playoff game in the lower bracket finals.
How poetic, how beautiful is that? Blacks International, one of the most decorated organizations in all of esports, are able to pull the best out of Minana Evos. Minana Evos are fighting with their hearts. They have pent up the past 6 months. After failure, after failure, after failure to make it out to the playoffs, they're playing like champs.
Inversely, Minana Evos are forcing Blacklist International to play as if they're going up against AP Brent themselves. They bring out the best in each other.
We're about to break the record, by the way. We're at 31 and a half
31 and a half minutes.
33-31 was the longest game yesterday.
Both of these
2
teams
minutes.
completely showing how to
Minana.
take the hits, how to survive, how to win. But how can they hold? How can they defend?
There's the final slash. Down goes
down.
Yue. There's the big knockup. And there's the collapse. Popping the immortalities of 2 members of Blacks International underneath the base. Down goes Haji. Kirk playing with range. Edwards and Sui and Oheb the only ones left. It's a 5-man coalition from Minana Evos. And there's the overload. Minana Evos takes it to game number 3.
And our day continues to witness another amazing series. Minana Evos roaring back against the world champs themselves, Blacklist International, 1-1.
A modern day classic. Not just this, but again, this is MPL Philippines. Macro, micro on point, maximizing minion wave management. I don't want to say too much because I'm going to run out of things to say the Andalus segment.
I am legitimately having an out-of-body experience. I know I'm calling the match, but I just want to see what happens next. And I'm just watching it from a bird's eye view. The best seat in the house, with my best bros in the best MPL league in the country. In the world.
In the world.
I don't know if there's any other MPL PH.
The strength of the Philippine Mobile Legends teams, the land of champions. That's all of these teams have been called for a reason. Being number 1 actually takes a lot of effort to be just number 1.
I am so stunned right now. I feel like I got hit by an abyssal arrow that Escalera threw in the previous series.
About 2 hours ago.
About 2 hours ago. And
How
it just
long?
hit.
It's time travel. It's because of the Nathan, man.
Yeah, because of the Nathan. It's because of the time
He opened up a
traveling.
portal.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
I feel the same way I felt last night watching AP Brand Blacklist. It wasn't similar to it in the sense of like of how clean it was, but it was just so dang good.
Amazing. Completely amazing. Reset after reset, Renmar. We're heading to game number 3.
All right, this is gonna be a test to see if they pay me their money's worth. Lancey, 11-4-9. Of course, he gets the MVP of the game because of the Lord Steal. But we have to talk more about what the Lilia brings to the table. There's a reason why I mentioned during the draft that Lilia would be the best pick in this scenario. When you're up against a lineup that, again, is dive and front heavy, what you want to do is you pick up a mage, or specifically, pick up the Lilia to make their lives more difficult for them. So there were a lot of times where in a team fight, yes, maybe MNNE Evos won't always have the same amount of control abilities that Blacklist International can throw to the table, but what they can output is just raw damage firepower. So it's a battle of, is your spell vamp and lifesteal enough to match what we dish out in terms of the raw damage? They have 2 even sources of damage in physical and magic. Later into the game, both will hurt equally, no matter what items you build out. At some point, the Radiant Armor will drop off. At some point, it just becomes a game of who presses buttons better, who gets to avoid the key abilities. And similar to Blacklist International versus AP Bren last night, these 2 teams were always keeping each other in check. There were a lot of times where Spider Miles really wanted to dish out a massive Minoan's Fury. He only got 2, 3 big ones, where he caught 3 or 4 members because Blacklist International were watching the entry of Spider Miles, making sure that they are balancing their release of crowd control abilities against 3 key heroes, the Arlott, the Claude, and that Minotaur. And firstly, let's talk now about why Blacklist International had a difficult time in this. Alongside that Lilia, we go back to the Infinix keys to victory. The management of the map, better macro. Domeng on that Claude has been known in the previous times that he's played in the MPL to be one of the best macro and map managers in the dang league. Especially if you put a Claude in his hands. He knows how to manage the map and find resources when other people can't. That's why we call him Paldomeng. To loosely translated, the dude finds riches. Yeah, I think that's the best way to translate it. So, when you add 2 and 2 together, when you put up a lineup that has a really good sense of opening up the map with that single Claude pick, but even without the Claude can fight really well as 4, since you have 2 tanky presences in the Baksha and the Minotaur. Again, Baksha, don't forget, has his innate ability to reduce the healing received on the side of Blacklist International. That also affects Spell Vamp and Lifesteal, along with the Lilia, who we know in the late game is an absolute menace. That's why he is the carry of the game, dealing almost 173,000 damage. Then it counteracts what Blacklist wants, playing that Ube playstyle, but not in terms of utility. The playstyle of Ube wherein you want to stick together because, again, they are playing around Sensui's Nathan. It's a classic idea of play from the center, play with your core, versus play against one who's going away while you're going up team fighting against 4. Split, open, and eventually they just got to the point where MNNE Evos got the kills that they needed and the momentum to end it.
Amazing day to witness amazing teams being forged to the most difficult circumstances, and that's the caliber of Philippine Mobile Legends teams.
I got goosebumps.
Now the question is, does Blacklist go Nathan jungle again?
Change it up.
They need to have a different approach to this one, because that early game advantage that MNNE Evos had against this Nathan actually worked pretty well to actually hold off the damage, continuous throwing up of continuous damage. Because in the recap of game number 2, who would have thought that the Lilia would actually be the answer for that Lord Steal without having any retribution?
Yeah.
Like,
I said he was the answer to the draft of Blacklist.
Yeah.
But I no way in hell would have thought that it would be the Lilia that gets a last hit onto that Lord.
Lilia.
But then we also have to credit Spider Miles getting out a key control ability just in time. However, from what I can recall, or at least we all know memory isn't perfect for everyone, Sensui was able to retry. It's just that it was Lancey miraculously who got the last hit.
Yeah, he may have missed by millimeter.
Yeah, by like maybe 79, 59 health remaining.
That's right,
like
and
that.
then it's the shadow energy that did the final blow. So,
boom.
With that said, again, it doesn't matter if it was luck or sheer skill, but the fact that it happened and that MNNE was capitalized the way they did, that's what's amazing about this, and that's how we're now going into Game 3, the second 3-series game of the night.
Yeah. And we've mentioned back again on that game that how the out macro infinite skis to victory was also the answer of MNNE Evos.
They did it.
Even though they challenged Super Miles' hero pool, it's the out macro thing against Blacklist International. And the mental fortitude being also tested.
Yep. Out macro Black, they did. Flex your mental fortitude. How about we go Game 3 after a 30-minute Game 2? Let's go.
After a 25-plus minute game number 1?
We were so close to break that long game from yesterday's match.
Yeah.
Marathon matches.
33-31 still stands as the record for longest game in MPL Philippines so far, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. Flex your mental fortitude indeed. And that last key to victory, I remember something from the M5 World Championship victory video of AP Bren, where in going into Game 7 against ONIC PH, Coach Ducky asked a simple question.
ONIC ID.
ONIC ID, thank you. ONIC Indonesia. Coach Ducky asked a simple question to the boys. He said, I was talking about it with Coach Vren earlier. Why don't we just go back to the basics? Because ONIC ID are going to come out guns blazing, fighting, punching you guys. Are you guys ready to fight back? Match that energy. So I feel like now this is something that the teams might consider. We've seen long games. We've seen lineups that are patient, deliberate. What if both of them just decide to come out right out of the gate early, snowball, aggressive? Because the longer this goes, the longer your mental fortitude will get absolutely tested. The quickest way to break that is you play snowball and dash the hopes of your opponents right away.
Which is how AP Bren ended that 7-game series with a very fast Game 7.
Yeah. It's one of the best series that I watched in a World Championship
Greatest series
last
of all time.
year.
It's the Gasot.
Yeah. Back in my days and how I started playing Mobile Legends, it was M2 that took it to Game 7.
True.
Yeah.
And witnessing it even last year was just an amazing experience to even note for my career as a shoutcaster.
We have about 2 minutes before the draft begins, right?
Yeah.
It's a good time to get nostalgic. ONIC versus AP Bren was a story being told maybe 6 or 7 months in the making after MSC was won by ONIC and started their golden road.
Yeah.
Same thing with Brenny Sports versus the Burmese Ghouls. They started when they were skirmishing in the Mytel international events during the pandemic.
Yes.
So again, that's that. That's how grand that is. Imagine that now we're in just but day 2, and that's how heavy the macro and mechanical demands of the games are.
And dare I say, I feel like this is the biggest effect of the change in our point system here. Whoever wins the series will be rewarded 3 points, not just 2. That's 3.
Just so all of the teams actually has a chance to bounce back, whatever the situation is, compared to all the seasons that we had in MPL Philippines. The redemption, not too late, even in just having a reverse sweep.
Yeah, redemption happens in the same series.
Yeah, so with this point, we see the pressure, we see the teams actually show a great amount of performance and even mechanics of gameplay. But one thing you mentioned there, Renmar, even Leo, that just going back to the roots and channeling what you're strong for and maybe not overthinking things is just, if you do go back to the basics and channeling what your strength is, I think that's what the identity of these two teams would actually build in the second day of the regular season.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because MNNE Evos, again, clear as day yesterday, every single point that they can get matters to them because they missed the playoffs last season by a single point.
Yeah.
The last point in terms of testing your mental fortitude, MNNE Evos, I think this just proved how insane their mental fortitude is. Any other team could have just like laxed their mind just a little bit and said, don't worry, it's a longer season. MNNE Evos are playing like this decides their playoff game.
That's right.
This decides their playoffs entry.
We're seeing a different beast of MNNE Evos right now in Season 13.
Again, they would know. It's the matter of fact, it's the truth that if they had just won one more game, one more best of series in week 1 or week 2, they would have made it to the playoffs last season.
I think that's one thing that the teams are actually focusing into. You need to start your momentum strong, especially on the first week of the regular season. And that's how you pick it if you're Blacklist International. Priority on to the Vexana, still not letting go of this strong mid lane hero. And with the bans of the Angela, the Minotaur, and also respecting the Novaria of Lancy, they're just clearing the possibilities of the possible way of not making it to the right draft. And I say this is just the roam priority and as well as the respec for MNNE Evos.
That's right. And now MNNE Evos here on the swing back. It's Arlo X. You got to pick up the Arlot on Kirk. It doesn't matter if it's repetitive. It doesn't matter if Blacklist has read into Kirk's playstyle, but it just does too much. Are we going to see a change, though? Is it going to be Arlot? Oh, no! It's Ruby Claude. They're letting go of the Arlot. They're playing something else. Kirk might actually play something else.
Wow. I was kind of so close in just calling it the Arlot that might show up.
Are they baiting out an Arlot from Blacklist, though?
They're pushing it. And I agree with you.
We dare you. Pick it now.
Yeah, because OHEB used the Ruby, and OHEB could possibly use the Claude. So if they have the Arlot for themselves, MNNE Evos could have something up their sleeves that Blacklist is not prepared to answer.
That or they're forcing Blacklist to switch it up.
Yeah.
They don't want to see the Nathan jungle anymore. They don't want to see OHEB on the Ruby anymore. So they'll take it away. Here's a marksman in the hands of OHEB that definitely for sure he will play. The carry. And of course the CC. We were just playing with a small hero pool now. I think these are all heroes we've seen. I think we're all out of surprises.
Yeah. So the same thing. Edward had an advantage in game number 1 that actually being present in the front lines of how MNNE Evos blended their composition was a great way to divert tactics on how they want to outmaneuver MNNE Evos' stronger prowess in team fights. With the presence of Ruby and the Claude, I think that's one way of like, Edward has been a great diversion and had a great performance in the XP lane, just buying so much ways for Blacklist International to have the perfect way to cross the bridge.
Yep. So with that said, there's no, I don't know if this is an XP lane Ruby, but definitely it's the CC in the hands of Edward now, as you were talking about. Now the Rafaela. That's Miles getting his hands on the old reliable.
Great reposition hero here. And then at the same time, it allows you to just put yourself in a better spot up against the entry of the CC, the Vexana Eternal Guard entry as well.
Okay. So we're on the second phase of the bans. Matilda's out for the option of Blacklist International. So
choke out junglers. Because again, MNNE was his first dibs on jungle. So what else do you take out? Do you ban out the Nathan here? Nope. I mean, there's still one more ban, so we don't know. There's no room for the Nathan, though.
No.
You can't have a Nathan and a carry.
Right, yeah, way too greedy there. So
I think they just need to have this mutual no-word understanding, but not go for just a Nathan for this game 3.
Yeah, I don't think MNNE Evos will ban the Akai. They can pick up the Akai for themselves here. So they'll just ban out another hero, Baksha, probably. And if it's not the Baksha, then they'll pick up the... if it's the Akai, then they'll pick up the Baksha for themselves. So they're playing Hakas and Sui now.
What else is left for Sensui if that happens?
Martis and Barats.
Barats or Martis, okay.
Martis not so much for Sensui.
Yeah, I don't like the Martis in this lineup.
Yeah, it's usually Barats. But then, okay, so they're gonna be picking up the Baksha.
Baksha Kaizen confirmed.
Yeah. If it's something else, then maybe Kaizen will consider picking up the Martis. However, with the presence of the Vexana a little bit, kind of turns you off of the idea. Yep, it's Baksha. So what is this, a Grok for Sensui?
Since they take up the possible counter. Oh yes, I hear him.
Well, it's the Barats.
Barats!
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah. We did mention the Barats there earlier. And then the Kaja. Pick off, combo, frontline hold, a little bit stronger right now from MNNE, but just a little bit.
Yep.
So with the presence of the boxer, they would need something to just pair. Oh, well, since this is a Rome Rafaela, what's their mid lane now?
Lilia's still out there.
Yeah. If they want to surprise
Nana.
Yeah, Nana is
Both
still
are good.
open.
Yeah.
Nana, Lilia.
Unless they go completely off left field, but I don't see any other heroes here.
How about Gord?
No, there's no reason. The only reason why the core came out earlier today was because it got tight. Like, none of the other options were left.
Yeah, Lancey's more backline. He's not going to go something like Lunox or Kagura that gets really close. He's going to go for long range.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Finally, yeah, Lilia.
Of course.
Okay, nothing crazy. It's kind of
Lilia's mid-range.
Yeah, mid.
Not close, not far, it's
Yeah,
mid.
she's not like Navari or Farside far, but she's mid-range, yeah. That's a good way to put it.
You want to keep everybody close as well. So maybe Lilia, when Rafaela also have the Ruby. So that's one way to just be in the middle of things, especially on the objective taking.
That's right.
So who had the leverage this time around for the draft? Blacklist or MNNE EVOS in game number 3?
Well, in terms of the pickings here, okay, if we're just really going to talk about the picks, and it's so hard to take away what we know about these two teams. Raw power alone of what they can dish out.
Same team. 1, 2, 3.
Blacklist.
Oh, what? Raw power?
Raw power.
Blacklist.
I might just be getting...
No, okay. Again, my point of view is taking away from what we know about the players.
Okay.
So that's taking away the proficiency of Spider-Mouse and Rafaela.
I guess.
If we look just at it at the picks alone, with the current picture of the meta game, it's Blacklist. But then if you really put into consideration everything else, that's where I lean a little bit more towards MNNE.
Okay.
I guess I just shortcutted my understanding,
Yeah.
my comprehension, because I feel like MNNE is on fire right now. In a good way.
Let's see how this goes. It's the final game of the day. Blacklist International MNNE EVOS. They need to settle the score. Who is going to go home with a 2-1 tonight? We're seeing great starts here. Even a leash for Kaizen here from MNNE EVOS.
Yeah, lots of fighter emblems, spell vamps, a couple of lifesteals here and there. So these two teams are going to be prioritizing items like the Sea Halberd and the Dominance Ice. Necklace of Durance I don't see coming out because that's going to be an enchanted talisman most likely for that Lilia.
With the presence of raw power and crowd control in Blacklist International, we're seeing 3 purifies for MNNE EVOS for perfect counters of even actually be taken in team fights or even ganks, especially early as now for Blacklist International.
About half a minute until the first turtle spawns. Here's a lane matchup we haven't seen in a while, or haven't really seen much in Season 13, is that Ruby versus CC.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, well, you usually see the Ruby into the roam. We'll see how that's going to go. But Ruby's one of those heroes similar to such as a, for example, X-Borg. You damage him, he'll just quickly get the health back or something back. So Ruby's just like that. CC's going to poke her, but then Ruby's just going to lifesteal or spell vamp from the minions and from the CC itself, and then suddenly it's even Stevens.
Yeah, Blacklist International with the focus and pressure on the XP lane. They even took the Crab XP out of Kirk as well. Focusing on the delay. No level 4 yet.
Oh, wow.
Blacklist advantage on the first Dragon Turtle.
Look at this blitz take from Sensui, spending the retribution. I wonder, I'm pretty sure he knows that Kaizen went and stole his purple, while the rest of MNNE was protect their own. Was that a worthy trade? Where does the economy sit on that?
Well, MNNE EVOS has to make sure that they get their purple buff. But yeah, Blacklist International can't invade this. So this is just one of the little things that you can do to really delay the potential or possible snowball.
Haji with the flicker, Divine Judgment. Domang goes down. First blood drawn by Oheb.
I am loving the confidence. Haji and Oheb. Spider-Man needs one to answer for a response, but it was too late.
Yeah.
That was just completely just Black International on a great start.
And another fight. Dennis, welcome. Sensui spin Kaizen out too spicy. Now they engage. Lancey dealing a lot of damage. And there's the EG stopping the assault. But MNNE EVOS push on forward. The trade eventually for Sensui. Let's move on down bottom. Edward versus Kirk. Kirk pushing forward. Lancey in trouble. Survives, but just barely. Oh, almost got swung on.
A few cracks on the mental fortitude that we're seeing there because there's 2 deaths. One on Doming, and then the sequence that led to the death of Sensui actually came from a lot of info already given, and those could have been avoided. But maybe their minds are elsewhere right now, or they really just want to play aggressive. They don't want to play overly cautious. That's why we see 2 early deaths here.
Well, speaking of early deaths, there's so much, well, quicker rotations from MNNE that they need to point out, especially that in the gold lane. Doming and Spider Miles has eyes on making the Claude survive in a few minutes from now, because that's what important. How do they make the damage work against Blacklist International?
KZen jumping on the Yue. Yue a third of his health left. The Puissance pop by MNNE EVOS' jungler. And with that, I just gotta say, it takes a lot of marbles to 2v1 against Doming and Miles, and Oib has been doing it the past couple of minutes.
Filipino sniper, sometimes the Scyther, showing why here in that title. Turtle up, almost down to 50.
Now, MNNE EVOS taking their time. Again, it's one of those turtle gambits. It looks like they don't want to contest at all.
Yeah, and that's the mental effect of going up against the Barretts and going up against a team like Blacklist International. Knowing that there's a high chance that if you contest way too early without the right components, then you're going to get punished and give Barretts a big early lead.
Yeah, speaking of lead, they have so much respect for the lineup, the early game lineup of Blacklist International right now, that they're waiting for the right time to commit. As you pointed out, they need to have a right amount of damage. They have CC, yes, but if they go into longer team fights, that's where the prowess of Blacklist International shows. You have Divine Glaive already shown.
Oppositely, I think I would rather label it as Blacklist International are not in the ability yet to engage in a longer team fight. That's their biggest problem right now, I feel like.
Eventually, though.
Eventually, they will.
So this could actually be a window for MNNE EVOS to take.
No, but then again, that's like the weird paradox of it. You can't take the window too much because again, you're up against a Barretts.
Yeah.
There's a reason, excuse me, as to why this pick has risen in popularity greatly. He really changes the playstyle. Something stuck at the back of my throat of a lot of teams.
Yeah, I hope you're okay, because now Sensui and the rest of Blacklist International are cutting on through, securing this tier 1 push up top. 6 minutes in, we got another turtle coming up in about 30.
Yep, still a slow and quiet game. 1-1, still slow progress on both. Advantage on gold with Blacklist International. Another pickup here for Oheb on level 8.
Oh,
forced out the flicker as well.
Yeah, you was fine, you was fine.
Lancey and Kirk not exactly in their same page there completely. Like, Kirk was already in that page, Lancey was still turning it. So now Blacklist International will still have their Yue, their mid laner. As the turtle goes up in 5, let's see if Blacklist will, instead of going for position in the turtle, just decide to push this deep.
This is the last turtle of the game, and now, oddly enough, it's actually MNNE EVOS first to the scene. I wonder what the call is, because they lost out on the first 2. Now KZen rolling out, Puissance pressed in, he's searching for Yue, gets a jump in, Eternal Guard spent by Blacklist mid laner, they pop Yue eventually, 1 for 1. Turtle for their mid laner, and MNNE EVOS walks away.
Great decision making there by MNNE EVOS. They know it's a 50-50 if they went for the turtle. So instead of going for the turtle, they went for the 100% sure thing. They can get a kill onto Yue.
Yeah, the focus was onto the backline of Blacklist International. There was so much space for the turtle to be even contested.
Whoa, Lancey versus Edward. And now Lancey pops the ult. Haji in the backline looking for a DJ. KZen spots him. Not a good angle quite yet. Blacklist International pushing the advantage. KZen hits the retribution. Sensui backing off. And now a fight just waiting to brew. Breakout in mid.
And now MNNE EVOS are going to be rotating topside to make sure that Doming will get that push, cash up a little bit. But of course, Blacklist International doing what they can to stop that. They don't break the turret just yet.
Nope.
But Oheb does in the bottom lane.
Not gonna take my turret up top.
Nice map weaving, and eventually Doming gets it via brute force.
Yeah, macro onto Blacklist International. But still, Oheb had an advantage a bit in just making the push right away.
Yeah, these two teams, of course, MNNE EVOS, with the style of roamer that Spider Miles is, they have mentioned that elements of their game have been molded by Blacklist International, and sure even Blacklist International is surprised that they're going up against a team that's so similar to them.
When your idols become your rivals.
Ooh.
Because again, after this series, I would be amiss to say that this is not a rivalry brewing, man. This is something that could go on throughout the regular season, that could go on into the playoffs if, again, Minana finally breaks.
I'm already excited to see Blacklist versus Minana Evos 2. I'm already
Electric
looking forward
Boogaloo.
to it. Electric Boogaloo.
The next match of this matchup.
Get ready for the next battle.
Once in a lifetime, again.
First, John Cena and The Rock.
Yeah.
The first Lord of game number 3 here.
Wrestling.
Coming out. Edward checking through. Clearing that wave, making sure no free pushes coming in from the camp of Minana. Kaizen jumps onto Sensui. They collapse. Quick knock-up coming in. Then as well comes spinning him through into that small wall. Blazing to it, not enough damage quite yet. The Holy Baptism coming in. Vengeance from Edward. Kaizen's very low. Backing up. Edward gets popped by Doming. Free pick-off for Minana.
That was a great amount of damage that they need to poke out of Kaizen.
Yeah.
It was a good placing of the missile expert though, but it wasn't even close. The damage of Oheb needs to actually amp up.
That was an LDF. A long drawn-out fight.
Yeah, and that fight there, Minana Evos really watched her positioning so that Oheb wouldn't just be able to stand and freely hit. Again, the effect of the Lilia, you're tossing out the glooms and all of that. Oheb really has to watch his feet. It's hard to fight here for. Oh, he gets pulled!
There's the I'm offended. The quick knock-up going over Minana's way. And just like that, they're up a man one more time. Eternal Guard with a Lord Swing. Oheb gets the kill. And now Sensui coming in. Detna's welcome. Plus her attribution in tow. Kirk gonna get taken out here. Another kill for the Cardinal one. And just like that, Blacklist sitting on stonks.
Barrett's in action. 3 brave smites. Oh, that was 3 brave smites. President of Blacklist International complete sustaining everything in that team fight. They have totally had a way to control every damage possible from Minana Evos.
Yep. Again, that's why earlier Blacklist International didn't have the tools they needed for long drawn-out team fights. Now they do. And again, that was a great play there by Yue, getting that key Eternal Guard up to set things up for Blacklist International to turn that Lord around and change things for Minana Evos. This is why at the end of that draft, I really was leaning towards Blacklist. As talented as the team Minana Evos is, and they're making the most out of their lineup.
And there's the Holy Baptism. There's the pull. And the mad CC coming in from but one combo of Yue.
Yeah.
This is hard to defend, man. Blacklist winning off of firepower, off of sheer economy. And it looks like, rotationally speaking, Blacklist have Minana Evos checked.
Macro check on Blacklist. Well, everything just going through stonks. Well, Edward is going through the damage and he just taking down turrets down bottom of Minana Evos, securing every possible fortress of defense that Minana Evos could be taken down from them.
Yeah, when played properly, this is the raw firepower you get from this kind of lineup. You can change out that Kaja for a bunch of other pickups, but these 4 really showing us why they are top priority picks in the world right now of MLBB esports.
Kaizen trying to use that Magic Sentry. Check in where Blacklist might attack from. Kirk displaced, but only for a minute.
What a pull!
There's the I'm offended. Holy Baptism coming in, but not enough damage coming in from Minana Evos nor the turret. They cannot punish Edward, not quite yet. And now Haji coming in with the Divine Judgment plus the EG combo. Big knockups. Sensui in trouble. Sensui slain. Spider Miles gets the kill.
It's
1
bad
for
for
1 the
Blacklist.
trade so far. Black Shoes from Lancy still in this, ready to go for one more round. And just like that, Blacklist sent packing. No, they're still going to force it. They're going to go for more. The penetration. Oheb takes down a turret. No way Minana Evos can kill one member here unless, they're not letting go. Can they? Spider Mouse looking for the holy heal.
Look at
The flicker,
Blacklist.
the BMI, and they find one. Haji taken out.
What a call there by Minana Evos again. Understanding each other so well, trading so well. It looked like Blacklist would be able to get away from that without any problem after breaking that turret. It is still a big problem for Minana Evos, but it goes to show they're not afraid to go out of base despite being behind almost 5,000 gold to take a stand to get a trade. Everybody.
They're hungrier.
Take my hand.
And they're more willing to commit to any possibility. When Kurt got pushed in, into their own wall. He took advantage of just using the I'm offended. Another I'm offended again.
Plus the Holy Baptism. Sisui is still standing.
EG.
Eternal Guard gets 3 in. Now Kaizen popped. Poisson's in tow as well. And they're sent back and running away from Edward. The vengeance enough to deter them from even thinking about getting that Lord. Blacklist scores a second big objective.
I have to throw a name into the hat. My vote for MVP of this game has to be Yue. The Eternal Guard knockups and his combinations have been perfect. Yue, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Yes, he did. He deserves it.
He truly deserves the recognition in this Vexana. The backline of MNNE Evos is so precious. At any point, a team fight breaks. How will you protect Domin? How will you force out Spider Miles to use that regen? A lot of ways to even force out resources. Yue, the overload machine, completely...
I like it, the overload machine.
he just wanted to force a lot of resources out of MNNE Evos.
You know who else is about to get overloaded? It's MNNE Evos, man. There's a wave in mid, there's a wave up top, and there's a big lord down bottom. But they do make quick work of it. Amazing. MNNE Evos, the response to Blacklist's assault.
Okay.
They're fine.
Yeah, quick breather here. Again, MNNE Evos.
No purple.
They were in a similar situation earlier.
Taken.
We're not going to turn off the idea that they can come back here.
Yep,
Haji.
A
Cancelled.
hard
Doming.
spot to be in. Doming down to a third of his health. Haji very low. Gets taken out. Lancey with the black shoes. And
wow,
MNNE was able to defend.
Yeah, still left a good amount of wave lane in the late game.
They lost the top lane inhibitor, but again, you're still in the game.
They can go out. They don't have the roamer right now, Blacklist International, so I think MNNE Evos can be a little bit more brave with pushing outwards. As we look at the items, Necklace of Durance actually built up there by the Vexana. Divine Glaive already, so rushing the damage. That's why Yue hurt so much. But a good amount of that also comes from the Glowing Wand.
Watch Edward! Gets the ult in. Finding Miles and Kirk. They back out.
Yeah, but the way the MNNE Evos stopped the entry there of Haji, they threw everything. Don't run Wolf King second, and then the Holy Baptism of Spider Miles. Even though Haji still got the pull, he ended up just pulling Kaizen out of like, let's see whoever the heck I can pull right now.
Yes. And Kirk has been doing a lot of ways to utilize everything that he can get out of Black International. I had to agree.
It's not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Supporting you, man.
Approaching the third Lord here. About 40 seconds. Again, even if it was Blacklist who scored the past two, at the moment, currently, where we are in game number 3, it's safe to say MNNE Evos still has a fighting chance. MNNE Evos can maybe even contest.
Yeah.
Because they've been getting better at actually picking off Blacklist despite having no inhibitors. I mean, barely inhibitor in mid.
Yeah, just...
No Malefic Roar right yet for Domeng. Full item build already for Oheb's carry. Jungle deficit crazy, but then that's still the box. Divine Glaive already up on the Lilia. It's full defense actually for the Ruby. Oh, that makes sense because they have a roamer heal. So at this point, honestly...
Oh, there you have it.
MNNE Evos, oh, yeah, there. Now MNNE Evos have all the tools they can to turn this around.
I'd say maybe put a little bit more farm on Kaizen. Kaizen just dies a little too soon.
Maybe an immortality or two across the team would be good, yeah?
That's the question. Will they give the regen for Kaizen if that thing happens again? Because if they do, they lose a point in a second chance of going back in a team fight. And Blacklist International just ringing the bell on how MNNE Evos could actually answer for this kind of trap. They're putting all the crumbs in the pit right now.
Ringing the bell, ringing the bell. The dance continues.
Edward.
And now Blacklist collapses onto the Lord. The pull on the Kaizen. The Eternal Guard. Kaizen about to go down. Has his immortality built, so he's fine. Kirk gets picked off. Kaizen in trouble. Look at the back line. Lancey falls. While Yue gets the winner Trunch proc. And just like that, it's looking lethal. MNNE Evos missing 2 key members while Blacklist has a huge Lord marching up top.
They march with full confidence and 2 men down in MNNE Evos. How could they defend? Siege pushing in. Lord is pushing in.
They don't even have their Lilia.
How can they hold? No Lilia.
They need their Lilia. The minion waves are a little bit too overwhelming.
Oh,
Here
they're all pushing
go.
in.
Could be the final team fight. MNNE Evos gonna need a miracle and a prayer to get out of this. Kaizen very low. Poisson's out, gets his immortality pop. In comes Spider Miles, he just can't hold out. Kirk coming in, but maybe a second too late as Blacklist International takes the win.
redeeming themselves from a loss yesterday. Reverse sweep denied. The championship mindset lives for this day.
This started off as a battle that focused onto the utility roam standard. Who? Haji or Spider Miles? It ended with a showcase of two teams with something to prove. One to be champion again, the other just to make it into the playoffs, yet they brought out the best in each other. Welcome to Philippine Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Everyone's a threat. I just gotta say, everyone is a threat. And again, I want to see what MNNE brings next round. Whoever they might face up next, they gotta consider, hey, get the Ruby, get the Arla out of Kirk's hands. Make sure Miles doesn't get the Rafaela. Everything that MNNE did here in this game, even if they lost, it mattered. It made waves.
Yes.
It made an impact. Shooting Gallery loves MNNE.
Wow. A different version of MNNE that we're seeing. We're excited on when is the next match of the Hukbo to actually show next time again in the regular season.
I'll be watching out, man.
Yeah. Okay, now it's time to talk to the winners of this match. Mara and Hans, go and interview Blacklist International.
All right, everybody, give it up to Blacklist International. Congratulations, Blacklist.
Coach Bonsan, congratulations. It was a very good game para sa inyo. The previous 3 games, bago yung panalo nyo in game number 2, lasted for more than 27 minutes, including the game yesterday. So what changed in game number 2? Paano siya mas naging pulido?
Ang galing kasi ng ang galing ng utility na ganyan si Spider Miles, grabe yung ginagawa, nako-compromise tuloy yung yung mga engage namin, like yung 2-fighter, and hindi kami ang hirap mag-end dahil sinusustain lang nila kami. Pero ayun, the next game, yung 3rd game, so nag-decide kami na tara normal lineup na lang muna. Daanin na lang natin muna sila sa normal na composition. Idaan na lang natin sa execution.
Pero may something na hindi normal na napansin namin. Ohab, naglagay ka ng Ruby, walang marksman, Ruby sa gold lane. In fact, nagamit mo na to twice before nung season 9.
Yeah.
And then twice again today. No marksman, Ruby, can you explain that?
Kasi dati nung amateur pa lang ako, hero ko na yun. Kaya trinay namin siya sa gold lane kasi parang maganda siya. Ang ganda namin yung CC tsaka malakas din siya sa lane. Kaya yun, trinay namin. Tapos trinay namin sa MPL.
Maraming gagamit ng Ruby ngayon
Marami
sa rank game in gold. Ano ang advice mo sa kanila?
Wala. Laruin lang nila.
Laruin lang. Walang secret. Walang tips.
Wala. Lang, mastery lang yun.
Just the OHEB way.
Speaking of mastery, I want to give it to Sensui as well. Kasi all throughout, yung mga Lord takes niya kanina, I would call him the man of steel sa dami ng inagaw niyang Lord in that previous moment. So Sensui, as I said, there were very long games. What was running through your head ng mga moments na parang ikaw yung kailangan mag-step up to get those Lords and get victories para sa Blacklist?
Iniisip ko lang po kasi hanggat may cooldown po yung retry ko pag nakalapit po ako, parang confident po ako na makukuha ko po talaga.
Confidence is key. Kaya nakuha niyo Lord.
Sabi nga nila, ang bagong mindset daw ngayon ng Blacklist International this season, championship mindset, yan ang ating team. Ano ang ibig sabihin nun? Ay, si Haji talaga? Sige, kaya mo ba, Haji? Sige nga.
What does the champion mindset mean?
Sige nga. Pwede mong call a friend.
Call a friend.
Call a coach? Call a coach ba?
Parang si Yue daw ang sasagot eh.
Kaya mo yan, Yue. Oh, ano ulit yan?
Ano ulit?
Yue, they're calling for you.
Due to popular demand.
Championship mindset, anong ibig sabihin nun para sa iyo? Yue, go.
Basta pumapasok kami dito na champion agad. Kumbaga para magkaroon kami ng confidence.
Confidence! Confidence is the key. Once again, congratulations to Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations once again to Blacklist International.
The first 3 points na nakuha nila is really gonna be crucial for them heading into the next set of matches para sa Season 13.
Ayon nga kay Yue, nandun na ang kanilang confidence para sa kanilang championship mindset. Ano pa nga ba ang nandun para sa Blacklist International? Himay natin yan with our casters. Pasok!
What a thriller of a series. Confidence is key for the championship mindset of Blacklist International, denying the reverse sweep of MNNE EVOS. A bit of context there on how Coach Bonchan acknowledged Spider Miles, that was acknowledging a difficult opponent in a 3-game match against MNNE EVOS.
Acknowledge.
We acknowledge you, Spider Miles.
But here's one bit. Is that not, again, I don't want to call it before it's actually announced. Is it not perfect that it's Yue who actually shared about the champion mindset? Because he actually played like a champion here in game number 3. And I don't know if the tapes and if the records will support it, but yeah, no, you mentioned earlier, I think he does deserve the nod in game 3.
The Eternal Guard. Really good.
The advantage of having the backline entry. Go ahead, Renmar. This is your time.
If it's not Yue, I wouldn't complain, but it's OHEB, 7-0-2. The longer the game goes on, then the pressure goes off from the other members of Blacklist International to make the plays. It then goes into the hands of OHEB. Early on, we mentioned, he didn't have exactly everything they needed just yet for longer drawn-out team fights, something that their lineup actually shines with. But once the timers kicked in and Blacklist International got an even bigger and bigger lead, OHEB was unkillable. Great positioning. And this is coming off of a game wherein you have so much working against you as a carry. You're going up against a Claude, a Ruby to watch out for that might pull you anywhere. And most importantly, of course, is that Lilia that would give a lot of difficulty for OHEB to be able to free hit. But he made the most out of the abilities that were thrown out by his teammates. His job here sounded simple. Just avoid stuff, be able to free hit. Way harder to do, but Blacklist International set him up for it. And again, I really gotta commend Yue here. Those Eternal Guards were on point. 3-man right there with that combo. Taking down 3 members of MNNE EVOS down to 50%, which means you set things up for you, OHEB rather, and the other members of Blacklist International to clean up house. And again, we go back to the idea as to why I thought in terms of raw power, the Blacklist International lineup is better. This is the effect that Barrett's brings when you're going up against it. Even though you have so many tools to deal with it, at the end of the day, it's still a Barrett's. When you're going up against the Barrett's and you're behind, it's a Barrett's with a lead. And that's what Blacklist International played around and why MNNE EVOS looked hesitant so many times because they didn't want to play the 50-50. And this is where we go back to one play that happened. I believe it was the first or second turtle of the game, wherein Kaizen decided, instead of going for the turtle, they decided to go for the kill onto Yue, knowing the importance that the Vixana brought to the table. And since they didn't want to play the 50-50, let's leave it up to the air who will win this retry battle, Boxer versus Barras, they said we'll go for the 100%, which was the kill. And that may be the difference in mindset now for MNNE EVOS. They were always looking for the 100%. They were a little bit, maybe, just a little bit too cautious going up against a team that had a Barrett's with them. And because of that, here comes the overthinking. Because of that, here comes you missing your mark into finding the gold laner, into being able to find the mid laner. Most importantly, avoid the key abilities that Blacklist brings to the table. Still a fantastic series and a very commendable effort by MNNE EVOS for what was shown here. Gentlemen, this has been such an honor to call this game and think about this game. Analyze this game with you guys. And I can't wait for episode 2.
Wouldn't be anywhere else.
Yeah, wouldn't be anywhere.
This is where I needed to be tonight.
Yep, prime time Sunday.
It's Saturday, bro.
Saturday. I thought we just hit 12 o'clock.
Dude,
Sorry.
even if we were like say
I
in
thought we were
Australia,
heading- yeah.
it still wouldn't even be Sunday.
Okay, prime time Saturday. My head was left in that container where the game ended.
I understand.
Once again,
It's
I'm
okay,
OSX.
Francis.
I'm with Leo and Renmar. Once again, it's us, the We Bear Bros, and we will be back. Let's throw it over to Mara and Hans. Close the show.
Not only have we witnessed the best MLBB teams in the world, mas nakilala rin natin ang ating mga players after sharing their goals this season.
We started today's matches with the homecoming King Slayers reigning on the new Barangay's debut as RSG Philippines gets the win kontra sa Smart Omega 2-1.
And after that, we saw the redemption-seeking, hot jacket-wearing Echo take on the ONIC Super Team with ease.
And finally, Blacklist International getting themselves in the winning column after a clutch Game 3 victory para makuha ang unang 3 puntos this season.
Samahan niyo ulit kami bukas, dito lang, sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino.
At ako naman si Hans Galeria.
Na nagpapaalalang magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan, sama-sama tayo sa laban para sa tagumpay. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.